What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreams, and I'd like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect. I'm your gaming and music source, diving deep into both industries with data-driven analysis to give you a clearer understanding of both cultures. Now, of course, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, that's a lovely background. And guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, it is.
Shepard.
You know what I'm saying?
Just look at the state of gaming.
Hey, we're looking at it.
What is going on?
Obviously, as you can tell, we're going to dive into music and gaming. But first, you already know, y'all probably wondering, what are you wearing? Well, guess what? We're going to get to that in a second.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
But don't worry about that right now, because of course we're going to get into the introduction. As if you don't know, for Notorious Mass Effect episode 160, it is titled, Is Capcom the Undisputed MVP of 2026 Gaming? Now sometimes, I think to myself, hold up now, I know Capcom is not the publishing and developing studio of Resident Evil Requiem and PRAGMATA, two games, mind you. We're only 5 months into 2026, 2 games already that may be a contender for Game of the Year. So of course, that's why Capcom was able to have the title for this specific episode, because when it comes to gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses, that's what we get into over here. And one of the other things I did want to get into is, of course, your boy is kind of going crazy as of right now, simply because of y'all support. So I just want to take a chance, take the time out to thank y'all and praise you.
Give them some praise.
And I'm giving them praise. I kind of just gave it to him. But anyways, when it comes to that, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio if you haven't already. As right now, we are currently on pace to surpass 20 million total downloads this month, ladies and gentlemen. So as you can see right here, put a big circle right there. Total downloads, 19,467,203 to be exact. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to that, somebody is dropping.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
And to be very transparent, every time that particular individual drops is always Christmas for any content creator in the hip hop space. And of course, with me covering the entire gaming and music industry, you already know where my preference lies, as that's my favorite artist of all time. So what better month to surpass a humongous milestone of 20 million total downloads whilst my favorite artist is dropping.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
So anyways, if you was wondering about that, let's get into the next transition, which is right off the Drake Iceman. This is my Drake Iceman t-shirt. Now you're probably saying to yourself, that don't say Iceman at all. And ladies and gentlemen, you may be correct.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
I'm not going to tell you what this particular t-shirt may or may not be saying, but just know it's a big stepper. And we big stepping over here. You know what I'm saying? We big steppers over here.
Shepard.
All right. Anyways, if you was wanting to see the t-shirt in better detail, because it's premium quality. Like, obviously y'all can't tell, but it's premium quality right here. You may or may not be able to get something like this on the Analytic Dreamz link tree. As if you don't know, we do the shameless plugs at the beginning for a reason, right? As for this particular article of clothing, and yes, I got put on my corporate voice. Right here we have top of the link tree, enemy store right here. You just click the top of that, and we have a lot of high quality gaming and music offerings right here. We have gaming jokes. We have the clipping channel logo right here. Shout out to Spider-Man. Nothing too crazy. And then you also got. I ain't gonna tell you what this is.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
I'm not gonna tell you what this is.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
But let's just say it definitely is a Iceman type Iceman type article of clothing. As wave 2 of merch for Notorious Mass Effect. I wanted to have more gaming and music type jokes, and let's just say I think we successfully did it. You know what I'm saying?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And if you was wondering, I even took it even further. You know what I'm saying? Let me take myself off the screen for this one, because I took it even further. As if you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, this comes in maroon, purple, brown, gray, you know what I'm saying? Bright blue. bright red, you know what I'm saying? And bright green. You probably thinking to yourself,
Whoop-dee-doo.
hey, don't snitch.
Whoop-dee-doo.
Anyways, white, and then of course black, ladies and gentlemen. Now you probably thinking to yourself, what is the significance of this particular color pattern, well, these particular colors for this article of clothing? And guess what? That would be snitching, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoop-dee-doo.
You know what I'm saying?
If we beat these folk, whoop-dee-doo. We beat them. We go for
And we
it.
don't do any snitching over here, but of course, you know, I also have a white tank top. Don't ask me why it's there, but just know.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
I think Wave 2 was I enjoyed it as far as making it. Because if you don't know, if you can't tell, you know, I made it myself. You know, your boy tried to put his artistic expression in these jokes as far as gaming and music. So that being said, you can get that at the top of my link tree. Once again, Analytic Dreamz link tree, and it'll pull up. So if you don't know, I'm also streaming. Shout out to Senna, shout out to Morale for joining the stream. Currently, we're in the intro of episode 160. So with that being said, the other thing, ladies and gentlemen, as you already know, when it comes to the podcast Notorious Mass Effect, I do have a good amount of subscribers, which also salute to all my subscribers out there, because you already know the world goes round, of course, with people who engage with the content, but the subscribers, I'm not going to lie to you, y'all have a special place in my heart, you know what I'm saying?
Give them some praise.
You know what I'm saying?
Give them some praise.
I just gave it to them.
Give them some praise.
Well, of course, when it comes to that, safe to say we have a humongous offering for this month specifically, because guess what? The Florida vlog with me and my dad in Florida, just having the time of our lives, playing all type of games. And of course, when it comes to the gaming and music side of Notorious Mass Effect, we dove deep into the gaming side, and you may or may not have seen where I got my gaming abilities from. Let me just put it like that. I ain't trying to spoil anything, but we did a lot in Florida. So that vlog is almost ready. So shout out to me, you know, actually portraying a positive, a healthy black father and son relationship, and a dynamic that can also live on the internet. Because if you don't know, my dad, you know, he's somewhat of a public figure. You know what I'm saying? So the apple, you know, doesn't fall too far from the tree. Well, hopefully. So yeah, so when it comes to that, my Enemy Plus subscribers could look forward to that. That's coming out this month. And of course, I have a trailer, but I haven't finished it yet. I still have to put some finishing touches. I can't talk on the actual trailer, but that will be coming up in a future stream. I was gonna have it for this episode, but I wasn't ready.
Whoop-dee-doo.
You know, I can't show it when I'm not ready.
Whoop-dee-doo.
You know, I'm trying to. You only get one time to make a first impression. So when it comes to that, I have a trailer ready. Well, not ready, but it's almost ready. It's like it's cooking, 80% done. So Florida vlog will be dropping this month. Of course, the GOAT is dropping.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
So that would be taking a lot of Notorious Mass Effect time as far as recording, as far as the overall podcast, because you already know he to cover episode 61. You know, obviously shout out to Ella Langley for very much deserving the music side cover for this specific episode. But when it comes to the GOAT,
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
he's obviously going to be the cover of episode 161. So I'm not saying this is a Drake Eve type of episode, because this comes out as of me recording this like a week. It's May 5th as of me recording this. And so best believe I'm getting ready for that drop. So anyways, with that being said, I think it's basically in the, okay, yeah. And then of course on my link tree in my bio, I have my clips channel, which is doing phenomenal, by the way. Hold up now. I've been showing out for my clips channel. I look at the views because, you know, obviously me and Jarvis, you know what I'm saying? We out here trying to throw up the clips that people enjoy from the podcast. You know, some people like short form content, actually a lot. It's kind of getting spooky nowadays. But a lot of clips is being thrown up on that platform specifically. If you go to my link tree in my bio, everything's on my link tree. That's why I plug it all the time. But basically, the Spider-Man, like, say, hold up, let me bring this back up. Y'all know what it looks like. Well, if you don't, you about to learn right now. So basically right here, so basically the Spider-Man logo with him carrying me, that is actually, let me pull this up and then let me just show you out in the link tree. So link tree is right here. Spider-Man, can I see my cursor? Yeah, y'all can. Spider-Man, Notorious, Mass Effect, the Enemy clip channel. So this is the clip channel. People are seeming to enjoy it. Daily posts, a lot of content, sometimes 2-3 times a day. So people are enjoying the way that we're chugging out the actual clip. So obviously, this is the closer view of it right here. This is based off of the actual clip channel. So if you don't know, that is also available. I didn't plug it at first, but the way it's performing right now, and I'm talking about like, it's very, I'm not gonna say low maintenance because I handle it a lot. But as far as the output, I think y'all enjoy, especially seeing the bite-sized form of the podcast if you already enjoyed the long form. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, now, ladies and gentlemen, let me get into the happenings of episode 160, as of course this title is Capcom, the undisputed MVP of 2020 gaming. But you already know that we have to start with the one and only Noah Kahan. And you're probably thinking to yourself, well, why would you start with him? But guess what? Why not?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now I'm just playing. So anyways, when it comes to me starting with Noah Kahan, it's because he currently, we already covered his album and singles leading up to this. But as of right now, objectively speaking, he has the most played album in the world with The Great Divide, selling 370,000 in first week sales. So if you didn't know why we're starting with Noah Kahan, safe to say that is why, ladies and gentlemen. So, and then of course we're going to transition and get into Usher and Chris Brown. As if you don't know, some people call it glazing. I just call it telling the truth. As with Chris Brown, he is the most talented individual I've ever seen. Pause.
You guys.
But of course he's going on tour, a stadium tour, mind you, with Usher. And then of course we're going to dive into that. And then you already know, for the cover, the music side of episode 160, the great Ella Langley definitely has one of my favorite songs of 2026, the Choosing Texas song. You may or may not have heard me singing it in my plethora of coverages as far as specifically on Ella Langley. But yeah, let's just say I very much enjoy her musical output, and I just think girls or women in general are just better singers than men. Like it's not an objective fact, because it's subjective, I guess, but I think women are better singers overall. So anyways, and then, of course, you already know.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Would it be an episode of Notorious Mass Effect without getting into Drake? Of course not. Pause. So when it comes to that, we are going to talk about the lead up to Iceman. Once again, this is recorded May 5th. So the album is 10 days away.
But then, what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Just give me a second. The album's 10 days away, man.
But then, what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Not gonna lie to you, man. I'm gonna have to pop a bottle of champagne for that. Well, if the little Timmy's listening, I'm gonna have to pop a bottle of some. I don't even know. See, that's how you know I've been a dope for way too long. I'm 26 going on 80. But basically, pop a bottle of that Kool-Aid. Yeah, if the little, I don't even know if that's any better. But basically, you get the point. We got to celebrate the release, and it's definitely gonna be an event, and it's gonna be a celebration. So I can't wait. He's definitely going to take over the music industry. And on an objective scale, obviously, you may say I'm glazing, but once you see it, I think you'll understand why not only am I excited because he's my favorite artist, but also he's just going to, notoriously affect the masses, pun intended. So, anyways, we finish off with music talk and get into some industry news, ladies and gentlemen, because guess what? Xbox actually lowered the prices of the Xbox Game Pass.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So shout out to them, man. Even though it was just a $7 price increase, that's better than nothing. You know what I'm saying? We'll take what we can get at this point, especially with y'all losing the consumer or the console player base by such a huge margin and percentages. I think as of right now, PlayStation 5 has like 45%. No, PlayStation in general has 45 or 48% of the entire console market share. So Xbox is in a losing race right now. But lowering the prices of Game Pass definitely helps out a lot. And then, of course, we have the music talk as the music talk. My fault. The music industry talk as specifically. Where is this at? Let me see. I have the actual thing up, but I don't know. Here we go. Okay, so pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. It's called the IMS Electronic Music Business Report. It's the industry talking about how 15.1 billion has happened in growth, and it has accelerated to 7% faster in 2024. So let's just say it does sound very nerdy, but of course, I give my perspective and I tell jokes throughout it. So if you don't, once again, I am streaming. So shout out to Victorian Femme Boy Milo for joining the stream, and thank you for sending a star. Right now, we're currently getting into the Notorious Mass Effect episode 160 intro. So that being said, when it comes to rounding off the industry news, we have PlayStation DRM, which you would have thought was the biggest thing since sliced bread, right? Until I realized. Once I dove deep into it, I was like, what in the world? Why is this such a big deal? So basically, I broke down PlayStation's 30-day DRM, and I explained it in very much layman's terms. So that's definitely industry news, because the way that Sony rolled it out, it basically seemed kind of scummy, for lack of a better word, because basically they had no press release of the DRM. But once you really get into the details, it's not that big of a deal. People just don't want the Xbox always online model to infiltrate Sony. And thank you, Victorian, for the gifts. I appreciate it. And then, of course, when you look at gaming, you already know what we had to get into. I said you already know.
Shepard.
All right, they heard me the first time. All right, basically, PRAGMATA, ladies and gentlemen, is finally out. And let's just say it may be one of the greatest games of 2026. Obviously, you may say I'm biased because I've been glazing Capcom to the moon and back. But if you release Resident Evil Requiem and then you release PRAGMATA in the same year, mind you, only 5 months into 2026, and Capcom not only has one, but maybe two Game of the Year contenders. So we're going to start off gaming talk with PRAGMATA, because I dive deep into that specifically. And then, of course, I'm going to get into WINDROSE, which, if you don't know, their sales top 1 million units in 6 days. So I dive deep into that. That was a huge just surprise, especially on the Steam charts. I was like, hold up now. What is this game? I was like, so I had to dive deep into it, because safe to say they're notoriously affecting the masses right now. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, everybody's favorite Disney character,
Shepard.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna get into Mouse PI for Hire. That is not, it's not Disney related.
You guys.
So don't be snitching.
See, that's the problem.
Don't be snitching now. So Mouse PI for Hire is what we're gonna get into next. Breaking down the sales, of course, in the review roundups. When it comes to Mouse for PI or Mouse PI for Hire, I basically talk about how it differentiates itself from Disney. So Disney's not the one that you have to worry about suing them. There's no bad blood between the two. And actually, I think there's a relationship between Disney and some of the creators of Mouse and PI. Don't quote me on that, but I believe when I dove deep into it, I think that's an actual thing. So anyways, and of course, we got to dive over into Nintendo. As if you don't know, Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, is currently the most played game on the Nintendo platform. Let me cut that short, because I already know somebody saying to themselves, well, what is that? But guess what? You gotta watch the review. As when we get into Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, just think of it like Mii Sports, but like an Animal Crossing type of world where, well, it's not Animal Crossing. Basically, think of Wii Sports. So you have all your Miis, right, in the environment. And then think of The Sims. Yeah, that's a better comparison. So The Sims were all your Miis. Kind of think of that, and that's basically what Tomodachi Life is. And it's a big deal. And you know, when you hear the breakdown, you understand why it's a big deal and why it's leading the sales on the Nintendo platform currently. And then, of course, you already know, ladies and gentlemen, I had to put immense respect on the mobile gaming community.
Give them some praise.
You know what I'm saying?
Give them some praise. Give them some praise.
As if you don't know, the mobile gaming community makes up majority of the revenue in the gaming industry. So getting into Candy Crush, an ultimate icon in the gaming field, it definitely brought joy to my heart. As you already know, when it comes to Candy Crush, you, your mama, your grandma, your great grandma.
Shepard.
Okay, maybe not the great grandma, but basically you get the point. So Candy Crush is one of the greatest gaming IPs I think of all time. And when we get into the mobile gaming and review roundup, the sales and review roundup of the mobile game Candy Crush, I think you'll understand why so much respect is put on the name. And then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot end the episode without some drama.
It's time for a rap battle!
Now, even though it's not necessarily a rap battle, safe to say FaZe is back again as far as in the headlines. And no, not, ladies and gentlemen, not actual FaZe, but the FaZe, I almost said FaZe Clan. Oh yeah, it is FaZe Clan.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I don't know why I'm just catching that now. Clan's kind of crazy, ain't it? Anyways, maybe it's just because I'm black. I don't know. So anyways, The ex-FaZe clan members, they rebranded, well, some of them, majority of them, they rebranded and they're under a new content creator group name titled Core. So they're going by Core now. They showed off the $20 million content house. Shout out to them. Always love to see content creators out here flourishing. As you can tell, I'm one of the few content creators that don't be beefing with individuals. You know, I'm more of everybody can eat out here, and the snake tactics, I just don't like it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I try to pay attention to certain content creators who are about that negativity and try to stay away from them. So anyways, I'm basically congratulating the ex-FaZe clan members, getting into the whole fan versus core, because this is the beef section. So basically, FaZe Banks versus Plague Max versus the ex-FaZe clan members. I get into that specifically. And of course, I talk about Your Rage as well, as Your Rage and Plague Max, I believe, is the only two that's left out of the rebrand of the ex-FaZe clan members, and they still know bad blood, but of course you'll know that once you dive into or hear my breakdown of that specific incident. And then of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the most scariest genres, I think, in entertainment, period. Because, you know, when it comes to Freddy Krueger, when it comes to Jason Voorhees, when it comes to Chucky,
Shepherd.
all right, let me get to the point. Basically, true crime, that is nonfiction, ladies and gentlemen.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
At least in horrific elements, it's in fiction as far as Jason, Freddy, etc. At least that's fictional, right? Well, even though Texas Chainsaw technically did happen. Anyways, the true crime genre, I think, is one of the most horrific genres of all time in entertainment. And not because of the people covering it. Like, they do a phenomenal job. It's because of the actual happenings that is so realistic. Because it's not fiction. It's actually real life events that these people are causing. So we definitely are kind of getting into that territory as we're ending off the episode. We're talking about David. As if you don't know, unfortunately, we do have to keep this man's name in the news cycle because what he did was crazy. You know, I don't like to give him light at all because I think what he did is one of the craziest incidents I've ever seen, especially to cover up how long it took. Very horrific and very scary for a woman, I would assume. I mean, for a man too, but you know, especially for a woman, hence the details of the case. So anyways, we dove into that specifically. He was arrested. They have a plethora, you know, a mammoth amount of evidence on David, and let's just say, lock that man up and throw away the key, man. So anyways, that is the happenings of episode 160. Of course, you already know when it comes to the Notorious Mass Effect, we are going to drop the Florida vlog probably a week or two after this episode. Because, you know, these episodes are huge, right? This is a monthly event for a reason. Because, you know, I drop daily, right? But when it comes to the episode, there's so much in captivated in it that gives you a very astute observation of the gaming and music industry. That's why it comes out once a month, because guess what, if you look at this episode, you basically gonna understand both industries, whether it's gaming and music, and I definitely take pride in that. So when it comes to this specific episode, I'm gonna give it's time to breathe, and then I'm gonna drop the Florida vlog. But of course, I'm gonna be dropping daily content because you already know that boy dropping.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
You know what I'm saying? How many times I gotta play this drop?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
So anyways, with that being said, now you already know we have to get into the gaming and music IPs that are currently notoriously affecting the masses. As you already know, we go over the charts for the intro, and we're gonna start with, let's start with albums. Actually, yeah, let's start with albums. So with that being said, let me see if I can pull this up. Is that Michael Jackson? Yo, what in the world? If y'all don't know, we actually cover Michael Jackson. When I give y'all an overview of like what I'm talking about, it's basically like I could add or take well, no, I'm never gonna take away things, but I can also add topics. So there may be topics I didn't talk about in the run of the show that will probably be added in the overall episode. So anyways, the reason why I say that is because, ladies and gentlemen, the King of Pop is back. As the most the most interesting appearance on this list as far as the top 10 albums currently is Michael Jackson Thriller. As you can see right here, it is the 7th most played project in the world. I believe when you look at Michael Jackson in the landscape of music, he's just so notorious he's such an icon. He's such a legend that the longevity of his status in the game is rivaled by none. And y'all may think I'm glazing. Well, not really, because Michael Jackson gets a lot of praise. But basically, if you really realize when Michael Jackson first put out a track, actually, let's see right here. Let me find this out. When did Michael start his music career? All right, so after a little bit of Mickey research, safe to say, when you look at Michael Jackson, he started around age 5. Ladies and gentlemen, that was 1963. It is 2026, and this man is still notoriously affecting the masses to the point where he has the 7th most played project in the world. So anyways, the reason why I say that is to let you know that Michael Jackson's stardom is rivaled by none, honestly. So anyways, with that being said, let's go from 10 all the way up. When it comes to Bad Bunny, shout out to my, Mexico listeners. I know y'all number one as far as in my hearts. Now, as far as U.S. consumption of music, U.S. is number one. But as far as Notorious Massive, y'all always number one in my heart. You know what I'm saying?
Give him some praise.
You know what I'm saying?
Give him some praise.
I gave it to him.
Give him some praise.
So anyways, y'all definitely make the show run. You basically make Notorious Mass Effect what it is. As far as in the podcast space. So anyways, with that being said, Bad Bunny debuted to Ramos Photos, 10th most played project in the world. Very much well deserved. I mean, you look at this man and Bad Bunny. When did his album come out? Let me see. Debbie Terrar. So Debbie to Ramos Photos came out January 5th, 2026. It is April. No, I'm tripping. Is it April? No, it's May, isn't it? It's May 5th, 2026. And ladies and gentlemen, it's still the 10th most played project in the world. I don't know how in the world you could just ignore this if you're looking at it from a music consumption standpoint, but Bad Bunny is definitely one of the biggest artists in the world. So anyways, Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time is the 9th most played project in the world. Olivia Dean, The Art of Loving is the 8th most played project in the world. Shout out to her, as I believe she won Best New Artist at the Grammys, at the past Grammys award show. So shout out to her. Once again, Michael Jackson, Thriller is the 7th most played project in the world. Justin Bieber's Swag is the 6th most played project in the world, and he may or may not be on a certain album.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
But of course, don't quote me on that. But when it comes to BTS Army Ring, the 5th most played album in the world, shout out to them. Obviously, they was the cover of last month's episode, as Army Ring did around, it was like 600 and something thousand first week, I believe. Let me see if I had this actually up here. Let me see, BTS. Yeah, it was around like 600,000. I don't know the exact number, but it was like 650, 680 some thousand first week, which is, as of right now, the biggest first week sales of 2026. And hey, y'all can't call me biased after I say this. I believe they will have the best first week outings for quite some time, unless like Taylor Swift drops or something, because Drake, even though he is a humongous artist, I don't think he's going to surpass 600,000 or even break BTS's first week sales record. And that's coming from Drake's my favorite artist. So when it comes to that, the album Ari Ring, I still have in rotation. When it comes to me actually listening to music, unlike other music content creators, but we don't beef over here. I just point out the facts. Anyways, Ari Ring, I like the Please track. That Please track is always on rotation. They Don't Know About Us is phenomenal. I like the whole album, by the way. It's literally one of my favorite albums of this year. And I'm not just saying that. It's in my rotation like constantly. Let me see which one. Let me choose one more. Okay, I like all of them, but obviously I want to choose another one. And then let's see. So many to choose from. I'll probably say Aliens. Yeah, those three is probably my favorites as of right now. But I like the whole album. But just letting you know. So shout out to BTS. 5th most played project in the world. No easy accomplishment and no easy feat, and they accomplished it. So Kehlani, with her self-titled album, Kehlani.
Shepherd.
Nah, I'm looking it up. You already know.
Shepherd.
Nah, y'all can't stop me, bro. I'm finna look it up, man. Y'all already know what's coming on. You already know what's coming on, man. Every time I see Kehlani, man, I just think of this right here, boy. I kid you not. Don't get shot now. Hold on. What is that? Hold on. Now don't get. We'll fold that up right now. Y'all ain't even hear that. Hold on. Let me pause this right quick. I don't even think. Let me see. Yeah, hold up. Here we go.
Now.
Yeah.
Don't look away now. Don't get shy now. We'll fold that up right now.
Every time I see Kalani and her album rollout, especially the music videos.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. Getting back to the music, obviously.
Don't look away now.
You feel me?
Don't get shy now. We'll fold that up right now.
Now, of course, for those who are not Kalani connoisseurs, the reason why I even played that drop is because the best performance track in Kalani's career is currently titled Folded. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I keep playing that drop. But anyways, self-titled Kalani album finally out. As you can see, it's a cream color. So when it's like that, that's the first week sales, just in case you didn't know. So 66,000 out the gate for first week sales. While it's not like extraordinary, it's very solid for an act like Kalani that a lot of people thought was falling off, obviously before Folded. Folded brought her back into the fray. Now she's capitalizing off of that track Folded with her album Kalani. So shout out to her with 66,000 in first week sales. Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem. This man has 2 albums in the top 10, ladies and gentlemen. Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time, 9th most played project in the world. Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem, 3rd most played project in the world. I mean, all you gotta do is just say the hard ER and you may have 2 top 10 singles, man. Ain't that about something? You know what I'm saying? That's what's up right there. Yeah, that's what's up.
Give him some praise.
You know what I'm saying? The hard ER could get you 2 of the top 10 albums in the world, man. Anyways, Ella Langley, this is her 2nd week. I think this may be her 3rd week. 2nd or 3rd week. Let me see. Let me look it up. Because it's week ending of April 30th. So let me see when Dandelion came out. Dandelion. That was the name of her album, right? Yeah. Dandelion. Can I spell? Yeah, there we go. April 10th. Am I tripping? So this is her 3rd week, right? Because, okay, so April. You know what? This came out April 10th. That's on a Sunday, ain't it? Why in the world? Why she drop on a Sunday? All right, so we got 1. So it comes out. That's a 1 full week. That's 2 full weeks. So yeah, this is her 3rd week. So shout out to her, man. That's phenomenal. So in her 3rd week, Ella Langley currently still has the 2nd most played album in the world, which if you don't know, as far as 2nd and 3rd week sales are just as important as the 1st week, as far as showcasing how long your album's gonna have in the year that it came out in. Because, I don't want to cast any aspersions on a certain individual.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
But if y'all look at this list, Jermaine Cole is nowhere to be found, man.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
For all that talk that Jermaine fans have about their favorite artists that they claim is top 3 in the hip-hop game, where they at?
I just don't like it, man.
Why they not supporting him, man?
I just don't like that shit, man.
I mean, that stuff's crazy. Like, even me, I feel like I liked this album. I told y'all, I came out saying I enjoyed the album. I feel like I enjoyed the album more than other people who claim to be J. Cole fans. And seemingly, because they act like J. Cole's core fan base can't make him chart in the top 10. Where in the world is the support for this man's album? Like, obviously, y'all got to show up to his tour and things of that nature, but it's just not correlating. It almost makes you think that the first week is, I'm not going to say all that, but basically the longevity is very questionable of the fall off. And you look at how much he sold as far as his first week, which was the biggest hip hop first week, I believe. Let me see, fall off. First week, let me see. So J. Cole fall off. Let me see. It did 280,000 units first week. I mean, that's phenomenal, right? Biggest first week in hip hop, I believe. Yeah, it's the biggest first week in hip hop as of right now, 2026. It's nowhere to be found. Interesting, man.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. Anyways, getting into number 1, killing the suspense. Noah Kahan currently has the most played album in the world with The Great Divide. And of course, you already know when it comes to Ella Langley, she was number 1 with her album, as her album sold a crazy amount in this first week. But, in her 3rd week, she was beat out by Noah Kahan's first week with 370,000. I think Dandelion, actually, let me see. Dandelion, first week. So after doing some Mickey research, safe to say Dandelion sold 169,000 first week. That makes this even more impressive because she's holding this. She's holding these 6-figure metrics. Who is she under? Let me see. You already know me. I gotta figure out the machine. She's under Columbia. Okay, Saw God Records, which is a subsidiary of Columbia. I don't know who Columbia is under. Let me see. Cause Columbia, I think maybe under. I think they're under UMG. I'm not sure though. I'm tripping. It literally says it right here. Why did I look that up? It says it right here, ladies and gentlemen. See, I look at this right here. That's what that means. This is the label that she's under. Why did I look that up?
Like, come on, bro.
I need help, bro. I'm 26 going to age 80. I kid you not. So that basically means Sony. If you don't know, this is Sony right here. This one, when I talk about the music market share all the time, this is what I'm looking at. So basically, she's under Sony. I don't know why I looked it up. But basically, she is on, what's that called again? Saw God Records, which is a subsidiary of Columbia, which Columbia is under Sony. So if you didn't know that, well, now you know, ladies and gentlemen. So anyways, that is the top 10 albums notoriously affecting the masses. To go back over the list, let me take that away. To go back over the list, we have Bad Bunny, Debbie Taramos Photos at number 10. Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time at number 9. Olivia Dean, The Art of Loving at number 8. Michael Jackson, Thriller at number 7. Justin Bieber, Swag at number 6. BTS, Ari Rang at number 5. Kalani at number 4. Self-titled album Kalani at number 4. Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem at number 3. Ella Langley, Dandelion at number 2. And then of course, Noah Kahan, The Great Divide, debuting at number 1 with the first week sales of 370,000 units. So with that being said, now that we got into the albums, let's get into the songs out here notoriously affecting the masses. And of course, you already know I'm not going to bust down a song, so y'all don't have to worry about that. I'm not going to bust down a song, but when it comes to Choosing Texas, it is going nowhere, as the actual album Dandelion came out to capitalize on it. So when it comes to the actual single, safe to say, killing all suspense, Choosing Texas is probably already Song of the Year. I kid you not. And of course, you know, in the past, there's been number 1 songs that I was like, okay, I can see why people like it, but you know, it's just not my cup of tea. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been singing this song for quite some time. Choosing Texas, I don't know if I'm just resonating with the whiskey line, like it's going out of style, but I enjoy the entire song, from the chorus, the bridge, the verses, everything about this song. And I just think this is a phenomenal track. Choosing Texas by Ella Langley really very much deserves its number 1 spot. It's been number 1 for 28 weeks, and I don't think it's going anywhere, especially with Dandelion out now. So anyways, Folded by Kalani, ladies and gentlemen. Do I still have my clip? Hold on now.
Don't look away now. Don't look away now. Don't get shy now. We'll fold that up right now.
I'm saying, I'm just letting y'all know. Anyways, all right, so when it comes to that, Folded by Kalani, 10th most played track in the world. Been on the charts for about 46 weeks. Shout out to Kalani, man. This is a phenomenal accomplishment, especially 46 weeks. That's no small feat. Her most successful song ever in her career. So with that being said, Doors by Noah Kahan, currently the 9th most played track in the world. Of course, it's new because his album just came out. So Doors was on, I think it was on the deluxe edition, because I remember covering the album. I think Doors is on the deluxe edition. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it is. Because if you don't know, The Great Divide has a deluxe edition, and the title for that is crazy. I think it says like the Great Divide, and it's like something bugs. The Great Divide. Yeah, here we go. The Last of the Bugs. So the deluxe edition is The Great Divide, The Last of the Bugs, and then that's what Doors is off of, and it's currently the 9th most played track in the world. So shout out to Noah Kahan for that. Ordinary by Alex Warren, the 8th most played track in the world. And then you have I Can't Love You Anymore by Ella Langley and Morgan Wallen. I've covered that before. It came out telling you that it was going to be a smash hit because you have Morgan Wallen, Ella Langley teaming up. I mean, that's basically Steph and KD in basketball terms of what's happening right here, especially how country is just dominating the top 10 as far as albums, singles, etc. So anyways, Olivia Dean, shout out to her. So Easy to Fall in Love is the 6th most played track in the world. And then of course you have Be Her by Ella Langley being the 5th most played track in the world. Wait, hold on, she got 3 tracks in the top 10. I mean, that's crazy. That's insane. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I think Notorious Mass Effect is becoming a pretty clear and objective depiction on what the gaming and music industry is looking like. So, you know, with all the self glaze out of the way, let's get back into it. So basically, her having 3 tracks in the top 10 is beyond insane. But shout out to Ella Langley, very much deserved. 5th most played track in the world, been on the charts for about 11 weeks. So that's insane. Drop Dead by Olivia Rodrigo is currently the 4th most played track in the world. Been on the charts for about 2 weeks. And then, of course, you have Man I Need by Olivia Dean being the 3rd most played track in the world. Very impressive because it's been on the charts for about 36 weeks. So definitely one of the more notorious mass affecting tracks that's been released in the past 2 years. Then we have I Just Might by Bruno Mars. Shout out to that man. Hey, he always trying to, Bruno Mars always trying to outdo himself. He said he keep a hit on him. This man keep a hit. So here's another hit from Bruno Mars. I Just Might, 2nd most played track in the world. Been on the charts for about 16 weeks, so that's probably not going nowhere. And then, of course, you have Choosing Texas by Ella Langley, currently the most played track in the world on the charts, and it's been on the charts for 28 weeks. And of course, you already heard what I said earlier about Ella Langley. Ella Langley having 3 tracks in the top 10. You have Choosing Texas at number 1, Be Her at number 5, and then the track with Morgan Wallen at number 7. I mean, that's phenomenal, honestly. But getting back into the whole list of the tracks currently notoriously affecting the masses, you have Folded by Kalani at number 10, Doors by Kahan, Doors by Noah Kahan at number 9, Ordinary by Alex Warren at number 8, I Can't Love You Anymore by Ella Langley and Morgan Wallen at number 7, So Easy to Fall in Love by Olivia Dean at number 6, Be Her by Ella Langley at number 5, Drop Dead by Olivia Rodrigo at number 4, Man I Need by Olivia Dean at number 3, I Just Might by Bruno Mars at number 2, and of course, at number 1, Choosing Texas by Ella Langley. One of the things I was wondering about, does everybody get these 2 names mixed up, or is it just me? Hold on, that was a bad circle. Do people get these names mixed up, or is it just me? Olivia Dean and Olivia Rodrigo, they be giving me a run for my money. I'll be like, hold on, Olivia Dean? No, it's Rodrigo. Olivia Rodrigo? No, it's Olivia Dean. Like, I get these 2 mixed up, I kid you not. Even though they don't look the same, but I'm just letting y'all know. So anyways, with that being said, we just covered the music that's currently affecting the masses. Now let's get into gaming. And you already know we got to start with Steam. And we're going to get into Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, and of course, mobile. So that being said, let's start with Steam. So as you can see, I pulled the whole site over. My fault. We're not going to get into the whole list. Well, technically we are getting into the whole list, but we're not going to get into everything on this website. Let me see. Okay. So anyways, the top 15, as you already know, top 15 most played games on Steam is this right here. And we're going to start at number 15 and work our way up. Obviously, we're not going to count some of the wallpaper engines, 5M. Because if you don't know, 5M, I believe, is a GTA mod type site. So that doesn't count, in my opinion. So anyways, if you don't like that,
whoop-de-doo.
I say, if you don't like that,
whoop-de-doo.
You know what I'm saying?
If we beat these folks, whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
So at number 15, we have Warframe. So Warframe is, let me get my... You already know the bad handwriting coming out. So number 15, we have Warframe. Here we go. Yep. Yeah, that's solid right there. 53,000 concurrent players, 73,000 as far as the 24-hour peak. Of course, then we have Rust at number 14. 53,000 concurrent player count, 113,000 as far as 24-hour peak. And then we have the game that we covered for this specific episode, as WINDROSE has been taking the world by storm. You know what I'm saying? Pun intended. Hey, y'all say I still got it, yo. I still got it. Hold on now. Oh, my fault. That's...
Give them some praise.
Got 2 on the nose. That's me. Anyways, 57,000 concurrent players with 97,000 24-hour peak. Obviously, we're not going to count Wallpaper Engine, but that technically would be number 12. There we go. So I don't lose count. That's a 12. Y'all just got to deal with it. Arc Raiders, for some reason, people saying Arc Raiders fell off, and I'm thinking to myself, if this is falling off, I believe every video game as a live service would want to fall off. Because let me see, Arc Raiders release date. Obviously, this is probably not as big as what actually objectively, it's not as big as they used to be. But ladies and gentlemen, Arc Raiders came out October 30th, 2025. as a live service extraction shooter. It is still the 11th most played game on Steam. I mean, that's pretty significant. So anyways, 64,000 concurrent player count, 89,000 as far as 24-hour peak. And then we have Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege that comes in number 10. Here we go. That is a terrible 0, so we're going to try that again. There we go. Yes, sir. Oh. That's a 10, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Clancy. Nah, I'm going to do that over, man. They going to think I'm... Hey. Y'all probably be thinking, bro, what school did this man go to?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Well, I'm drawing with my mouse, by the way, so it's a little harder. Anyways, and my sensitivity is through the roof. Anyways, you know, make all type of excuses. Okay, anyways, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, 10th most played game on Steam, 65,000 concurrent player count, 77,000 as far as 24-hour peak. And then we have Delta Force, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Yep. We'll try that again. Yep. Delta Force at number 9. There we go. 65,000 concurrent player count, 168,000. Goodness gracious, what in the world? Did they have an event or something? Hold on now, I gotta figure this out. That's a crazy 24-hour peak. They must have had like an event or something. That's a huge 24-hour peak. Let me do some Mickey research and find this one out. Like, what in the world? That is insane. Well, that is insane. All right. Okay, I'm trying to figure out if there's an event or something. I know it had to be, because that's a huge number. So basically, okay. Let me see how I'm going. Okay. Huh. I guess they didn't have no event. People just enjoying the game. That's what's up. Oh, shout out to you know, everlasting fan bases supporting their games. This is what happens, I guess. So 168,000 24-hour peak. That's a lot. So anyways, shout out to Delta Force. Marvel Rivals. You already know how I feel about this. You know what I'm saying? This is my guilty pleasure. You know, well, not, yeah, it's guilty pleasure, because as a live service, you know, you only want to play it for so long until you realize you're just wasting your life away. And then you realize, bro, this game's so addicting, I don't care.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And of course, it has Marvel in it. You know, I'm a superhero nerd, so I keep playing this game. I'm having a phenomenal time. I mean, my Deadpool right now, it's getting kind of nasty, boy. It's getting kind of nasty. Anyways, Marvel Rivals is the 8th most played game on Steam. 78,000 concurrent player count, 83,000 24-hour peak. And of course, this doesn't count right here as far as 5M, because because it's I think it's a GTA mod server, I believe. I looked it up before. It said something about GTA, so we're not gonna count that, because it's like a mod or whatever. Anyways, at number 6, is that a 6 or a B? Am I tripping? Yo, do I have to look at my keyboard? No, that's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, these numbers just get worse and worse. There we go. I don't know why it looks so crazy. Anyways, Slay the Spire 2 comes in at number 6, 113,000 concurrent player count, 193,000 as far as a 24-hour peak. So shout out to Slay the Spire 2, because that's one of the games that dropped this year, I believe, and it's still holding on strong on the Steam platform. I think it's only on Steam. I remember covering it, and I think it's on. Let me see. Slay the Spire 2 platforms, and it may be in early access. I don't think it's in early access, but I think it's only on Steam. Yeah, okay, so Slay the Spire 2 is currently only available on PC. Yeah, it is early access. Okay, because I remember diving into it. I believe there's like a 1 to 2 year window before it actually releases, but the game's like technically out. No, that was WINDROSE. I'm tripping. I get my game. I've covered so many games. So Slay the Spire 2 is the 6th most played game on Steam, but it's technically in early access, but it doesn't come out on console, and there's no plan for 2027 or later. And I think about it, I think that was the game. It was like a 1 to 2 year window. Anyways, it's still the 6th most played game on Steam, so shout out to them. Bongo Cat, ladies and gentlemen, because I take my job so seriously, of course I have a deep dive of Bongo Cat. Review and sales roundup deep dive of Bongo Cat is on the Notorious Mass Effect. Yep. So if you want to see that, just type in Bongo Cat Analytic Dreamz with a Z and it should pop up. So 121,000 as far as concurrent player count, 147,000 as far as the 24-hour peak. And of course, that leads us into our next game, which you already know holds a special place in my heart. Because if you didn't know, when your boy was just a wee little lad in college, I think it was my freshman year, I was sitting around in my dorm, and my friend said, "Hey, bro, this new Battle Royale dropped. It is fire. I mean, just dropped out of nowhere." And I played the game, and of course, it was me, my guy Yoshi, shout out Yoshi, and then my guy Chris, and we was going crazy. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. We didn't win any of the games. I know what you're saying. Hold up now.
Like, come on, bro.
Nah, we ain't win any of the games, but guess what? We put up a fight, though. Top 5 multiple times, though. You know, it's a lot of RNG with Battle Royales, which is probably why I stopped playing them. Cause I thought to myself, bro, it's just so many moving parts. That's why I like fighting games so much, because it's only me and you in a fair set of rules. At Battle Royale, people can shoot you from the back. People can third party. That's why that became a whole term. People just wait for you to kill a whole team down on health, and they just come in, they blitz you. They blitz you out of nowhere after watching you fight like 1 to 2 teams. So, I don't know why I said that, but you get the point. Apex Legends holds a special place in my heart. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that was like all the way back in, let me see, Apex Legends release date. All right, so it came out, let's see, Apex. Why is it not popping up? All right, it came out 2019. Once again, May 5th, 2026. Still the 4th most played game on Steam. We may have to have a real discussion on if Apex Legends is one of the greatest games of our generation, man. I ain't gonna cap to you.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Man, I'm just looking at it, and it's LeBron levels at this point. I mean, it's not a decade yet. Obviously, it's not LeBron levels. That's a stretch, but it's a very respectable career, especially as a live service, because live services usually peak around 2 to 3 years, and then they go to the actual numbers that they're gonna have for the foreseeable future, and Apex Legends just stays on top, which is crazy. So anyways, I have the same praise for the top 3, but of course I told you I'm a little biased because Apex Legends holds a special place in my heart. But for the top 3, the sentiment is still the same. So at number 3, the OG, well, technically the OG is H1Z1, but you get the point. PUBG Battlegrounds at number 3 as far as the 3rd most played game on Steam. 156,000 concurrent player count, 749,000 as far as a 24-hour peak, so shout out to them. And then of course Dota 2, here we go, Dota 2, 278,000 concurrent player count, 577,000 as far as a 24-hour peak. And at number 1, it does not change, and of course number 2 didn't change as well. Counter-Strike 2, ironically, is the most played game on Steam, 610,000 concurrent player count with a 24-hour peak of 1.2 million. That's insane. Now, of course, some people may say, "Oh, they only have that huge player count because they be giving out a crazy amount of bread in their esports tournaments." And hey, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And technically it is a game, but you get the point. So with all the events that they're throwing out, this mammoth amount, this life-changing amount of money, I mean, they're generating it from somewhere, or else they would have went bankrupt. So shout out to Counter-Strike 2 for finding an ecosystem, which we've broken down why that ecosystem exists. I mean, it's a lot of crypto. Is crypto the right word? Basically, what you think about crypto, that's what's going on in Counter-Strike 2 as far as like perceived value on certain skins, guns, etc. And that's like the ecosystem of Counter-Strike 2, along with the esports, along with people actually enjoying the game. It's a lot that goes into Counter-Strike 2 being the most played game on Steam. And of course, I've already dove deep into it. You know what I'm saying? Nothing too crazy. So getting back into the top 15 games notoriously affecting the Steam platform, we have Warframe at 15, Rust at 14, WINDROSE at 13, Wallpaper.
Like, come on, bro.
That's me. That's my fault. Wallpaper Engine does not count. So we skip that. That would have been 12. Arc Raiders at number 11. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege at number 10. Delta Force at number 9. Marvel Rivals at number 8. 5M we're not going to count because this is like a GTA mod type service for PC gamers. But that would have been number 7. Slay the Spire 2 at number 6. Bongo Cat at number 5. Apex Legends at number 4. PUBG Battlegrounds at number 3. Dota 2 at number 2. And of course, the most played game on the Steam platform, Counter-Strike 2. Which, fun fact, that's where that drop came from, the explosion drop. I mean, obviously Counter-Strike players know that, but this is This is from that game. This is from that game. So anyways, I think it's like Search and Destroy or whatever. I think that's what it is. It's the bomb that goes off in that game mode. So with that being said, without further getting into my nerd bag, let's switch into console. So let's start with Xbox. Let's start with everybody's favorite console.
Shepherd.
Let's start with Xbox. So let me see. Let me see if this is. It's doing it 4x4. Why is it doing that? Okay, here we go. So we have the top games on Xbox as of right now. Wait, no, that's not it. Nope. Okay, cool. Here we go. Okay, but getting into Xbox and the top games on Xbox currently notoriously affecting the masses. I did want to, let me see. Got that that way? Yeah, there we go. All right, so starting from number one, because we're going to kill suspense. Minecraft is just running Xbox. You have a problem with it?
Whoop-de-doo.
Take it over Xbox, man.
Whoop-de-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
So that's the one, I promise you. Minecraft at number one, content warning at number two. Shout out to content warning. That's actually a surprising one. I remember watching RDC play content warning, but I did not think it would be this popular, honestly, because I'll have to watch other people who play. I wonder what their enjoyment level is, because I feel like at a certain point it would get kind of redundant, but hey, teach his own. I'll have to look into it and see why people are enjoying it so much. So Mouse PI for hire. Third most played. Oh my goodness, that's probably the worst 3 I've ever drawn. That's crazy. That's up there. Let's try this one more time. There we go. Goodness gracious. Mouse PI for hire. Third most played game on the Xbox platform, and of course, that is a game that we covered in this specific episode because it just came out. Shout out to Mouse PI for hire for such an obscure type of drawing. Such a art direction. That's what I'm trying to say. Basically, to see it as the third most played game on Xbox, I think that's a phenomenal feat because could have easily flopped. I think it could have easily flopped. People look at it, be like, I don't want to play this kiddie game. They just go on to the next thing. But Mouse PI for hire being the third most played game on Xbox, I think it's pretty solid, especially hence the reviews that came out. A lot of people are enjoying it a lot that's played the game, and it's only $30, so it is a shortened experience. But some games that are short still give you the $70 price tag, which if I was gonna rag on Capcom about something, Pragmata is a very short game and it's still a $70 price tag, I believe. So Mouse PI for hire, it is also a short game, but they lowered the price tag down to 30. And yeah, both of them is a new IP, so you can't give that excuse as far as for Pragmata. So anyways, Metro Saga Bundle, fourth most played, I guess, collection, technically game on Xbox, but it's a whole collection. So Crimson Desert is still being the GTA that's not GTA, notoriously affecting the masses, as is the fifth most played game on the Xbox platform. And then of course you have Mortal Shell Enhanced Edition, that's the sixth most played game. Now of course, getting into 7 through 10, you already know that for some reason people trying to find the imposter on the Xbox console. Now I ain't trying to knock it, but I believe the PC version is superior because of the mods, but maybe I'm tripping. So anyways, starting at number 7, Ark Survival Ascended. It looked like a Jurassic Park type game. I don't even know too much about this game, so hey, we may have to dive into it for this next episode. Ark Raiders at number 8. Of course, Who's Your Daddy? Goodness.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Who's Your Daddy? At number 9. Ninth most played game on Xbox, ladies and gentlemen. Among Us at number 10, rounding off the top 10 for Xbox. And of course, getting back into the top 10 games notoriously affecting the masses, you have Among Us at number 10. Who's Your Daddy? At number 9. Ark Raiders at number 8. Ark Survival Ascended at number 7. And then of course, you have Mortal Shell Enhanced Edition, which I don't think I've ever covered Mortal Shell, so I'm gonna have to see what this game's talking about, because all of these games I've covered. if I say I haven't covered it, just if I haven't said that about any game, just think I've covered it. I've covered a lot of these games, almost every game on this list, honestly. Cause I just covered Metro. I think they had some type of surprise announcement. But anyways, Mortal Shell at number 6, Crimson Desert at number 5. Goodness gracious, that 5 is insane. I need to turn down the sensitivity while I'm drawing. I think that's what it is. Metro Saga Bundle at number 4. Mouse PI for Hire at number 3. Content Warning at number 2. And of course, Minecraft, Java, and Bedrock Edition for PC at number 1. Now it's time to get into the real console, you know what I'm saying?
Shepherd.
I mean, it's time to get into PlayStation, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, for PlayStation, I actually pulled up the actual charts for music. So that's not what I wanted. I actually want the PlayStation charts. I don't know why I pulled up Billboard. I guess because they're both blue. Anyways, PlayStation gamers, y'all are not beating the ball and gun allegations. I kid you not, man. I kid you not. So the ball and gun allegations, I think we could say the console perpetuating that the most is probably PlayStation, ladies and gentlemen. As 2K stays at number 1. Now, of course, it is the playoffs right now. I think LeBron just got whooped by, let me not be disrespectful, but I think LeBron just got the belt, just got a spanking.
Shepherd.
All right, that was even more disrespectful. By OKC. I want to see if I can actually find that right quick. So they literally just played Lakers, OKC. By the time you see this, the series may already be wrapped up. Actually, they only lost by what, 18? That's not bad. To Thunder. I thought it was going to be like 50 to 120. I kid you not. Thunder is just way better than Lakers. So, yeah, Thunder beat them 108 to 90. So, you know, with the random Stephen A. Smith stats out the way, 2K is probably number 1 because of that. You know, people like to recreate certain experiences. They probably trying to play as LeBron and beat OKC, honestly. So shout out to them. They probably gonna repeat. And you know, I may or may not have some homies OKC. So when it comes to that, you know, I'm never hating. I'm actually rooting for OKC if Kyrie retires. There's 2 individuals that probably be my favorite NBA players. It'll probably either be, I know I say 2. That sound crazy, don't? I mean, technically, every time my favorite player retire, I should be able to willingly choose another one because I wrote it out, right? Pause. Goodness gracious.
You guys.
No, that was crazy. That was wild. So, yeah, Kyrie's always hurt, but if he retires, it'll probably be either Victor Wembanyama, and one of the homies I was talking about is Isaiah Joe from OKC. So I probably have to pick between those 2. And at this point, I'm leaning towards the OKC side, but Kyrie's still technically in the NBA, so he hasn't retired yet. Because I remember when Chauncey Billups was playing, he was my favorite. I know Chauncey Billups is a crazy pool, but he used to be my favorite. Once he retired, and Kyrie, you know, it keeps going, right? Anyways, Fortnite. Fortnite's the second most played game on the PlayStation platform. And then, of course, you have MLB The Show. Now, I'm not going to knock it, but ball and gun gamers, you're not beating the allegations of being only on PlayStation. Ceros, number 4. It technically just came out, and it has a gun in it. Call of Duty, number 5. It has a gun in it. EA Sports FC 26, ladies and gentlemen, it does not have a gun in it, but guess what? It has a ball in it. So yeah, the top 6 is straight ball and gun games. But shout out to Zero. So we're gonna be getting into that soon. It just came out though, so gotta give it time to breathe. You know what I'm saying? What was that? Was that 6? Yeah, that was 6. Okay, so Invincible Versus is number 5. Shout out to them. Not a ball and gun game, but when it comes to Invincible Versus, I did hear good things. I heard it's like one of the easiest fighting games you'll probably ever hop into, but people seem to be enjoying it. It seems like it's just fast-paced, casual fun. I don't think it's going to be in the esports league, but hey, you never know. You know, we'll see what happens. Diablo 4. Tripping. Let me see. Why did I say 6? This is 7. I'm tripping. 7th most played game. Invincible Versus is the 7th most played game on PlayStation. You know, error. Human error. Diablo 4. 8th most played game on the PlayStation platform. Of course, you have Roblox at number 9, and then you have Apex Legends at number 10. Showing once again, Apex Legends is still one of the more dominant games in our generation, honestly. So anyways, getting back into the games, getting back into the top 10 games that's notoriously affecting the PlayStation platform. We have Apex Legends at number 10, Roblox at number 9, Diablo 4 at number 8, Invincible Versus at number 7, EA Sports FC 26 at number 6, Call of Duty at number 5. And then, of course, for the top 4, you already have a bunch of ball and gun games, and at least one of them came out this month, or basically this week. So, you know, they have some type of excuse for why the top 4 is just straight ball and gun. But number 4, the game that just came out, Zero, shout out to them. Number 3, MLB The Show 26. Number 2, of course, Fortnite, always just topping the charts whenever they feel like it. And then number 1, the most played game on the PlayStation platform is NBA 2K26. Now, with that out the way, getting into the games that's notoriously affecting the masses on a Nintendo platform. Of course, when you look at Tomodachi, that is why we're covering it for this specific episode, as when you look at the sales, you're probably wondering to yourself, how in the world do they have 743,000 copies? Well, ladies and gentlemen, technically this is a collection. Now, when I looked at Tomodachi Life, which is the actual name of it, I want to see if I can find this again, because I had it up here somewhere. Yeah, it was Tomodachi Life. It was something after that. Tomodachi. So it's titled Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream. So it's a trilogy. It's the third main entry, and the only reason why I'm giving this deep dive is because I doubt a lot of people even know what this is if you don't have a Switch. So, like I said, it's like Wii Sports, but in what's that game called again? The Sims. So it's Wii Sports, Sims combined, because now you have a sim atmosphere with all of your Miis. So the creations of friends, family, as far as the Miis specifically, they're in that world that is having procedurally generated missions and events, but instead of just random people in your Sims games, is filled with the Miis that you create as far as friends and family. So hopefully that makes sense. Anyways, so that's why it's number 1. A lot of people are enjoying it. You know, the whole customization aspect of having your friend in certain missions with you, having random events happen with other Miis that you forgot was even on your account. I think they even let you bring your friend list in. So if you don't have a lot of friends, I ain't gonna lie.
What they do?
If you ain't have a lot of friends,
What they do?
if you don't have a lot of friends,
What they do? And we beat these folk. What they do? We beat them. We go forward.
this may not be the game for you. But anyways, you may still enjoy it. But just know that's the whole aspect, having your friend, your Miis that's customizable in this game. So that's why Tomodachi Collection is number 1. So shout out to them. Pokopia. I don't know why this says Poco Amon. This is basically an English translation, so it doesn't do the best. But yeah. So shout out to what's the site name again? Famitsu. Shout out to Famitsu. I don't know why they messed your translation up so bad for English, but anyways, Pokopia, second most played game on Nintendo platform, 927,000 total copies, 17,000 as far as this specific week. Then you have PRAGMATA on the Switch 2, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't know, you could play PRAGMATA on the Switch 2. So that being said, 14,000 this specific week. And overall, I guess it's overall 14,000. I guess it just came out on the Switch 2. Anyways, when it comes to the other games, now, this is where it gets tricky, because they always include some consoles for some reason. I don't know why they do that. So I think we're starting at 4. Let's see, 4, 5. Okay, so technically this is 4. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, cool. So I'm just making sure that it doesn't have any more consoles in this. So with that being said, I think it's this one right here. Okay. Like I said, 26 going on 80, but I think I figured that out pretty quick. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to me. Anyways, so excluding the console charts, because Famitsu for some reason always includes like certain console releases. But so this would technically be 5. So actually it would be 5. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, this would be 4. So this would be the 4th most played game on Nintendo platform. So shout out to I don't even know how to say this. Like, what in the world? What is that? What in the actual? What is that? I don't even know how to say that. Okay, but you know, that's why, hey, we dive into it because we're gonna figure it out. So basically, this specific game is okay. Yeah, Jarvis gonna have to read this out. I kid you not. I don't even know how to start with this pronunciation.
Matsurika no KK Tenmai Kashikuden.
Hey, y'all heard that? Hey, y'all listen up, bro. Jarvis about to talk to y'all right quick because I don't know how to pronounce this game right here. But circle it. Yeah, the pronunciation for me is not the greatest, but guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, That is why we have Jarvis on deck. So let's get this one more time. Now pay attention.
Matsurika no KK Tenmai Kashikuden.
Yeah, so that game is the fourth most played game on the Nintendo platform. Hey, don't say I cheated. You know what I'm saying? Don't say I cheated. We just using our, we using our resources. So anyways, apparently it's a historical Chinese inspired tome game. Don't know what that means, but essentially it's after stories for the original. Let me see. It's a romance focus. I think it's romance focus. I don't know too much about this game. Leaving the village, ancient curses, romantic. Oh yeah, it is romance in this game. All right, so don't know what type of game it is, man. They ain't really give me the greatest indication of what's gonna be happening. Are you fighting? Are you just looking around the world? Like, what's happening? Seems like it's just a focused visual novel, and it's praised for its storytelling and world building. But isn't this a video game? What in the world? Yeah, I'm about to dive deep into this. I don't know what in the world that is. Mario Kart World at number 5 as far as on the Nintendo platform. Shout out to Mario. The savior of gaming is always going to get a salute from me. And of course, when it comes to him having multiple games on the Nintendo platform, I think he has like, let me see. He has Mario Kart World. So we have Mario Kart World. That's the most successful on the Nintendo platform for Mario specifically. That's the 8th most played game, right? Super Mario Galaxy plus Super Mario Galaxy 2. That's the 12th most played game on a Nintendo platform. You have Super Mario Bros. Wonder, Nintendo Switch 2 edition. That's the 17th most played game on the Nintendo platform. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. That's the 21st most played game on Nintendo. Super Mario Party Jamboree. That's the 23rd most played game on Nintendo. And of course, you have Mario Tennis Fever. That's the 24th most played game on Nintendo. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we have another one. Last but definitely not least, Super Mario Party Jamboree Nintendo Switch 2 edition is the 26th most played game on Nintendo. So shout out to, Mario just having multiple offerings for Nintendo platform. And this is just his top one. So once again, Mario Kart World, 5th most played game on Nintendo platform. And then of course, the other that some will say is creeping up on becoming a Mount Rushmore as far as IPs on Nintendo. Animal Crossing, Nintendo Switch 2 edition, 6th most played game on the Nintendo platform. As you see, the Switch 2 version has 108,000 total copies with 3,000 sold for this specific week. And that reminds me, I don't think I talked about Mario Kart World as far as the sales. So Mario Kart World, of course, is the 5th most played game on Nintendo, but it's 2.9 thousand copies. No, I'm tripping. 2.9 million copies overall, and then 5,000 copies as far as this specific week. So with that being said, then we have Minecraft, 7th most played game on the Nintendo Switch Nintendo platform. 4.1 million total copies with 3,000 sold this week. And then Momotaro Electric Railway. Didn't I cover that before? Let me see. Okay, I haven't. This is the 8th most played game on Nintendo platform. I don't know too much about this game. And of course, you have this one right here, The Priest of Darkness and the Ring of Gods. Once again, this is the English translations off of a very, it's the Famitsu site. I don't know why, but the English translation for that site always messes up for some reason. But I believe that is the title of the specific game. That's the 9th most played game on the Nintendo platform. And of course, you have Animal Crossing again, but this is the Switch version, the original Switch version, coming in at number 10 and selling around 8.4 million total copies. So shout out to them for that. You know what I'm saying? So getting into the top 10 games that's currently notoriously affecting the Nintendo platform, you have Animal Crossing at number 10, The Priestess of Darkness and the Ring of Gods at number 9, Momotaro Electric Railway 2 at number 8, Minecraft at number 7, Animal Crossing Nintendo Switch 2 edition at number 6, Mario Kart World at number 5, and then of course for this specific pronunciation, safe to say, we're gonna bring Jarvis right back. Yep.
Matsurika no KK Tenmai Kashikuden.
Yep, that's at number 4, ladies and gentlemen. And then of course, the top three. The top 3 is PRAGMATA, the Switch 2 edition, of course, not to get confused with any other version. Obviously, it's not on the Switch, but the Switch 2 edition comes in at number 3. Pokopia comes in at number 2. I don't know why it's saying this. The English translation is crazy, but this is Pokopia. So Pokopia at number 2. And of course, the most played game on the Nintendo platform currently is Tomodachi, which actually is the specific game of Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, as it just came out, and now it's, objectively speaking, the most played game on the Nintendo platform. And then, of course, last but definitely not least, you already know that when it comes to a specific chart, there's not one for mobile games, but your boy does his due diligence, and you already know I had to make my own chart off of a plethora of resources. So I came to a lot of different charts, put it all together, and safe to say these are the top 10 mobile games currently affecting the masses. So there's a lot of metrics that went into this. That's why it looks like this. So I try to make it concise, and put it in a way that y'all can still not be overwhelmed. But these are the top 10 mobile games in the world currently. So you have Roblox at number 1, just killing all suspense, and top 5 in downloads and revenue. At number 2, you have Wait, why are we going from 1 to 10? I'm tripping. Let's start at number 10. At number 10, you have Monopoly Go. Of course, when you look at Monopoly Go, we've covered it before. I think all these games we've covered except... Actually, we've covered every one. Shout out to me. So if you type in any of these mobile games, and if you type in the title of these whatever mobile game, and then if you put Analytic Dreamz with a Z after it, my in-depth sales and review breakdown will pop up on whatever podcast platform you listen on. So anyways, Monopoly Go at number 10, Delta Force Mobile at number 9, and of course, I got little tidbits right here if you just want to read that, especially for some of these specific games. The tidbits are crazy. Like for Roblox, for example, top 5 in downloads and revenue. Like that's a good fun fact to know. So anyways, what was that? Yeah, so Delta Force Mobile was at number 9. Gossip Harbor was at number 8. I think that's the last mobile game I covered. Obviously, we're covering Candy Crush for this specific episode, which is right behind Monopoly Go. So it was close. It was close in the top 10, but close with no cigar. But we're still gonna cover it since it's one of the bigger mobile games in the world. So Gossip Harbor at number 8. Whiteout Survival at number 7. Last War Survival game at number 6. Royal Match at number 5. Free Fire at number 4, especially with 20 million plus installs as far as in growth markets. It just shows it's one of the fastest growing mobile games. And of course, you have Honor of Kings at number 3. Overall global revenue leader, as you can see right here, $138 million, ladies and gentlemen. That is insane. Block Blast at number 2, with them being the downloads champ with 23.8 million. And then of course at number 1 you have Roblox, top 5 in downloads and revenue. This Roblox IP is making a crazy amount of money. I can't even fathom. Actually I can, because we broke it down before, but basically it's one of the biggest IPs in gaming, right? So you see it on console, of course you see it on mobile, but I just, when you see it coming in number 1, especially with up-to-date metrics as of April, it just shows you that Roblox is just not going away anytime soon. No matter, there's a lot of things we can get into with Roblox, but their fan base is always going to be there. Very interesting. So anyways, getting back into it, from 10 back into 1, we have all the, getting into the top 10 mobile games currently notoriously affecting the masses. We have Monopoly Go at number 10, Delta Force Mobile at number 9, Gossip Harbor at number 8, Whiteout Survival at number 7, Last War Survival at number 6, Royal Match at number 5, Free Fire at number 4, Honor of Kings at number 3, Block Blast at number 2, and of course the most popular mobile game currently notoriously affecting masses is Roblox, that is in top 5 in revenue and downloads. So as you already know, that is the gaming and music IPs that are currently notoriously affecting the masses. So when it comes to this specific cover, hopefully it makes more sense of Ella Langley being on the music side cover, and then of course PRAGMATA being on the gaming cover for this specific episode. As when it comes to Noah Kahan, which currently has like the most played album in the world, Ella Langley's Dandelion debut with her being number one, and also with Noah Kahan, I think he just dropped this month technically. No, actually it was April 25th. But anyways, I'm still giving it to Ella Langley because of course you look at her singles, Shoes in Texas, the song with Morgan Wallen, the other song that she had, 3 songs in the top 10. I mean, we'll see if Noah Kahan could get in that type of metric as far as top 10 songs, like having at least one song in there, because he had Doors, but having more than one song, because Ella Langley's Ella Langley putting up numbers, man. That's why, hey, she deserved it. You know what I'm saying? She deserved to be on the music cover of the episode.
Give him some praise.
You know what I mean?
Give him some praise.
But it's technically her. You know what I'm saying?
Some praise.
All right, Drewski trying to get me canceled. So anyways, with that being said, that is episode 160. Of course, that's titled, once again, is Capcom the undisputed MVP of 2026 gaming?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
But of course, before that, make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social media and follow to keep up with my latest activities. And if you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Also, make sure to rate this podcast 5 stars, as it helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. So with that being said, let's get into our first topic, which of course is diving into Noah Kahan.
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you already know we've gotten into Noah Kahan multiple times over the span of this podcast, with me letting you know his magnificent accomplishments throughout the music industry, and of course, with him winning Best New Artist in 2024 for Alternative or Rock, being nominated a plethora of times in Grammys, one for Best New Artist, of course. I think he has no wins, but he has multiple nominations. And of course, the reason why I'm saying all this, because he definitely has other nominations like the People's Choice, Sound Exchange Hall of Fame for Stick Season. But the main reason I'm saying all those awards is because he better get ready, because a lot more is coming his way. As if you don't know, The Great Divide just came out not too long ago, and there's already a deluxe edition, as The Great Divide came out this past Friday. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? The Great Divide, The Last of the Bugs. Why does it say Saturday? Isn't today Friday? I'm tripping. Literally, as I'm recording this, today is Friday, and this says Saturday. I wish I could make the. I wish I was making this up. I'm definitely not. So, as far as The Great Divide, The Last of the Bugs, it's 4 extra tracks. So, with that being said, Noah Kahan currently, as far as his first week, I think he's doing. I think he had his biggest first week debut ever. Yeah, okay. So objectively speaking, had his biggest first week debut ever by an international artist in the UK. The second biggest opening week overall in 2026 behind Harry Styles, and the second UK #1 album, of course, after Stick Season. So as far as the actual numbers of the first week sales, I don't think we have that yet. But objectively speaking, he's #1 on official vinyl albums chart. Like I keep saying, when I covered the whole music industry as far as the IMS report, there's a reason why vinyl, CDs, etc., as far as physical copies, are driving up the revenue as far as in the music industry. I think Taylor Swift was a big proponent of that, and people follow suit. Because if you don't know, Taylor Swift holds the record for the biggest first week sales in the modern era. I'm talking about 4 million plus first week sales. And that's like unheard of. Most you would hear is like, as far as this year, let's put it in perspective. The biggest first week sales as far as this year was BTS, and they sold around 600,000, right? So Taylor Swift with vinyls really showcased that, hey, if you actually put forth a marketing campaign for vinyls and physical products, it could raise your overall sales. Whilst other people, as far as other musicians before Taylor Swift did all that, basically they was probably thinking it was an archaic way of selling the music. So anyways, getting back into Noah Kahan, the main thing I was wanting to talk about is I don't think we have the actual first week sales yet for Noah Kahan, because I'm seeing okay, so The Great Divide, The Great Divide is the 44th most played album in the world. Was that their debut? I don't think, was that his debut? Huh, interesting. Now, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I was thinking it was going to be a lot more. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Noah Kahan league sales in his career. I guess I totally forgot he's a new artist. So, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I was speaking on Noah Kahan like he was about to have the first most played album in the world, but I'm incorrect on that. So, let me see. Is this the right? Oh, I'm looking at singles. Oh, okay. See, come on, man.
You guys.
I'm not locked in.
Come on, bro.
I'm not locked in. That's me. So, anyways, I am correct. So he's gonna have a number one. As far as objective sales, I think he's set to sell around 300 to 35. Okay, that's the person I was like, hold up now. Nah, bro. I saw too many tracks because we're gonna get into the future chart analytics in a second. I saw too many tracks on the future chart predictions for him not to have the number one album. So yeah, it's not official yet, but he's projected to have the number one album selling 300 to 335,000 units first week, with 150,000 estimated to come from pure sales. And we had to put some respect on his name because they were showing me the UK numbers. I was like, hold up now, over here, I take my job seriously. So, if you're new, just know we cover the entire gaming and music industry as far as the IPs that notoriously affect the masses. So I'm new to this, you know what I'm saying? Well, true to this, not new to this. So anyways, with that being said, pun intended, all the puns out the way. Let's get into the future chart analytics slated for May 9th. As if you don't know, as of right now, Noah Kahan literally has every single track from the original album charting. So if you don't know, the deluxe edition is called The Great Divide The Great Divide, The Last of the Bugs. Now, I don't know what type of video game he trying to make.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. I mean, The Last of the Bugs, that's a very interesting name. As far as my favorites, is not one of them. But anyways, getting back into Noah Kahan, regardless of how much I like the deluxe edition's name, right? The original is charting every single one out of the 17 tracks. And for the Noah Kahan connoisseurs out there, best believe we're going to put immense respect on your favorite musician, because guess what? Not only are we going to tell you the best performing tracks off of the album, but you're going to get to see it in real time because I'm giving you future chart predictions, so you're going to be able to know before it actually happens. So anyways, Doors. Doors is the most popular track off of the album. Now, I'm not saying it's the best. I'm just saying I'm giving you the objective numbers as far as engagement. So Doors is the best performing track off of the album as of right now. The Great Divide, which has already been out, that's still the 11th most played track in the world. Retracting right quick. Doors is the most played track off of Noah Kahan's album, but it's projected to be the 8th most played track in the world. The Great Divide, which has been out for quite some time, is slated to be the 11th most played track in the world. And then you have Porsche Light, that is slated to be the 18th most played track in the world. And then, of course, you have Dashboard, set to be the 19th most played track in the world. Downfall is set to be the 23rd. Let me see. And then we keep going. Once again, it's future chart analytics slated for May 9th. So you may not see it for a minute, but these are basically the estimates from chart data, Billboard, etc. So you already know it's legit. Willing and Able is set to be the 26th most played track in the world. Paid Time Off is set to be the 27th. Haircut is set to be the 28th. Let's see, 23 is set to be the 33rd. Deny is set to be the 34th. That is why I put immense respect on Noah Kahan's name at the start, because this is insane. All of his tracks are charting very high. All Them Horses, that's slated to be the 42nd most played track in the world. Headed North, slated to be the 48th. Dan, slated to be the 49th. Man, these UK artists going crazy. Ain't they? Where 21 Savage when you need them?
Shepard.
I'm just saying, 21 Savage could have been putting up numbers like Harry Styles and Noah Kahan.
Shepard.
All right, let me stop making jokes. Spoiled by Noah Kahan, slated to be the 53rd most played track in the world. What else? And then I think that was the last one. Let me see. Was that the last one? Yeah, that was the last one. So when it comes to his album, The Great Divide, safe to say his fan base wasn't divided, as they came out in droves. Safe to say the masses are notoriously affecting the sales as far as the first week for Noah Kahan currently. So what does this mean for Noah Kahan going forward? I'm almost 100% certain that he's going to be going on a tour. As of right now,
You guys.
Oh, man.
See, that's the problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Yeah, Exhibit A, man.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
Now, I'm not saying you can't get a ticket to this concert. I'm just saying if you look at this image right here and you look at this sign that's red and black, I believe.
Shepherd.
Okay, I'm not gonna insult y'all intelligence, but basically, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Yeah, man, good luck getting those tickets.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, everybody trying to get the Great Divide in the live experience. So, yeah, as far as that, I think I had actual like suggestions on how to. Oh, okay, I did have suggestions for people who wanted tickets. Okay, so basically, if you really want to find a ticket, you can go to. And this is not an ad. I'm just trying to help y'all out. Vivid Seats and StubHub. Apparently, you can get resold tickets. Now, of course, the prices because of the monopoly that Ticketmaster and Live Nation is. They haven't been given like a way to divest or like split up so they're not a monopoly. So that hasn't occurred yet. They have been deemed a monopoly, but the results as far as the solution has not happened yet. So as of right now, you still have to deal with the exorbitant amount of resale ticket prices, right? But Vivid Seats is StubHub. Those should be the best places if you want to find resale tickets. Now, of course, once again, it's not an ad. I'm just trying to help out my Noah Kahan connoisseurs out there. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? I feel like I'm doing the Lord's work right now.
Give him some praise.
You know what I'm saying?
Give him some praise.
You feel me?
Give him some praise.
Thank you, Drewski. I appreciate it. So anyways, getting back into Noah Kahan, the main thing you need to know is that this is a phenomenal outing. I think when it comes to Ella Langley, when it comes to Noah Kahan, and of course when it comes to Morgan Wallen, regardless if you said the hardy you are or not, you know what I'm saying?
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. I didn't even bring that up. But basically, all these country artists are essentially taking over 2026 as a collective, because of course BTS had their run as the biggest first week sales in the year of 2026. But when you look at other genres, collectively, I don't think anything is outperforming country as of right now. Now, of course, when it comes to streaming, hip hop, R&B is still number one. But when it comes to, which I think is a lot of politics in, but that's just my opinion. When it comes to airplay, when it comes to, which is technically radio, right? Promotional marketing, I think a lot of that is helping the overall country takeover in the year of 2026. Now, I'm not saying country is fabricating its numbers. I'm just saying the radio airplay is something you don't see as heavily pushed on certain hip hop or R&B albums. Now, you could say it's for other reasons, but I'm just letting you know the objective facts. So anyways, shout out to Noah Kahan, shout out to Ella Langley, shout out to Morgan Wallen for basically being the three-headed beast when it comes to notoriously affecting the masses for country. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. If you're a huge Noah Kahan connoisseur, let me know, did I put a misrespect on your favorite artist? And if I did, what are you most looking forward to as far as if you're able to get a live ticket for a Noah Kahan show?
Shepherd. Promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally here. Now, I know you're probably thinking to yourself, no intro, no nothing?
Shepherd.
I mean, I'm going to get to the intro in a second, but can we just take a moment of silence to respect not only the most talented individual I've ever seen in life, pause if needed,
You guys.
but also the combination of another R&B legend as they are finally co-headlining their first ever tour as far as together collectively. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, the most talented person I've ever seen as far as Chris Brown, and then of course we have Usher Raymond co-headlining a stadium tour across North America, and the total days is 33 shows. Now, I already know that every single one of those shows is going to be at least 3 to 4 hours, and if you don't believe me, I said if you don't believe me, then you must have not seen the Chris Brown solo stadium tour, because guess what? That man was going for hours. It's safe to say that man may be on that.
Shepherd.
Basically, let's just say as of right now, Chris Brown is currently superhuman. So having another legend as far as Usher along with him for the entire large-scale stadium venues only tour is going to be magnificent. As if you don't know, when it comes to Chris Brown and Usher respectively or individually, both of them have been doing phenomenal on their own. So why come together? For the love of the game.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And even though these two artists are technically primarily in R&B, we still embrace them in hip hop. As you already know, they have a lot of hip hop influences in their music and of course their features. One of the most notorious features in the hip hop lane for Chris Brown, I would say, is when he was with Busta Rhymes and he gave that verse that Busta Rhymes, he was like, let me show you how to do it. And then he went on a whole rant, a whole like rampage of lyrics that nobody can recite bar for bar. So with that being said, Chris Brown by himself, right, generated over 500 million plus from 4.9 million tickets across 322 reported shows, right? This is his career total. Now, if you look at Usher's career total, 422 million from 3.3 million tickets sold across 334 shows. The reason why I'm talking about their career touring revenue is because when they get together, I believe they're going to break records that we didn't even think was possible. The type of records they're going to break is like Wilt hopping into the NBA in today's age, as far as them being able to offensively take over a game like none other as far as in the past in basketball. So basically I was putting in basketball terms. But for the people who aren't like aware of basketball, just know Chris Brown currently has 121 Billboard Hot 100 entries. Usher has 53. Now, I'm not trying to slight Usher at all because I respect both of these artists immensely. But of course, when you compare Usher to Chris Brown is just on another level. I don't know if it's just recency bias or a lot of people who are older holding Usher in a higher regard. But Chris Brown, in comparison, has had a hit every single stage of his career. I can't say the same for Usher. He's always had respectable tracks on the charts. But Chris Brown, just recently, literally last year, It Depends was one of the most popular R&B tracks in the music industry. And Chris Brown has been in the game for decades, right? I think the last time Usher even entered the Billboard was when he put out Good Good with 21 Savage and Summer Walker, I believe. I think that peaked at 25, which is respectable, of course. But it didn't have the longevity as Chris Brown's latest hit, as It Depends was on the charts for 31 weeks. So when people compare Chris Brown and Usher, obviously, I always have to say this because I cover the charts. Just because you sell a lot does not mean you make the highest product, and just because you don't sell does not mean you're making absolute garbage. But when comparing superstars to other superstars, you do have to start splitting hairs. And Usher, Chris Brown, immensely talented. Usher, Chris Brown, immensely great at singing, amazing at performing, dancing, things of that nature. Music, discography is amazing. So now you really have to start splitting hairs. So now the charts is really what splits up what you could see as a legend compared to another legend. But let's just say they may be on different stages in the same Hall of Fame building. And hopefully that makes sense to y'all. So anyways, not trying to disrespect Chris Brown, not trying to disrespect Usher, but Chris Brown's just on another level, in my opinion. So anyways, the opening of this tour is June 26th, Empire Field at Mount High, and then the final show will be December 11th. So this will be running for quite some time. Literally, they are going from the summer to winter. So they're letting you know that they're about to take over not only the summer, but the winter. But guess what? Somebody else is probably gonna...
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Where'd that drop come from?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Somebody else is gonna have a magnificent tour as well. And let's just say Usher, Chris Brown having a combination tour. You know, combination for my Drake fans out there. And then also you have Drake going on his tour after he drops Iceman. I believe not only will this be a takeover when it comes to R&B, because last year, Kalani, Chris Brown, who else was in the R&B field? Leon Thomas, they really spearheaded the movement in R&B as far as charts, right? This year, I think music-wise, R&B and hip-hop are going to finally take over the top 20 like no other. Because right now, nobody wants to say it, but J. Cole, ain't nobody...
Shepherd.
I'm just saying, bro, for a alleged top 3 hip hop artist of all time or whatever, or not all time, but of the modern generation, his album surely came and went for a reason I can't even describe right now, because I enjoyed the album. So anyways, back to my point. So the reason why I'm saying this is because Don Toliver is currently carrying the hip hop torch as far as in the top consumed as far as music projects notoriously affecting the masses. Don Toliver has the 4th most played album in the world with Octane, and the only hip-hop artist that's even up there, you would think is Jermaine. Of course not. Kanye with Bully. His album is currently the 12th most played album in the world, being canceled and all, and he still has the 12th most played album. So those are the 2 hip-hop artists notoriously affecting the masses when you're comparing it to all genres, right? I think not only will the tour make people listen to Chris Brown and Usher's music once more, but it's already showing signs of that. As you know, your boy takes his job seriously. So as far as the future chart analytics slated for April 25th, Chris Brown has a specific track titled Obvious. Now, I don't know if this is his latest track. Let me see. Because when it comes to Chris Brown, you know, he puts out a lot of music and all of it's fire. You may call it glazing, I just call it stating the facts. You know what I'm saying?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So when it comes to Obvious, okay, it was his latest single. Came out April 10th. And as far as future chart predictions, it's slated to be the 58th most played track in the world. I'm laughing because it's one slot above FDO by Pooh Shiesty, man. It's a sad day in history, man.
Whoop de do. And we beat these folk. Whoop de do. We beat them. We go for it.
Atlanta's never beaten those allegations. But anyways, getting back into Chris Brown. So he currently has another hit that's going to be on the charts as far as Obvious. Touring only helps your discography because after people watch you live, depending on the impression you made upon them, they will go back and listen to your whole discography because they just heard some of the tracks live and they maybe want to hear it on DSPs, right? So for Usher, I believe his respect in the industry is because of his standings of just him being around for so long. Now, I'm not trying to disrespect him when it comes to Chris Brown, even though I do believe Chris Brown is the more notorious artist overall as far as longevity. When it comes to Confessions by Usher, some would say that's one of the best projects ever. So that is what, it's kind of like a Lauryn Hill-esque if she would have kept going. That's how I would put Usher's career, because he never really reached the heights of that. And Chris Brown keeps reaching the heights time and time again. I mean, the track with Drake, you know what I'm saying?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
The No Guidance track, which is very is fairly titled, right? The No Guidance track with Chris Brown and Drake rose on the charts. I think it hit #1. But when it comes to topping the charts, Usher hasn't done that in a minute, right? So he's more of a legacy act, in my opinion. But he's definitely one of the highest performing legacy acts if we're gonna put him in that box. Because like I said earlier, Good that came off of his last album that I believe was released last year. No, it was 2024. His album Coming Home, that peaked at 25. So, but it, quickly left the charts. But hey, you know what I mean?
Whoop de do.
No need to get into, no need to get into the analytical facts.
Whoop de do.
Just let people glaze Usher like he's on the same level of,
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. So, a lot of notable stops for the people who are in the Midwest, East, South, West, Texas, of course. Texas in the West, right? It's probably not. My geography is below sea level. Anyways, as far as Midwest, Minneapolis, Detroit, St. Louis, East Coast, you have Boston, New Jersey, Washington, D.C. Just naming some of the places that Chris Brown and Usher is going to be. Basically, I don't need to name this off. They're going to be everywhere. So 33 stadium shows, best believe they're probably going to hit every single stadium in the state. So we're going to try to. And I wouldn't be surprised if a certain venue sells out so quick that they add another date, right? I think that's more common in the music industry. If it's a certain amount of engagement to where they believe they could do another stadium show and it will still sell out, I think they will do that as far as extending dates or adding dates. So, projected venue, you already know I had a pocket watch, because you look at Usher as far as his last tour in Vegas residency, as far as $115 million gross. That's egregious. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, the Las Vegas residency is in a small little room. Now, obviously, it's not the smallest room possible, but it's not like a stadium. It's not an arena. So for Usher to have 115 million gross, like what in the world? How many shows was he doing? How many shows was Usher? Hey, I know people be putting the gambling on Bruno Mars, but maybe Usher was trying to pay off.
Shepherd.
I'm just saying, it's very peculiar. All them shows in one place, whatever. Maybe he just like Vegas. That's probably what it is. Probably has nothing to do with gambling problems, right? Anyways, Chris Brown. So Chris Brown's latest tour, as far as the Breezy Bowl, as you already know, he's the GOAT. So when it comes to his tour revenue, it was over 300 million, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Yeah. Can't really make that up. You know what I'm saying? And objectively, Chris Brown holds the record for the most top 40 hits by an R&B singer. So if an old head tries to tell you that Usher's on the same level of Chris Brown, respectively, you gotta tell them no. You know what I'm saying?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So anyways, basically I say all that to say this. Them coming together is gonna be a magnificent showing. I'm not a proponent of live events. I know, right? Because I cover the gaming and music industry, but if you've seen, salute to all my subscribers. Y'all seen my vlogs as far as the events I've went to. The events I've went to, I've either been invited to, or I was given like it was a free event, right, for me. Like I don't know why, I'm just not like highly impressed to go out and see a person live unless it's like even, okay, side tangent. So the first time I ever saw somebody live, of course, was the GOAT.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
And this was because of my very close friend back in the day. And I would say his name, but I'm not trying to, say his government in front of thousands of people. So when it comes to him and his birthday, he got Drake tickets when he was on, Drake was on the Views tour, right? And he had a +1. So guess what? That was my first time ever going to a live show. So I'm just not a proponent of live events. I don't know if it's very interesting as far as me covering the gaming and music industry, how I only go out to events if I'm invited, but it's not even bougie. It's just like the fact of a bunch of people being in one spot. I don't know why. It must be because I'm an introvert. Honestly, it's very ironic because I do this podcast. So anyways, getting back into R&B, getting back into why I said that. So basically, the Chris Brown and Usher tour is probably the first tour that I'm probably gonna look at whenever they come around my area, because I may have to pop out. I'm not gonna lie to you. I know the tickets or the ticket price is gonna be egregious, but I believe it's gonna be worth it because this is a once in a lifetime type of tour. This reminds me of when I know he's canceled. I know he's canceled right now. But this reminds me of when Jay-Z and R. Kelly went on tour as far as the best of both worlds. But now we have two of the top R&B acts going on tour. That's the level of prestige I would give Usher and Chris Brown. I know what y'all saying. Y'all was like, I can't believe you just compared it to Sean Carter and R. Kelly. But like, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I just did.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So anyways, I will be looking forward to this show. Hopefully it comes around my area. When it comes to 33 dates, a stadium tour, a mammoth amount of money is about to be made. Last time they went on their individual tours, Chris Brown made $300 million plus, and Usher made $115 million. And keep in mind, the only reason it was $115 million because once again, the Las Vegas residency is a small room, right? Well, not a small. Y'all get the point. It's not a stadium. It's not an arena. So to still make $115 million in that area is magnificent, right? So now them going on the largest. It's probably going to be the largest R&B tour of all time. I know that's a huge because I would have to rack my brain on R&B tours that did phenomenal, but Usher, Chris Brown, it's gonna have the most revenue generated for an R&B tour, and I'm standing on that. I ain't gonna lie to you. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think about Chris Brown and Usher going on tour? It's technically called the R&B tour, and not because of the genre. Obviously, it's a double entendre, but it's because of a Raymond and Brown tour. If you was wondering, so if you want to be that well actually person, but hey, they're going on a genre tour. Well actually is named after Raymond and Brown tour. Chris Brown could get out there rapping for all we know. Anyways. So click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Chris Brown Usher tour being announced? And will you be going to watch them live if they come to a stadium near you?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, of course, I'm not going to make y'all suffer with my horrendous vocals as far as the last time I covered Ella Langley in my, attempt to sing Choosing Texas. So for that, you're welcome.
Give him some praise.
You know what I'm saying?
Give him some praise.
I didn't even want to hurt your eardrums.
Give him some praise.
I didn't want to do that to you, but all jokes aside, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to talk about Ella Langley. And hold up now.
I know that ain't who I think.
Now, before we get into her album Notoriously Affecting the Masses, let's just say I personally think that Ella Langley could have done without Morgan Wallen.
You guys.
Sorry.
See, that's the problem.
Somebody had to say, Ella Langley is out here topping the charts, and I mean objectively, as Ella Langley in her Dandelion debut, if you don't know, that's the name of her album, just sold 168,000, and it's the first most played project in the world as far as first week sales. Now, to put it in layman's terms for people who are not very aware of the charts, just know when you debut, you're going up with all the other projects. So right below her, you see Morgan Wallen, but of course, his album been out, right? To give him kudos, I do bring up him saying the hard R with no repercussions, right? But when it comes to I'm the Problem, that came out May 16, 2025, safe to say him still having the second most played project in the world is literally one of the most impressive things that I've seen in the continuation of 2 to 3 years. Because I'm not going to lie to you, if you have an album stay in the top 5. I mean, we've had Taylor Swift's album come and go. We've had the K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack come and go. We've had all type of albums just in the top 5 and have staying power, but none of them have stayed longer than Morgan Wallen's album, I'm the Problem. So even though I understand Ella Langley's thought process as far as doing a duet with him, which we're going to get into more of the details in a second, I still am condemning it because I don't believe she needs it, especially if she wants to get more of a award recognition, especially at the Grammys. But hey, guess what? When it comes to awards, she's already racking it up. So maybe she's like, whoop, maybe she's like,
whoop-dee-doo.
You know what I mean? She's probably saying to herself,
Whoop-dee-doo.
if the awards shows don't mess with me anymore because I'm doing a collab with Morgan Wallen.
Whoop-dee-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-dee-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
Because you look at Ella Langley in the past 2 years, she had 9 major wins, major award wins. As you look at 2025 ACM Awards, 5 trophies, including New Female Artist of the Year plus Single of the Year for You Look Like You Love Me with Riley Green. 2025 CMA Awards, where she had 3 wins, Single, Song, and Music Video of the Year, same duet, historic sweep across categories over 2 years. And of course, you look at the iHeart Music Awards in 2026, of course, this year. Best New Country Artist, and she also earned Billboard Woman in Music Powerhouse Award. I'll be lying to you if I said I knew what that meant.
Shepherd.
I'm just saying, I don't know what that means. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to keep it 8 more than 92. Anyways, so getting back into Ella Langley, the main thing I wanted to say, because, you know, over here we cover the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses. And, you know, doing this full time, you know your boy takes his job serious, as we're about to dive into the future chart analytics. Because if you don't know, Dandelion, which is Ella Langley's latest album, just released April 10th, is 8 tracks, 56 minutes in length. And more specifically, when we get into the tracks that's performing the best off of the album, I have it right here for you. So with that being said, when you look at, I said I was going to get into the details of the Morgan Wallen collab, huh? All right, let's do that, and then I'll get into the charts of the best performing tracks off of the album. So basically, Ella Langley and Morgan Wallen, they had a tour, right? No. Ella Langley's having a tour, but Morgan Wallen had an appearance during the Morgan Wallen Still the Problem tour, where she opened. This was April 18, 2026 in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. They debuted the new duet, quote, I Can't Love You Anymore. Ella wrote it and sent it to him 1 month prior, if you just want to know the behind the scenes story of that. And of course, it drops this Friday, April 24th. So, you know, shout out to me for letting you know, letting you in on that. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you was an Ella Langley connoisseur, you know what I'm saying? You're welcome. You feel me? Nah, you're welcome. You ain't even got to do all that.
Give him some praise.
But just know you're welcome. So with that being said, yeah, I Can't Love You Anymore is coming out this Friday, of course. And when it comes to Ella Langley, her having a mammoth amount of success with Choosing Texas, which we're going to also get into that in a second. We have a lot to cover with Ella Langley. I want to put immense respect on her name because as of right now, she is one of the top performing artists in the year of 2026. So anyways, when it comes to her topping the charts, with her album Dandelion, she is currently on tour, the Dandelion tour. Of course, you already know what that's named after. And as of right now, she is set to be in Belleville, Texas in May 1st, which is Rock the Country. May 7th, she'll be in Toledo, Ohio. I'm not going to go over all her dates, but I'll just let you know the next 3. And then May 8th, she'll be in St. Louis, Missouri. Hold up now. Anyways, with that being said, let's get into the best performing tracks off of the album. And of course, we're going to get into the Choosing Texas deep dive in a second. As you already know, the best performing track off of the album isn't even close. Choosing Texas is still the first most played track in the world. And we're not just saying first, you know, like it just got there, because it was battling it out with BTS's album Ari Ring as far as Swim, the specific track Swim off of the Ari Ring album. It was battling it out for #1 with that specific track. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at Swim, obviously it's still respectable because it's the 5th most played track in the world. But you see that even though Ari Ring had Swim and it was a magnificent success to the point where it did reach #1, so it technically got that accolade, it fell right back and faltered to Choosing Texas. Choosing Texas unequivocally is one of the most popular tracks, if not the most, in the year of 2026. As Choosing Texas has been on the charts for about 25 weeks and it's still the most played track in the world. And some of the tracks that follow that, of course, is Olivia Dean, Man I Need, been on the charts for about 33 weeks. Ordinary, which I keep saying, that is the most impressive track I've seen in the past 3 years. Ordinary by Alex Warren is the 4th most played track in the world. I've been on the charts for about 60 weeks. And then, of course, when you look at Bruno Mars, his track, I Just Might, is the 3rd most played track in the world. And it's been on the charts for about 13 weeks. Shout out to Queen Apple, Cinnamon, and Cherry for joining the stream. If you don't know, I'm currently live streaming right now. So back to my coverage of Ella Langley. When you look at her having the most played track in the world, it's very impressive. It's a very much an impressive accomplishment, because you have Bruno Mars, you have BTS, you have somebody else.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Let's just say you have one of the most notorious hip-hop acts of all time.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. I was just trying to let them know. He's coming soon. So all of this competition and choosing Texas is still number one. I think it's one of the more prominent tracks, especially in the year of 2026. Now, regardless of that, we're gonna get that. We're gonna get back into that in a second. Shout out to Cherry for sending a star. Thank you so much. So when we're getting into Ella Langley's best performing tracks off of her album Dandelion, you know, I'm 26 going on 80, so you gotta give me some grades. I'm working with my technology right now. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, Choosing Texas is number one, of course, the best performing track off of her album and the best performing track, period, like on planet Earth. Insane. And then you look at Be Her, that's the 4th most played track in the world. You have, let me see, who else you have? And then you have Bottom of Your Boots, which is the 20th most played track in the world. Now, of course, I don't know if I said this before. So I have future chart analytics. So this is slated for April 25th, 2026. So, of course, your boy takes his job seriously. We cover the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses. But keep in mind, if you go to the charts right now, it won't be in this slot, right? This is the future chart predictions slated for April 25th. All right, with that being said, because I didn't want to confuse any of the newcomers. Choosing Texas is number one. Be Her by Ella Langley is set to be the 4th most played track in the world. And then you have, let me see, what was we at again? You have Bottom of Your Boot set to be the 20th. Loving Life Again set to be the 21st. And then, of course, when we go over to the next slide, then we have Dandelion set to be the 27th. You have, and you know, so you probably hear some of your favorite tracks off of the album when I'm going through this list, but just know I'm going in order from most popular to least. And then you have, let me see if I can find it. Broken, set to be the 53rd most played track in the world. We Know Us, set to be the 55th most played track in the world. You and Me Time, that sounds like a sexy track. I ain't gonna lie to you. Anyways, it's PG podcast. That's set to be the 56th most played track in the world. And then you have Low Light, set to be the 62nd. Speaking Terms, set to be the 63rd. Butterfly Season, set to be the 73rd most played track in the world. If you don't know, she has 18 tracks, so it's not a lot, but I mean, it is a lot, but we won't have much more. Something Simple, set to be the 76th most played track in the world. Last Call for Us, set to be the 78th. I Gotta Quit, set to be the 82nd. It Wasn't God Who Made Honky Tonk. What in the actual? Hold on now. No, that can't be an actual. Hold on, man. You guys. Nah, bro. Let me go to the album. See, that's the problem. I know the charts. The charts, that must be AI. That got to be AI. There's no way she has a track.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at...
Ladies and gentlemen, Ella Langley literally has a track titled, It Wasn't God Who Made Honky Tonk. Like, I can't even see the whole title. That's how. It's just so... Oh, let me see if I can find this right quick. It Wasn't God Who Made Honky Tonk Angel. Honky Tonk Angel? What in the...
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Yo, that's the craziest title I've ever heard for a track. I'm not exaggerating one bit. That is actually insane. You know, shout out to her for creativity, I guess. All right, so back, that threw me all the way off. I'm not gonna lie to you. So the 84th most played track in the world, as far as April 24th, you know, slated for April 24th. It's said to be slated to be It Wasn't God Who Made Honky Tonk Angels. That's insane. And then of course we have, is that it? Okay, so that's basically it. So what was that, like 14 out of 18, I believe? Yeah, I'm not gonna go back through and count, but basically rewind it. You heard from best performing to least performing as far as the best performing tracks off of the Dandelion album. So when it comes to that, now let's get into Choosing Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you the egregious numbers, Now, this is why they say if you get one hit in the music industry, you may be set for life, depending on how you use your funds as far as investing. You know, this is not financial advice, but you know, there's a lot of different ways and a lot of vehicles and avenues for you to make your money stretch. Choosing Texas is one of those type of tracks where if Ella Langley never made another song ever, she could live off of this for quite some time. Because if you don't know, when you look at it, it doesn't seem like a lot, right? But it boosted her overall net worth by $5 million. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, how is that possible? Well, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the massive more hit, 20 plus weeks on #1 on Hot Country, we're not even talking about overall, we're talking about country specifically. And of course, that means a lot more radio play, right? Weekly streams along with strong radio. And of course, people are still streaming it, like I just said. And you look at the RIAA Platinum, earning its different certifications, and of course, the 300 million plus global streams early on. Even without the heavy radio play, it was still doing immaculate, right? Now it's just another testament to showcase that this track has at least grossed several $1 million, right? Now, as far as Ella Langley specifically, you don't know how much she's going to take in. Obviously, it could be half of that, but it's still in the millions. Basically, I'm saying that she basically hit the lottery with Choosing Texas. So a lot of people are saying that she's likely to have made millions off of Choosing Texas, and that is hopefully she is choosing to taxes to pay. But anyways, Choosing Texas specifically has made her millions of dollars, and we're not even talking about the album. We're not even talking about tour. Let's just say Ella Langley is having a phenomenal 2026. So that is what I wanted to get into. I wanted to put immense respect on her status in the music industry as of right now, because it's really second to none. When you look at the longevity, I'm interested to see how long Dandelion will stay in the top 5, because obviously a certain someone is coming soon.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
So I only think she'll have that #1 slot for another week, and that would be it, at the very most, because I think somebody is dropping soon.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Now, for my country fans out there that have no idea what's going on in hip-hop, the biggest artist ever, which is Drake, is about to drop. So anyways, as far as Ella Langley and Dandelion, I'll be interested to see if it has that Morgan Wallen type of appeal, as far as almost being a year out and it still being top 2 as far as Morgan Wallen, talking about him. It'll be interesting to see if Ella Langley could have that type of longevity, or if Choosing Texas is outperforming the whole album as a whole, right? So, I mean, 168,000 for an album is no slouch, right? But Choosing Texas is such a mammoth of a hit. I would say that track is probably carrying a lot of the sales as far as the actual album. So I'm not even talking about the singles and seeing how long they're going to last on the charts, because I'm not trying to be a stickler, but I don't think they're going to last as long as Choosing Texas. I think it's going to be respectable. Like Bottom of Your Boots was pretty high, but looking at it in totality, I think it's going to be the discography that I need to pay attention to, because Choosing Texas is definitely going to stay in the top 3 as it's done this whole year. But when it comes to the album, I'll be interested to see if this album comes and goes, or if people keep listening to it in the foreseeable future. But once again, for the Langley lights out there, that's why, that's just the nickname I just gave y'all. She is currently headlining her tour, of course, the Dandelion tour. So this is not an ad, of course. I just like to tell specific connoisseurs of artists where they can find the artist live. So you can probably go to her page, or just go to Ticketmaster, type in the Dandelion tour, and it should probably pop up. So with that being said, the biggest takeaway is that Ella Langley is notoriously affecting the masses. So that being said, click my link here in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Ella Langley's latest album titled Dandelion? Are you going to be listening to her and Morgan Wallen's track, I Can't Love You Anymore, coming out April 24th? And if you've listened to the Dandelion album entirely, what is your favorite track?
Shepherd, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, if y'all don't know, the GOAT is currently being highly respected right now. And when it comes to the GOAT, you already know that he drops May 15th. You know what I'm saying?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
And also when it comes...
Shepherd.
Okay, my fault. So anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're here to talk about the one and only Michael Jackson. As not only is he the king of pop? But even post-death, rest in peace to Michael Jackson, not only his estate, but the movie, that was made because of the approval of his estate, is currently the biggest biopic ever, surpassing Straight Outta Compton and Bohemian Rhapsody. So when we're talking about Michael Jackson, safe to say the level of appreciation is at an all-time high, to the point where you knew the haters were going to come out of the woodworks.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, of course, I'm not even talking about the reviews of the movie, as that's highly divisive as far as his fan base, right? Some people like the movie, some people don't. Some people are indifferent about the movie. But you know who's not indifferent? James Safe Chuck.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Now, of course, over here at Notorious Mass Effect, I don't have any sides that I'm picking on either or as far as Michael Jackson and James Safe Chuck. But if you don't know who this person is that I just said, he's one of the two main accusers. And the reason why I have to say this is because, of course, when it comes into the actual movie, he basically said, James Safe Chuck said the celebration of Jackson could be emotionally triggering for abuse survivors. So the reason why I'm saying that is to keep it objective and give it 8 more than 92, because you already know when it comes to this particular situation, it is very tricky, to the point where the CEO came out. Was it the CEO or it was one? Let me see. All type of notes on. I kid you not. Yeah. Okay. So Lionsgate chairman Adam Fogelson came out and reportedly said a third installment is quote, not inconceivable. So basically, they could touch on certain areas that other docs have tried to do about Michael Jackson, which, of course, when it comes to that situation, like I keep saying, it's very tricky. But when it comes to the movie, the film, Michael, ends around 1998. Now, there is a sequel being planned because of the mammoth amount of money that's just flowing in from the movie. And we're not even talking about the movie. I mean, even if the Michael Jackson movie was a flop, you have streams that increase, merchandise sales, stage productions as far as overall videos. If you don't know, they currently just put out another video. Let me see if I can find this. So Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. So basically, there's a video out right now that was released April 24th, has 5.9 million views, almost 6 million. The 50th top music video, and it's basically a tribute to Michael Jackson. Now, I'm not, oh, my fault, I didn't mean to do that. I'm not going to play it because, of course, for copyright reasons, but as you can see right here, it's basically a celebration of Michael Jackson where everybody dances to the actual track. Now, the reason why I say that is because they could have put this movie out and it not be a success at all. And those factors are still going to increase. Streaming, merchandise, stage productions, as far as, people dancing to the music, and you have the music videos on different platforms. And, of course, the licensing of Michael Jackson's actual IP as far as his face recognition. There's probably another word for that, but I'm blanking on that. So, basically, with this movie being a financial success, along with the other songs and albums that are increasing that we're about to get into right now, that is why I believe we're going to get a sequel expeditiously. To quote my man Clifford, you know what I'm saying?
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. To quote my man T.I. So basically, when you look at what songs increased on the charts because of this movie, at first I was thinking to myself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know people ain't out here watching this movie and not going back to stream the iconic discography of Michael Jackson until you realize, ladies and gentlemen, Billie Jean, because of the movie, is now slated to, objectively speaking, as of right now, Billie Jean by Michael Jackson has resurged into the 38th most played track in the world. And because, your boy takes his job serious over here, we have future chart analytics slated for May 16th. And when you look at Michael Jackson again, he's also slated to have multiple tracks on the charts, as Billie Jean is slated to jump 21 places to the 17th most played track in the world. And these are future chart predictions based on Billboard chart data, etc. So these sources aren't, I just made it up, right? Which y'all definitely know that if you've listened for quite some time. So basically, the other tracks, it's Human Nature. That's re-entering the charts at the 29th most played track in the world. And then you have Beat It, set to be the 32nd most played track in the world. And then you have Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, slated to be the 38th. And then, of course, was there another one? I don't think there can be another one. Actually, it is another one. Let me see. Oh, no, that's Madonna, I think. Shout out to Madonna. No, actually, I'm tripping. That's it's Michael Jackson again. Okay. Michael Jackson's Dirty Diana is slated to be a reoccurring track, so it's technically not charting, because if you don't know, when you see RC, well, you don't see it right now because it's part of a subscription. But basically, RC means that it's a track that's charted for so long that it has to be at a certain placement in the charts. I think it's like top 35 to even actually have a number. So Human Nature barely made it, Beat It barely made it, but they are still one of the more popular tracks in the world, right? Don't Stop Till You Get Enough made it. So I think it is top 50, because after that, I think the first one, Rock With You, that would have been the 54th most played track in the world. It's RC. So that's recurrent, meaning it's too low to be on the actual charts, but here's where it would be if it was able to chart. So then you have Dirty Diana, that would have been the 57th most played track in the world. When did you? Oh, that's Sabrina Carpenter. And then I think that's basically it. Let me see if there's any other tracks. So I'm basically letting you know all the Michael Jackson tracks that are currently resurging on the charts because of the movie, which is a huge deal, right? I was wondering when the Michael fan base is going to come up, because it's going to show out, because you already know.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
I mean, you already know.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
May 15th, when the GOAT drop, you already know we showing out like you ain't never seen before.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So anyways, those are all the tracks that are resurging on the charts because of the movie. Now, when you look at the U.S. solo streams for Michael Jackson, it rose 95 to 116%, ladies and gentlemen, over the opening weekend of the movie, and it was nearly double as far as prior comparable days per Luminate. So if you don't know, Luminate is another thing. I think Billboard's under Luminate. Luminate owns everything. I think basically the easiest way to explain Luminate is they own everything in the music industry. I kid you not. And then of course, when it comes to him gaining monthly Spotify listeners, it rose to 73 million, up 5 million as far as the increase. And then of course the Jackson 5 stream. So everybody just getting, you know what I'm saying? Everybody just getting sales increase because of the movie coming out, which is why these things exist, right? But they don't do it for every artist. The streams rose 85%, and this is on track for Jackson 5's biggest streaming week ever. Because if you don't know, obviously, back in the day, this wasn't a thing. You couldn't pay $10 and get everybody's discography, right? Which sounds crazy now when you say it out loud. But back then, if you actually wanted somebody's specific music, you couldn't just pay $10 and get it. As far as everybody's music, you had to go specifically to the store and pay those $10 for one album. Mind you, one album, ladies and gentlemen. Times have changed. So with that being said, when it comes to Michael Jackson's estate, I've touched on this before, saying that they're worth $3.5 billion, right? But they did have turmoil after Michael Jackson's tragic death in 2009, right? They faced $400 to $500 million in debt. Now, I don't know where that came from, but basically, because of that debt, it was under the executors? Why does it say that? John Branca and John McClane. And with that being said, under their guidance, I think, of John Branca and John McClane, they end up generating $3 to $3.5 billion through catalog deals via Sony, ATV, the tours as far as Immortal 1, This Is It, the MJ musical, and now the biopic. So basically, they had some masterminds come into the room as far as, what are the names again? As far as John Branca and John McClane, and they turned the whole estate around from $400 to $500 million in debt to $2 to $3.5 billion, ladies and gentlemen. That's crazy. But shout out to them, because that's not an easy feat. Like, I don't know, obviously y'all know millions is a lot, but to change that into billions, I mean, somebody's doing their job over there. And of course, even though you're working with Michael Jackson, does not mean that you're able to turn that debt into such an egregious amount of revenue. And this movie is just another example of how the marketing aspect, as far as Michael Jackson's estate and the people that they've garnered advice from, they're just doing a phenomenal job. Like, hey, regardless of what the fan base, regardless of what the family says, because you already know. Where's this at? So Janet came out, talked about this movie. Paris Jackson came out, talked about it, literally saying, quote, she described it as, quote, fantasy land. Now, I'm not going to say that's hating, but
I know that ain't who I think it is.
so anyways, when it comes to the divisiveness of this movie, it's a real thing. It's not like I just made it up. Fans have came out, said they didn't like it. Some fans say they do like it, right? Family members have said they didn't like it. Some family members came out, actually, Jafar, Jermaine, of course they came out. It's like, I love it, right? You know why they will love it. But basically, it's highly divisive as far as how people feel about this movie. I think, I still haven't seen it yet. I know what y'all probably saying. I know what y'all saying.
Like, come on, bro.
I know what y'all saying. Come on, man.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
How you not gonna watch the Michael movie and you cover the music industry? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have a great reason for it. I just ain't got around to it.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I kid you not. When it comes to the Michael movie, because of the reviews, now I'm not like a sheep. Somebody can't say something, I'll be like, oh, that's my opinion now. But now, when it's so divisive, it's like, I was going to go see it, but now I'm just going to wait. I don't know why. I just going to wait. I'm just going to wait to it. Basically, I think what I'm doing, I think I'm waiting for it to come to streaming. I kid you not. And I don't feel bad about that at one bit. Because, at the end of the day, there's so many other metrics that I could talk about when it comes to this movie, like I just did, that without seeing it, that, you still get a very specific look at how Michael's movie is impacting the masses and affecting the masses, right? Which is the whole point of this podcast. So anyways, getting back into the effect of this movie, the tracks that's shown in the movie feature songs like Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, Rockin' Robin, Blame It on the Boogie, Enjoy Yourself, This Place Hotel, Think Happy, and then when it comes to that, like I said, it ended in 1998, I believe. Let me see. I think it was 1998. So yeah, the film ends around 1998. So when it comes to the sequel, obviously they're gonna cover the later years of Jackson's life. But when it comes to the estate, they reportedly received, and this is from the movie, they reportedly received $10 million up front. That is insane.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at that.
They received $10 million up front for co-production and music licensing. And then, of course, estimated of 25% share of profits. I mean, that's a W deal if I ever seen it. I kid you not. And then approximately 40 million plus, depending on final theatrical performance. But of course, that's said about the estimated 25% of share of profits. So when it comes to Michael Jackson, it's not enough respect that I could put on his name. Now, of course, I've said time and time again, I'm not the biggest Michael Jackson fan. Not saying I don't enjoy Michael Jackson music, but as far as knowing every song, every album, I'm 26. I'm 26 going on 80, right? So when it comes to the actual music that I listen to, obviously it's the GOAT, you know what I'm saying?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
And of course, because of the podcast, my palette has become very expansive. I've listened to BTS to the point where they have one of my favorite albums of the year. I like the Don Toliver album. I listen to very current music, and it's probably because of the podcast, but I honestly enjoy listening to current music to see what a landscape of music is shifting towards. And I think Don Toliver is basically where it's shifting towards. He definitely has his finger on the next wave of sound, in my opinion. So anyways, Michael Jackson, getting back into the King of Pop. So when it comes to the actual sequel for the movie, apparently production could start late 2026 or 2027, depending on Anton Fuqua's schedule. So hopefully I said his name right. And this will cover the later parts of his life, remaining music and life events. So I don't know if they'll ever get into the accusations, because there's a lot of stuff you can get into in that particular event. Because even the documentaries that have came out about Michael Jackson, would they even touch that in a movie that seems like it's made for more of the performative and celebratory aspect of Michael? So that being said, I don't think there's anything else that let me see what's that. Yeah, that's basically it. Oh, also I forgot to say. So basically, when it comes to the projects, of course, with the movie, it's doing phenomenal. When it comes to Thriller, It's currently the 7th most played project in the world, ladies and gentlemen. And then you have number ones, which is literally all his number ones that he's put out in his career, right? That's currently the 14th most played project in the world. And then, of course, last but definitely not least, the actual Michael Jackson Michael soundtrack, as far as the movie, that is currently the 41st most played project in the world. So after covering the notorious Mass Effect of the Michael movie and the after effects as far as on merch, streaming, etc., click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Michael Jackson's biopic, Michael? And at the end of the day, do you believe that after hearing all of these numbers, is Michael the biggest artist of all time?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Iceman! Drink!
Oh, hold on now. Oh.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Dude, Iceman! Dude, Iceman!
That's the real Drake.
That's the real Drake!
Not the real Drake. Yo, it's just him.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Wow. Not the 200.
We locked into it!
They locked in, bro.
Just me.
Oh, he's crying.
Please. Send another, please.
Oh, and then there they go begging for more.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. You know, at the end of the day, there's a specific reason why this huge kerfuffle is going on. And it's because Iceman is on the way. As if you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, Drake himself took the time to say release date inside. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself,
You guys.
what release date could he be referring to? Well, I'm glad you asked. As when it comes to Iceman, you already know the album that's going to save the hip-hop game. When it comes to the release date specifically, 81 Bond Street, downtown Toronto.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And if you didn't know, that streamer that I just showcased at the beginning, of course, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because we're going to get to something you probably want to see it very soon. But basically, the streamer, Big Mon Raf, that's the person I just had at the beginning of the segment. Drake saw his stream, gifted over 1,000 subs, and it was because of a lot of people going to this ice sculpture wanting to get their release date. And you got the one and only Livingston Allen.
I just don't like it, man.
Hold on now.
I just don't like that shit, man.
But it's your comment. Hold on. I don't know how you got on my stream. I ain't gonna cap to you. But anyways, as you can see right here, Livingston Allen, more commonly referred to as Academics, commented, I'll get this melted in 90 minutes tops. Goodness gracious.
You guys.
That brother using no hands, you know what I'm saying? All right, my fault. Anyways, it's a PG podcast, by the way. So when you look at the overall promotion, this has a lot of people in a kerfuffle. This is a huge hoopla going on as far as the release of Iceman. And you're probably thinking to yourself, that is a pretty interesting sculpture as far as a rollout for an album. But ladies and gentlemen, you ain't seen nothing yet.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And there's a reason why I say Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because Exhibit A. Now I know what you're probably thinking to yourself. I thought you said this was a PG podcast. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, Drake commissioned artist Rebecca Maria to create a 9-foot sculpture honoring Sade. Now, of course, the person in this picture, I don't know if that's Sade or not, because I don't know too much about Sade, even though I do cover the entire music and gaming industry. I covered the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses as far as, you know, the top charting IPs in gaming and music. And not to be disrespectful, but I ain't really seen her.
Not saying no one. You a long list of the rappers that had to go get a job.
Come on, Joseph.
But if I got something that still works, why would I?
Bro, we ain't trying to say all that.
Go to Costco.
But okay, first off,
I have to go to Costco. Go somewhere.
All right, so we're not trying to tell Sade to go somewhere. We're just saying that the immaculate assets, as far as I'm gonna explain it. As far as the videos, as far as the pictures, you know, at the end of the day, these are magnificent assets, and that man Drake is one freaky individual.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
So that being said, this is my favorite sculpture. I ain't gonna cap to you, but you know, everybody is going over the people are head over heels for another sculpture, and that is because of this right here that Drake said in the midst of it is the release of Iceman. Now, another thing I wanted to point out, because your boy takes his job seriously. So if you was wondering what his Green Bay Packers jacket was referring to, I know, right?
You guys.
You're like, Dreamz has everything, and he does. Hold up, let me change my scene, and he does. That's why you should rate this 5 stars and share this to somebody who you think would enjoy gaming and music coverage. Now, with that out the way, the reason why Aubrey Graham, more commonly referred to as Drake, the reason why he's wearing this is because apparently the Bears QB, Caleb Williams, now I don't watch sports that often, but I think he's the starting QB for the Chicago Bears, right? He filed for the trademark Iceman. I was like, hold up now.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know he ain't just filed for the trademark Iceman when Drake trying to.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know he ain't trying to take the shine away out of one of the greatest artists we've ever had in the music industry.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know that he.
Shepherd.
Nah, that's enough. Y'all get the point. So basically, to take a dig at him, he basically wore a package jacket. That's as deep as it goes, ladies and gentlemen. If you wanted it deeper than that,
whoop-de-doo.
First off, you gotta say pause.
You guys.
Well, never mind. So anyways, when you look at this specific jacket, is literally because he's taking a dig out of the Bears QB that trademarked the Iceman nickname. Now, is it because of him sliding Drake, or did he just want the Iceman nickname in the midst of one of the biggest hip hop rollouts ever? Y'all, I'll let y'all be the judge of that. So that's why he's wearing this. So he's taking a whole jab at the Caleb Williams, the QB for the Chicago Bears. Anyways, what y'all came here for is we're about to get into it right now, because of course, if we're talking sales, then you already know Drake is leaps and bounds above the competition, and this is no different, as even though Iceman is set to do phenomenal, I'm going to get into my predictions in a second. When you look at Drake's dominance in the music industry, this is definitely one of the lowest statures in his career, and he's still leading the pack, right? It's almost as like SGA, LeBron, and who was before LeBron, and Kobe all in their prime. Like, that's Drake throughout this whole music industry. He's had a grip, pulse on the entire music industry for quite some time, having hit after hit after hit. Now, the reason why I say that is because the rollout for Iceman is going to be very indicative of a lot of things, because if you look at Drake right now, he's completely out of the top 100. This hasn't happened in quite some time, right? Of course, if you don't know, I'm about to tell you now, the notorious streak of Drake, as far as from 2009 to 2017, when he had consecutive weeks on the Hot 100, right? But it ended August 2017 when he fell off, when Passion Fruit fell off of the charts. And then, of course, shortly after that, he maintained his yearly presence. Now, I just wonder, what album came after 2017? It's almost like the album right after the Pusha T beef.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And now, of course, overall, Drake still holds a massive gap over all the other rappers as far as most Hot 100 entries. I think it's all time, honestly. Yeah, okay, it's the all-time record. Most Hot 100 entries ever. By the way, we're talking about the GOAT, by the way.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Just in case y'all didn't know. So anyways, the reason why I say that is because he completely off of the Hot 100 just like he was in 2017. And what did he follow up that album? What did he follow that up with? And what was the time period for Drake? It's very peculiar how back in 2017, leading up into Iceman, leading up into Scorpion, he was coming off of the Pusha T beef, and now he's out of the Hot 100 in 2026, coming off of the Kendrick Lamar beef. Now, I'm not saying that Scorpion is like a classic, but I do hold it in high regard as far as Drake's discography. Now, of course, there's a whole discussion if you want to talk about Drake's best projects. So let's stick specifically on Iceman. So, ladies and gentlemen, as far as this rollout right here, the release date is reportedly in the midst of this, and let's just say I have all type of videos to show y'all. So, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, because of course, when you look at the construction of this particular sculpture, they was basically going. Let me see. I think it was days and nights of them. I actually don't know how long it took them, but okay, here we go. So right here. So this is everybody working on the sculpture. Nothing too crazy. Just an everyday hard worker. 9 to 5, getting it right. You feel me? One of the greatest music albums about to release is like, we got to get up there and get it done. You know what I'm saying? Get her done. Isn't that what they be saying? I don't think they be saying that. But anyways, so that's that's the construction of the ice sculpture. And then of course we have another video. As if you don't know, this is the other shot. Let me see if I can pull this up. So this is the other shot right here. of the sculpture. So a lot of people have been working on this for quite some time. So even though I prefer the Sage sculpture, you know what I'm saying? This is a PG podcast, but the Ice sculpture, you know, it's cool or whatever, because it's definitely going to give us the release date of Drake's album Iceman. And what you probably been wanting to know, what does this mean for the release date? I think at the length of the duration of the wait time, I think we have maximum 2 weeks. It could come Thursday. It could come next Thursday. I don't think it's going to be more than 2 weeks. I think this Ice sculpture is definitely going to melt. And if not a week, definitely 2. So Iceman season is officially here. A lot of people was thinking they was going to stall us out. A lot of people were saying that Drake may not drop towards the end of the year to let the game miss him. And let's just say Drake likes making money, and best believe he's going to follow this album announcement with another tour. I wouldn't be surprised if it's called the Freeze the World Tour. So anyways, with that being said, another thing I wanted to showcase is the hoopla surrounding around the Ice sculpture. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the beginning of my segment, that was not it. That was one streamer in particular. Here is everybody else. So as you can see right here, a lot of people are very much anticipating Iceman. You know, it's one of those type things where you come to realize that Drake is definitely having one of the more unique marketing strategies that he's ever had for an album. Because remember the cover where he had a bunch of pregnant ladies on there, called it a day? He basically was like, y'all want a unique marketing strategy?
Whoop-de-doo.
Y'all want me to act like I care about vinyls and CDs?
Whoop-de-doo.
And now it feels like with Iceman, he's actually going through the actual proper marketing and promotion. Because if you don't know, this man Aubrey Graham is still beefing with his label.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
But before we get more into his beef with UMG, let's get into what some of the onlookers were starting to do to make the ice melt faster. So this is one of the things right here. Actually, let me see if I can. Somebody pulled a whole pocket flamethrower out, you know, just to melt the ice. Wasn't the actual? And no, ladies and gentlemen, this is not AI. This is from an actual credible source. So shout out to Say Cheese. So there was something else I was wanting to show. Somebody had a whole flamethrower. I kid you not. Somebody had a flamethrower. And if I don't show y'all, y'all gonna think I'm making it up. I want to see if I can find this right quick. So I think it's right here. Oh no. Okay, so this is people with the sledgehammer. I'm gonna show y'all the flamethrower in a second. So this is here we go. This is a streamer, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Just got a sub. Shout out to whoever that was for following him. Yep. They're trying to figure out how to break the ice, y'all. This is their Super Bowl. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just wanted to see the flamethrower. Like, I don't care too much about this because obviously I'm gonna be right here when the album come out. But when it comes to the flamethrower, let me see, Drake. I think this is the right one. Okay, they have a fire. I'm just showing y'all the things that people are doing around this ice sculpture, because literally this is one of the more unique marketing strategies we've seen. And I wouldn't spend too much time on this if people wasn't acting outlandish like this. You know what I'm saying? This is a whole fire just starting in the middle of the Iceman sculpture. It's actually insane. Not gonna lie to you. So as far as somebody, you know, transforming into a Chirac demon and pulling out their own flamethrower, I believe there's oh, finally. Oh, my goodness. I was like, bro, am I going to be able to find it? Okay, here we go. This is not AI. This is literally somebody with a whole flamethrower, as you can see right here. I don't know if this is a worker. I don't know how you get this, because there's whole security around this sculpture, right? Because obviously it's in Toronto. Drake, like, runs Toronto, but you still need checks and balances for events like these. So for this man to walk in with a whole professional flamethrower and start trying to melt the ice, I mean, this is just insane. I mean, just, guys, if Drake's not the GOAT, I don't know who is, because who in the world could put up an ice sculpture and have fans acting out like this?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Like, I think at the end of the day, if White Tank Top, Size 7, if he was to have some type of rollout like this, he would have had a bunch of, you know, let's just say, you know, he had to been in the karate class or something.
You got
I mean,
see, that's the problem.
Man had to learn how to get some jujitsu, some, you know, martial arts. Maybe had to enter the MMA to figure out Kung Fu Kenny's next release date. You know what I'm saying?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. I'm just letting y'all know that man Kung Fu Kenny, he could not care less. And remember when people said he was the top of the rap game and he completely disappeared? We haven't seen him since. So back to what I was saying. So if y'all couldn't tell, my favorite artist is Drake. So the Drake and UMG lawsuit is very much ongoing. When it comes to Drake versus UMG, let's just say there's no updates, right? As far as April 17th, there was like a brief reply, and the case remains active in the Second Circuit, meaning there's oral arguments in a ruling pending later in 2026. So this is what that means, I think, for his album release as far as Iceman. Obviously, UMG is going to be credited, you know, The boys don't play over there. They got Drake under contract and he's going to fulfill it, right? So now you try to get around UMG doing a collab album with Party Next Door, which if you look at the DSPs at the bottom of the album, it says Sony. There's a reason for that. Now, of course, UMG is cut in on that percentage, but it's a lower percentage that they would usually get. You look at the actual charts as far as his album, Take Care is his best performing album as of right now. If you don't remember what Pusha T said all the way back in 2017, he basically said, you signed to one dude who signed to 3 other people who signed to 15, whatever he said, right? Basically, he said Drake was signed to a lot of people. That's the album that a lot of people had hands in. So it's very interesting how that's the best performing album for Drake currently. I just think that's very peculiar. I've said it once, I'm gonna say it again because it has not changed. I mean, For All the Dogs did not come out that long ago. Some Sexy Songs For You did not come out that long ago. And Take Care, I know what y'all saying, oh, it's a classic. Just know, as far as Drake's masters, and I've already broke it down. As far as Drake's masters, it's very minimal as far as in Take Care compared to his other albums. So anyways, then of course you have, there was another album. Yeah, you have Views, which is the 44th most played project in the world. So when you look at Take Care, when you look at Views, obviously people are going to say, oh, that's just his best album, until you realize everybody and their mama had their hands in the pot. So the thing with the beef with the label is that it's not a great plan going forward. I believe looking at Drake's career first week sales, he will be fine because he will not hit the heights of a Scorpion that did 732,000. That he won't hit the heights of a Views that did 1 million first week, literally his biggest. And he definitely won't hit the mark of 600,000. I think at very best, if everything goes according to plan and UMG actually promotes his music, I think he can end up hitting 500,000. Now, of course, looking at For All the Dogs that was in the 400,000 range, you would think that's not the biggest, you would think that's not the biggest jump. But when you look at Drake beefing with UMG, you have to keep that in mind because UMG holds all the cards. Do they want Drake to solidify his place as the best performing artist because his discography is already performing the best out of all the rappers? Will they let Iceman, perception-wise, perform better than a Don Toliver, than a J. Cole's album? I'm talking, I can't say J. Cole because it fell off the charts. Nobody want to talk about that. But Don Toliver, who still has multiple tracks in the top 100, right? Don Toliver, his track Body is the 25th most played track in the world. You have Tuition, the 85th most played track in the world. Tiramisu is the 86th most played track in the world. Second Hand is the 97th most played track in the world. And that album then came out, like 3 months ago? So basically, the longevity of this album is already solidified. Now, we could get into Jermaine Cole, but that's a discussion for another day.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
I honestly don't know how much J. Cole fans can muster as far as putting up with people talking about their favorite musician. But let's just say, if a supposed top 3 rapper dropped the album a month or two ago, and none of the tracks are in the top 100, as a superstar, mind you, I think there would be very much a lot of discussion about that.
You guys... See, that's the problem.
As Don Toliver, who's nowhere near the top 3, right? Nobody ever puts Don Toliver in the top 3. That man currently has an album that released January 30th of this year. And he still has 5 tracks on the top 100. Meanwhile, Cole, let me see. Cole currently has 0, ladies and gentlemen. If you hear that noise, that means it came up as 0. It's non-existent. Yep. And his album is currently, no, ain't no way. Hold on. Is his album out of the top 50? No way. That is insane. That is insane. And if you didn't know, Don Toliver currently has the 4th most played fourth most played album, period, in the world. Now, I say all the time that just because you sell a lot does not mean you make the best product. Just because you don't sell does not mean you're making garbage. But of course, when we're comparing superstars to one another, we do have to start nitpicking. And that's one of the main reasons why I always kept saying that Jermaine never should have been in the top 3 to begin with, right? I mean, it's becoming clearer now, but back then you would have thought I was a madman. Like, I remember saying this in high school and people was like, blasphemy. Ain't no way you talking about one of the greatest lyricists not being in the top 3. I just saw through it, man. The whole time, the signs was there, him just being so complacent with being 3rd place. I was like, Tupac would never. Biggie would never. Jay-Z would never.
Shepherd.
You get the point. But basically, there's people who would have not been number 1 in people's prime, like in Lil Wayne's prime. Jay-Z wouldn't have been number 1, right? But Jay-Z's not going to come out and say, I'm not number 1 and I'm glad to be number 2 and number 3. That would have never happened. So in the modern day, the there's a lot of signs that J. Cole was just happy to be co-signed and put on by Jay-Z, and nobody found out until later that he was co-signed by Jay-Z. So anyways, when you look at Drake in totality, I think the whole music industry is not only waiting for Iceman, but UMG holds UMG holds all the cards. If UMG helps out Drake, I can see him doing around 400 to 500,000, and that's if everything goes right. But if UMG tries to make an example out of Drake for suing them for multiple years, mind you, the lawsuit is still ongoing. When you look at the lawsuit, it remains active in the Second Circuit. Once again, oral arguments in a ruling are pending later in 2026. So that basically means there's no resolution. If UMG says to themselves, you know what, we could make a lot of money out of Drake as far as Iceman, or we could keep promoting his past albums that we have higher percentages in, and make his newer projects not seem as big or as good as his past work, aka a take care, aka views. So hopefully I brought that full circle as far as my estimates on how well the album is going to be received. I think it's going to be a lot of heavy backlash, especially when he talks about Size 7 on the album, because that's 100% happening. Y'all probably thinking to yourself, how in the world you ain't even listened to the album yet? Yeah, like how in the world could you even say something about a particular album and you ain't even heard it yet? You know what I'm saying? It's almost like
whoop-de-doo.
It's almost like
whoop-de-doo.
I'm not a snitch.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
So anyways, Drake's definitely talking about Size 7 on the album. I wonder how people's going to take to that. I think people are going to dissect those lines specifically and try to make it like Drake's still bitter and disregard the entire rest of the album. So when you look at Drake in totality, this is probably one of his most important projects, like I already laid it out, as far as the lead up into Scorpion and a lot of things that was going against him, and the lead up into Iceman and a lot of things that are still currently going against him. I think him suing his label made it 10 times worse, but nonetheless, this is what he's dealing with. So this is a whole breakdown from Aubrey Graham showing us an ice sculpture, but of course the main thing is Iceman is coming soon in 1 to 2 weeks. So I think it's basically it. I mean, he is going to go on tour. That's 100% a fact. I mean, he hasn't announced it yet, but Freeze the World tour is coming. What else? For all the dogs, we already talked about that. I think it was basically it. One more time. You know, we got to look at this sculpture one more time. Obviously, just for the assets, the videos, the pictures, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, man. Come on, man. Stop playing. Stop playing. If there's one thing that man Drake knows how to do, I'm going to leave it at that. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Iceman album coming out in less than 2 weeks? And of course, do you believe it's coming out this Thursday or next? Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time. And you're probably thinking to yourself, what do you mean it's finally time? Because it's not May 15th at all. Well, you guys. Y'all don't understand. The Drake connoisseurs, the OVOs, and especially, I had to wear the Iceman merch. Now, you're probably saying to yourself, that doesn't say Iceman at all. And I'm glad you said that, because at the end of the day, you know, we big steppers around here. Some will say size 7s.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. Not size 7, but you get the point. And if you was wanting to see where this actually came from, just, you know, it's at the top of my link tree. And it may or may not be next to a white tank top. Why?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
I guess the world may never know. Now, of course, without further ado, you know the reason that we're here is to get into more Iceman coverage. As, ladies and gentlemen, yet another leak has surfaced on the internet.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
And of course, Drake cannot catch a break when it comes to all these different leaks, as it's been all type of leaks in the past months, to the point where there was even a person on video, I remember covering it not too long ago, where he was in a car literally playing unreleased Drake tracks. And basically, I don't know if he was just holding those tracks ransom. I don't know if he was trying to blackmail Drake. But ultimately, when I covered it, I think the specific track was Legacy or Greatest. It was one of those. But when I covered it, it essentially told me that a lot of people has their hands on unreleased Iceman. Now, of course, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I'm not saying that I have any. You know what I'm saying?
Whoop-de-doo.
Because that would be snitching.
Whoop-de-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. we go forward.
But as far as the Iceman release, safe to say people did not want to wait, and now we have a very particular offering from the one and only Drake.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
And Justin Bieber?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, I don't want to get on my soapbox as a Drake fan because we have a lot of stuff to dive into with this specific leak. But when it comes to Drake and Justin Bieber, what happened to some sexy songs for you?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I mean, you know, to the point where they had to replace your chorus with Party Next Door's chorus.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And you may think I'm making this up. You know, my sources may be I made it up, right? So without further ado, let's go to some sexy songs for you. Let me see, some sexy songs for you. And the specific track that has, which one was it? I think it was Die Trying. The one with Party Next Door, Drake, and Yebba. So the track title, Die Trying, allegedly, because I'm not trying to get sued, Justin Bieber was supposed to be on that track, and the chorus was replaced by Party Next Door for some reason. I think, ultimately, Justin Bieber is kind of pulling what Drake is right now, kind of just wanting all the attention to be on his latest album. As if you didn't know, Justin Bieber's album Swag did phenomenal, and that came out July 11th of 2025. And if you don't know, Some Sexy Songs For You came out earlier than that. So I don't think, it came out February 14th, 2025. So I don't know if Justin Bieber was just trying to hold all the anticipation of his musical output for his specific album, but for some reason, he didn't end up on Some Sexy Songs For You. But then we have Iceman. And a particular track that a lot of people are saying is very phenomenal, mind you, is because of the Drake, because of Drake's vocals. I ain't gonna cap to you.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Now to get my nerd Drake bag. So if you're not a real Drake fan, you may have to exit the segment. Because right now I have to get into my nerd bag because this specific track, not only did it give me lyrical Drake vibes, but also, if you pay attention, a lot of engagement came from specific tracks like First Person Shooter, the track with Yeet. I'm talking about, what's that track called? I think it was For All the Dogs. So For All the Dogs, the most popular tracks off of that album were not the lyrical offerings, right? But then he dropped a whole deluxe pack for people who wanted to hear him as a lyricist, right? And did that do anything? Of course not.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
All these people want lyrical Drake, and nobody supports it as far as on the level of a first-person shooter, as far as the level of, what was the track with Yeet? I keep forgetting the name of that. The track with Yeet titled, is he not even credited? Let's see, where is he at? IDGAF. Okay, it's a PG podcast, so I'm not going to let you know what that stands for. So anyways, those specific tracks were the best performing tracks off of the album, along with the Sexy Red track with SZA, I believe, where they had the whole baby mama video, whatever. Rich Baby Daddy, that's what it's called. Yeah, so Rich Baby Daddy, those are the three best performing tracks off of the album. Of course, my favorite track, personally, was Away From Home. Now, I think that's the first time Drake ever went into his lyrical bag while also trying to have some sort of resemblance of a pop hit, basically like a pop chorus, because it wasn't a chorus, but basically the beat was more pop formatted than his usual lyrical tracks when it's just like a boom bap type beat, right? And hence the deluxe edition for All the Dogs. Now, of course, where am I going with all this? To bring it full circle, the leaked track from Drake and Justin Bieber, which doesn't have a title, of course. You just got to type in Drake, Iceman leak, it may pop up. You know what I'm saying? They may take it off the internet.
What they do?
You know what I'm saying? Because with Spicy Hot, the leaked track, they took that off expeditiously, right? They was like, hold up, now I know that ain't who I think it is. UMG looking at people leak Drake unreleased tracks, and they said,
I know that ain't who I think.
Now, we've already been through this before with plot twists. We're not gonna talk about who's the owner of that specific account, but let's just say a lot of Drake leaks was happening through that Finsta. Let's just put it like that. So with this specific leak, UMG is trying to make sure Drake's not pulling another fast one. So when it comes to this specific offering, the reason why I compare the leaked track from Drake and Justin Bieber to Away From Home is because of the lyrical elements while also having more of a pop rhythm to it. It's not a boom bap type of beat where he's just rapping over, the most simplistic beat ever. The main thing is when you compare this track, I think it's a mix of Away From Home and Lemon Pepper Freestyle. That's how good I think this specific leak is. And of course, once again, if you just type in Drake, Justin Bieber, Iceman, it should pop up as far as the leak. On like SoundCloud type platforms, obviously not the DSPs. But when it comes to Drake specifically rapping in that pocket, I think I'm not gonna say it's the first time I ever heard him in that pocket, but the whole glass flow, when he was talking about how a kid sees the glass in the glass or something like that, and he keeps going right into the chorus. I think that pocket that he has specifically is more unique than we've heard in the past as far as Drake offerings. And for that, you may say I'm glazing because he's my favorite artist.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
But I would say it is phenomenal rapping on that specific leak. Now, some people may be saying it's a AI track. Obviously, we're going to see what UMG does as far as taking the specific track down, because you never know. You know, sometimes UMG will go out their way to take specific tracks down, like they do with Ice, or like they did with Spicy Hot, which lends you to believe that may or may not be on Iceman. So, anyways, there's a lot of leaks percolating on the internet. I think this is one of the better, if not the best one. I like the one when he's talking about when he like starts coughing. And he says they hate me so much is a sickening thing, and then he goes into something else. And I think that goes into the Spicy Hot chorus. I get them all mixed up at this specific juncture because the Spicy Hot leak is my favorite. But if we're talking about leaks leading up into Iceman, that's going to release May 15th, especially if people are reportedly holding him ransom to like release these to the world, like fully, like but EQ'd and everything. I think that is a very particular issue that Drake's gonna have to deal with, especially in his camp, because you can't have specific leaks like this happening before the album occurs. Because if you don't know, over here at Notorious Mass Effect, we dive into the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses. And when it comes to him suing UMG, safe to say UMG, I'm not gonna say they're gonna drop Drake or they don't care about Drake, but Morgan Wallen currently has the second most played album in the world. BTS currently has the fourth most played album in the world. And of course, Justin Bieber, who we just mentioned earlier, with Swag, has the fifth most played album in the world. Now, why do I say that, ladies and gentlemen? It's because they're all under UMG. UMG currently has 57% of the entire music market share. I mean, Sony has 25%, Warner has 15%, and others, which is like smaller labels or just straight up independent acts, they accumulate for 3%. So the reason why I'm saying that is because I don't think UMG just wants Drake to flop horrendously. But when you look at his career first week sales, as far as views being his biggest in 2016 with 1 million first week, I don't think he's ever going to come close to that again. And even with vinyls, I don't think he's going to come close to that whilst beefing with his label. Beefing/suing his label. He went straight Karen. Aubrey Karen came back again to sue UMG, and that is going to bite him in the you-know-what whenever Iceman comes out. Now, of course, I think it's going to do immaculate as far as the first week sales. I forget what was it? Fall of, let me see, first week sales. I think when it came to J. Cole and the fall off, I forget how much that did. Let me see. So I think the fall off did 280. So 280,000 first week. So at the very least, Drake's gonna surpass that, because I mean he is the GOAT. You know what I'm saying, for a reason. So analytically speaking, he's gonna do above 300. I think that is the bare minimum. If he sells anything below that, I think it's a horrendous flop. And we're talking about Drake compared to Drake. But then we come to realize the marketing strategy that he's putting forth, having more effort compared to his other bodies of work, right? So now, when you look at, what was it? Some sexy song. Wait, hold on. I should have it on here. Let me see if I can find this right quick. Making sure I have some sexy. Okay. So some sexy songs for you did 246,000 first week. So a collab album from Drake almost did as much as J. Cole's Fall Off first week. So the reason why I'm saying that is because I believe Drake's ceiling is 500,000. I think his bare minimum is 300. That's like if it horrendously flops. I think he will end up doing somewhere between 4 to 480 as far as his first week sales. And of course, over here in Notorious Mass Effect, diving into the charts time and time again, I have to let you know that just because you sell the most does not mean you have the best product, and just because you don't sell does not mean you make, the most abysmal music ever, right? The two don't correlate. But when it comes to Drake, especially in the land of superstars, I want to put the analytics in perspective compared to all the other notoriously affecting the masses type artists out there, like BTS, Ella Langley, that currently has the #1 most played project, and she just debuted 105,000 first week sales, right? I think before that she had like 180. So Drake's way bigger than her, right? So I think comparing him to the biggest outings, BTS did, I think, 600 and something thousand first week, which is the biggest in 2026. Drake's not coming near that because he's not on the level of BTS as far as a fandom, So now, objectively speaking, 500 I think is the ceiling. I think he'll do around, if I had to give you a specific estimate, I would say 400 to 480 is the sweet spot for Drake for Iceman. Anything higher than that is a mammoth of a success, especially suing your label. Anything lower than that will let you know that if UMG really wants to stop your movement as far as helping you get to certain platforms and certain playlists, I think it will showcase in the numbers. And Kanye is currently going through that right now. If there's any indication, he did like 200 and something. And so that's why I think Drake is at. Well, no, he's bigger than Kanye as far as like as of right now. Musically, he's bigger. So now I think that's why I keep saying 300 is his bare minimum. I think he should do at least 400 to 480. So anyways, getting back into the leak track, I think this is a phenomenal pocket that he found himself in. Now, if it's AI, I'm gonna be a little let down, because of course I would not mind to hear this on Iceman, as I think you don't hear this type of pocket too often. And the reason why I gave the similar tracks from Drake to like personally is to compare the quality level. So that's why I compared it to Lemon Pepper Freestyle and Away From Home. And you're talking to a real Drake fan. Like, you know what I'm saying? Drake's been my number one artist, my number one favorite artist for a minute, right? So now I think when you look at the lyrical offering while also trying to keep some type of pop sound, I think he found this with this particular track. And I think if he actually ends up throwing Justin Bieber on this specific track, I think that could help out with the numbers as well. Because now that Justin Bieber got his, shine all to himself with his Swag album, I think he may end up being on a future Drake project. And hopefully that's Iceman. So with that being said, as far as the other rumored features, I do believe pun intended, Future, I believe, is actually rumored to be on the album. Now, of course, I don't know any of the features on the album, but when it comes to specific leaks and things of that nature, I do know there's a good amount of leaks floating around, and 2 or 3 of them may end up on Iceman. So I don't know who in the world is in Drake's camp leaking these tracks. Obviously, it got to be some type of VIP party or something. They maybe at Dave and Buster's with all the BBLs in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Shepherd.
Oh, my fault. I mean, all the beautiful, respectful women in the world. And they basically listening to unreleased Drake tracks. And then somebody had to, press the record button and put their phone in their pocket, because that's what the audio sounds like as of right now. So anyways, that's basically not, when it comes to Drake, Iceman doesn't come out to May 15th. There's a whole website that a lot of people was like commenting like, oh, you gonna cover the website? I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but
Whoop-de-doo.
I don't do hide and seek out here.
Whoop-de-doo.
You know what I'm saying?
We beat these folks. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
I'll cover it when the actual music comes out. And this is actual music, even though it is a leak. This is actual music that's came out that may or may not be on Iceman. But I think it does kind of showcase that if it's real, Justin Bieber is on the album, and I think that's a W, but also that Drake is back in his bag, especially giving a Away From Home type of performance as far as lyrical quality, while also having more of a modern beat, I should say. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Drake and the alleged leak track with Justin Bieber that may or may not be on Iceman? And when it comes to my Iceman shirt,
Shepherd.
I mean, when it comes to the upcoming release of Iceman, make sure to click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Drake's rollout as of right now as far as leading up into Iceman, and how much do you think Drake will sell in his first week? Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it is almost here. Now, of course, when it comes to the GOAT,
is it okay I got my dope on me?
We are waiting for Iceman, and it's set to come out May 15th. But hold up now.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Even Aubrey Graham said himself, that is too long, as episode 4, the live stream, mind you, it is a live stream, for everybody being highly critical of it. The live stream is scheduled to happen May 14th.
You guys.
So when it comes to that, safe to say, I think the actual live stream will go into the release of the album. So I think ultimately, I haven't even looked up the other episodes. I don't know how long they actually are, but it's going to happen right before midnight, in my opinion. I think when it comes to that, let me see, Iceman episode. And shout out to all my homies, all my close ones that follow me on Snapchat. Let's just say I may have gave them a little heads up that Iceman episode 4 was coming. And also, there was also something else. It's also something else that may be dropping.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
But, my sources is I made it up. At the end of the day got the end. You feel me?
Shepard.
Now, I'm not saying Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. I'm just saying that my sources is I made it up. So with that being said, what I'm saying? If you wanted more detail, if you was wanting more specifics, if you was wanting me to...
Shepard.
All right. So basically, episode 1 is 57 minutes in length. Episode 3 is 30 minutes. Episode 2 is 41 minutes. Why did I say in that order? I have no idea. But basically, the reason why I say that is because this is a whole live stream. The whole thing's live, right? So I think an hour before midnight, he will have this live stream, and then it will go into the release day of Iceman. That's what I think is going to happen. But of course, it could happen earlier because, sometimes when it comes to live streams, there's a lot of moving parts. Live streams is not the easiest thing in the world to pull off, especially with the type of production that he was giving in episode 3. That, Castanet called trash, but hey, I guess, that's how it is. What has Castanet been up to? I believe he may end up being in Iceman episode 4. Obviously, it's just speculation. He may not actually be in it, but, I think that would be an interesting full circle moment. So with that being said, let's get into actual Iceman, the juicy details. Pause. You know what I'm saying? Goodness gracious. That was kind of crazy.
See, that's the problem.
That was wild. So when it comes to Iceman, I believe this album is not only a statement for Drake, but he's already cemented in hip hop, and having his album having so much pressure, I think it just showcases that he is one of the greatest musicians of all time. And hold up now. Before you say it's glazing, objectively speaking, which, even over here at Notorious Mass Effect, covering the gaming and music industry, the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses, I always have to say, just because you sell a lot does not mean you make the highest quality, right? Just because you don't sell does not mean you make just straight up trash. The two do not correlate. So when it comes to Drake, I believe he's one of the few artists where the consumption meets the quality level. Now, of course, I'm biased. Drake is my favorite artist, so I'm very, straight front facing with that. I'm very forward with that. But when it comes to Drake topping the charts, if you didn't know why I call him the GOAT, Drake holds the record for the most entries ever, right? With 359. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, 359 records as far as entering the Billboard Hot 100. Now, when it comes to the albums, he has 14 #1 albums, the most by any rapper. It's not even close. You have to compare him to Taylor Swift, Bad Bunny to even get close to what he's doing right now. And then finally, last but not least, he has 13 #1 tracks, tied for Michael Jackson for the most ever. Now, once again, just because you sell the most does not mean you make the highest quality. But of course, Drake is my favorite artist, so I think he does make pretty high quality, arguably highest. But when it comes to objective metrics, I just wanted to showcase why we call him the GOAT. Because rap, specifically, is like being a running back in the NFL. The NFL in the music industry and a running back in the music industry is directly correlated to the hip-hop genre in the music industry. Hopefully that makes sense. So basically, you will have a 3 to 4 year run of being a top rapper, similar to how you could be the top running back for 3 to 4 years. But if you go past that and not only put up numbers but still have chart-topping dominance, that is when we start to be like, what makes this certain individual stand out amongst the pack when it comes to time and time again proving the doubters wrong? And that's when we get into the LeBron territory. That's when we get into the Drake territory. That I don't know any other people as far as, I'm trying to think. Would it be like Messi or Ronaldo from soccer? Basically, the legends, the GOATs that are seemingly outperforming Father Time or outpacing Father Time. I think that's why we give them so much kudos, because it's very extremely difficult, especially in hip hop, to last this long, and not only last this long, but to stay on top. Now, of course, this is not just going to be a Drake Glazer-thon, because I do have to get into this particular point, which, it hurts my heart, man.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
As you look at Drake, and this is one of the few times he's ever been completely absent from the Billboard Hot 100. Now, I know what you're saying. Didn't you just say that Drake has the most entries ever? Well, yes, that was in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the present. So when it comes to Drake being completely absent from the Billboard Hot 100, when it comes to singles, because of course, album-wise, even though it's not the highest, it's still a significant accomplishment because Take Care is the 25th most played album in the world. Views is the 36th most played album in the world. So those are the top 2 albums from Drake currently. You can see what people are going back to as far as getting ready for Iceman. Now, for me, I go back to his latest offering. I've been listening to the Scary Hours edition of For All the Dogs for, hey, Scary Hours, that's an interesting type of entry, ain't it?
Shepherd.
I'm just saying, Scary Hours, if only there was another installment of Scary Hours. So anyways, with that being said, the Scary Hours edition of For All the Dogs, I believe that specific mindset is what we're going to hear again in Iceman. Just obviously evolved because of the post-Kendrick beef. But Red Button, once again, to remind you, Red Button happened before the whole Kendrick, Metro, Future, A$AP Rocky beef, right? The 20v1 versus Drake. Red Button happened before that, and that was on Scary Edition for All the Dogs. So he was already about the beef with UMG, right? This just took it over the edge because he feels like UMG picked a side with Kendrick, and now he's suing them. Now, is that the greatest strategy in the world? Of course not. Suing your major label whilst putting out an album. I mean, my brother. How in the world? What? You thought that made sense?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So suing your label while you're putting out an album under that label, I don't think it's the greatest strategy. If you notice, his last album with Party Next Door, Sony was credited. If you go to Some Sexy Songs For You, let me see right here. Now, obviously, UMG still makes, it still has a percentage on his album. But if you look at it, it says OVO sound under exclusive license to Santa Ana label group and OVO under exclusive license to Republic Records, a division of UMG Recordings. And then, of course, when you look at Party Next Door specifically, that man is under Sony. So having a major label debacle as far as Party Next Door being under Sony and you being under UMG, I think Drake is going to stray away from UMG artists as of right now and try to prioritize splitting the profit margins for UMG whilst also delivering an album. So that being said, that is the main play for Drake right now. Suing your label whilst putting out an album, and you're completely off of the Billboard Hot 100 when it comes to singles. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. I think if Drake was in the good graces of UMG, he would have at least 1 or 2 tracks charting in the top 100. I mean, he literally announced the album that's upcoming for May 15th. Michael Jackson just put out a movie. And yes, I'm comparing Drake to Michael Jackson because you just heard the previous statistics I read off. Michael Jackson and his album has made it to where he has a track charting as of right now. Billie Jean is the 30th most played track in the world. Whenever things happen like this, when it's a celebratory aspect leading up into an album, you would think it would have that same type of effect of the Michael movie coming out and now exponentially increasing the tracks of Michael's discography to the point where Billie Jean is the 38th most played track in the world. Basically, to bring it full circle, UMG and Drake beefing via the lawsuit that's still ongoing, mind you. It's still going. I mean, it has no type of resolution whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen. I know y'all may have seen a resolution as far as the lawsuit. That was somebody accusing Drake of using, or Spotify using bots on Drake. It was somebody using bots on Drake. Basically, that was casted out. I mean, he's the GOAT for a reason.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
If you could have payola and be the most played artist in the world, a lot of people would do it with a lot of money. It's not that simple. So anyways, when you look at the Drake and UMG beef, that brings me into my next point. So I think Iceman is not going to sell the way people think it's going to. I keep hearing 600, 500, which it may crack 500. That's if everything goes right. But you already heard my prediction. I think it's going to be around 450 to 480. And looking at the top releases of 2026, that makes me even more confident in my prediction. Because if you don't know, your boy may have gotten the Cardi B and the BTS prediction right. Before BTS Ari Rain came out, and of course you can look it up, BTS Analytic Dreamz with a Z. You can hear my coverage of BTS before they dropped that album, Ari Rang, I was screaming to the high heavens that album was going to be the biggest release of 2026. And guess what? It ended up selling 641,000 first week. Now, when it comes to Cardi B, obviously you can see it on my TikTok. I think it's one of the pinned clips. But the reason why I say that is basically to let you know that covering the industry for quite some time, which is what we do over here at Notorious Mass Effect, you come to realize the patterns. And Drake is nowhere near BTS's level of stardom right now, coming off their mandatory military service hiatus, 4 to 5 year hiatus, I think, from the last group album. And all of that hiatus led up into a 641,000 first week sales. The second highest as of 2026, as of May 2026, is Harry Styles with 430,000. So it's not like I'm not putting respect on Aubrey Graham's name, right?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
I feel like Stephen A. Smith right now. I'm not saying he's not going to have one of the biggest first week sales of 2026. I'm just saying he's not number one. Oh, my fault. That's it. Wrong drop.
See, that's the problem.
I'm just saying he may not have the number one album. He may have the second, because I believe he will do above 430,000. Anything below that, I'm not going to say will showcase the decreasing sales of Drake, but it will showcase how beefing with your label whilst putting out an album is not the greatest idea in the world. You know what I'm saying?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So if you didn't know, the top 5 is BTS Ari Rang with 641,000, Harry Styles with 430,000, Noah Kahan with 389,000, and of course Jermaine Cole with the fall off in 280,000, with the highest in rap. So Drake's gonna have at least 400, in my opinion. I think he's gonna do around 480,000, which would put him as the second biggest first week sales of 2026. I don't think he's nowhere near BTS's level of stardom. I'm open to being wrong. He's my favorite artist, so hopefully I'm wrong. But, you know, just keeping it 8 more than 92, I think that's where he's going to land. So where does that put him in his landscape of albums as far as his career? Views is his biggest by far. 1.4 million first week, which is insane, by the way, because he didn't really do too many Taylor Swift tactics as far as 40 plus vinyls, right? He basically put out one vinyl and then he was like,
Whoop-dee-doo.
Y'all want physical merchandise as far as CDs, vinyls?
Whoop-dee-doo.
As far as actual different variants of the vinyls?
Whoop-dee-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-dee-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
Drake will say we're gonna do these sales without vinyl variants, and guess what? Views doing 1 million first week is a humongous accomplishment, and that was back in the Meek Mill beef. So I think that was honestly his sales peak, because ever since then it's went down. 2018 he did 732,000 with Scorpion. 2011, let's go to his classic, Take Care. 2011, 631,000. Nothing was the same in 2013. 658,000. Certified Lover Boy in 2021, 613,000. Thank Me Later in 2010, 447,000. If you're reading this, it's too late. 2015, 535,000. For All the Dogs in 2023, 410,000. And of course, Honestly Nevermind, some of the later albums, 204,000, which it was an experimental album. Not to make excuses for him, but you already know that it was experimental. And then Dark Lane's demo tape doing 223,000. Now, the reason why I said all that is to say this. If Iceman has around 480,000 first week, I think that's a W. Some people are saying 500, 600. 600 is out of the question, I think. Especially beefing with your label. Ladies and gentlemen, UMG, I keep saying this because I don't think people really understand the power of UMG. So, Noah Kahan with The Great Divide just put up 370,000 first week sales with The Great Divide. He's under UMG. Morgan Wallen with I'm the Problem currently has the 3rd most played project in the world. He's under UMG. BTS's Ari Rang currently has the 5th most played album in the world. They're under UMG. You see where I'm going with this? Justin Bieber's 6th most played album in the world. He's under UMG. UMG is not hurting for superstars in the music industry. That is why beefing with your label while I was putting out an album is not the greatest idea. So now, when Drake puts out Iceman, it will top the charts. But as far as longevity, I think that's why we're seeing such an eccentric rollout. This is the best rollout I've ever seen in my my measly 26 years on Earth, right? This is the best rollout I've ever seen for Drake. And I think that's for a reason. as I was trying to rack my brain, I was like, what is the best rollout I've ever seen for a Drake album? And the only one I could really think of is honestly Views, because I know it had a lot of Toronto focus, but it fell back into the formulaic marketing, which is billboards, teases, etc. Iceman having the live streams is very unique. Having the ice sculpture type of fiasco where people was trying to break the ice to find a release date, that was very unique. And then of course, when it comes to the extras, as far as the Easter eggs of the live streaming episodes of Iceman, I think that's very unique because it's all playing together for the ultimate episode 4 finale that will showcase why in the world he's showing us what he's showing us. It's going to explain a lot of things in episode 4. Now, of course, I haven't seen it, but when it comes to actual rollouts in the Drake's discography, I think this is the best one for a reason. Drake and his marketing team understands that UMG is not sweating sales by any metric. They currently have 56. No, actually, let me see. They currently have 58% of the entire music market share, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about UMG, the label that Drake is suing currently. Just want to put it in perspective. Sony has 27%, Warner has 14%, and the others, which is smaller labels and independent acts, they currently have a whopping 1%. So when it comes to Iceman episode 4, that's set to come out May 14th, leading up into the album that will come out at midnight, May 14th at midnight, which is technically May 15th. This is going to be very interesting to watch. Obviously, you already know I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, Drake is my favorite artist for a reason. I got my Iceman shirt on. You know what I'm saying? I'm out here being a big stepper.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. But you may or may not be able to get this shirt at the top of my link tree in my bio. You know what I'm saying? Support black business. You know what I'm saying? Come on now.
Give him some praise.
Come on now.
Give him some praise.
Stop playing.
Give him some praise.
Now, my big stepper t-shirt set to the side. The main thing I want to let y'all in on is my personal expectations for Iceman, because I don't think I've ever gotten to that. Over here covering the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses, we talk about analytics a lot, hence my name. So getting into my personal opinion about the album, I want For All the Dogs Take Care mix. Now, before y'all be like, what in the world?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
You got to hear me out, because personally, I think Take Care is Scorpion is some of Drake's best bodies of work. Now, of course, if you listen to Drake himself talk about his best body of work, he definitely said Nothing Was the Same was his best body of work. He said it was the most concise, but me personally, I think Scorpion is up there as some of his best albums. Now, when you look at Views, I don't really need that sound again, because I think he perfected that sound on Views as far as Toronto and the overall city, winter, summer aspect. I think Iceman should be a combination. Oh, my fault. Yeah, that was me.
Shepherd.
Yeah, that's me. That's my fault. It should be a combination of Scorpion and Take Care. And this is the reason why I say that. Scorpion came off the Pusha T beef, which is why we literally had the March 14th track talking about his kid, right? Drake is not going to have a track like that as far as, talking about just him being exposed for a kid, because, now he's open with his kids, so he's no need to talk about that. But you already know the allegations that Size 7 put on him, right? AKA White Tank Top. So when it comes to that type of vulnerability that he showcased on March 14th on Scorpion, that's the type of track I want. Now, when it comes to the R&B run, In My Feelings, After Dark, Final Fantasy, all of those tracks are straight classics in my opinion. And guess what? I didn't even say Jaded. You know what I'm saying? I think some people forget how much of a classic body of work Scorpion is because it came out recently. I don't know what it is about music, but people look at musicians and they say their latest work, their oldest work is always the best, and the latest work is just mediocre. That's just how every artist is consumed. I don't know why, but that's just how it is. Unless you're a new artist and all your work is new, right? But usually fans love your older work because it reminds them of that period of time where life may have been better. So anyways, when it comes to Drake, in his last album, Some Sexy Songs For You, that came out February 14, 2025, I also thought that was one of Drake's best bodies of work of all time. Y'all may think I'm glazing, but if you listen to some sexy songs for you, that's literally one of Drake's best bodies of work in his whole discography. I mean, if I had to rank all of them, that had to be his own segment, honestly. But it's up there. I'm not gonna say it's top 5 because that would be crazy, but it's definitely on the higher end of Drake's best bodies of work. So to get back into my personal expectations, I want Scorpion mixed with Take Care. I want vulnerability, but I also want hits. Pulse. So when it comes to that, Drake is set to deliver. I think he will deliver. I think this type of pressure only brings the best out of those who are great. And y'all gonna say I'm glazing, but Drake's my favorite artist. Every time I seen his back against the wall, he balled out. People say that he obviously, you know, lost the beef to Kendrick, but to this day, I listen to Family Matters. I listen to Not Like Us. And I think to myself, man, hold on now.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Y'all gonna tell me with a straight face. I'm talking to you. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Y'all gonna tell me with a straight face that Drake was out here getting out rapped by Size 7 when you compare Family Matters to Not Like Us?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
I really gotta know, man. I really gotta know because that man went at 50 different people and had killing blows, aka bars, for all of them. So anyways, as you can tell, I'm very much excited for Iceman. I think this is going to be an album of the decade type of feel, type of impact. Iceman is going to have legs. That's why I say the first week will probably be around 480 because I don't think it's going to have the biggest first week, but I think as far as longevity, I think it's going to it's going to stay here and stay around for quite some time, similar to how Don Toliver is currently putting on for hip hop, because, you know, there's a certain someone, Jermaine Cole, that is completely missing as far as the top 50 when it comes to albums. How does that happen? I have no idea. People say he's in the top 5, top 3. I can't see it at all. Don Toliver currently has the 12th most played album in the world. He's the only one in hip hop that has a high charting album. If you go lower and you keep going lower, I mean, unless y'all want to count Post Malone, of course not. So let's keep going. There we go, Drake. So Drake Take Care is the second highest hip hop album, 25th most played project in the world. So the reason why I say that is because hip hop is definitely in need for an album that has some sort of longevity similar to Don Toliver's Octane. And the absence of Jermaine's Fall Off album, even though that had a phenomenal first week as far as 280,000, which is still the biggest for rap. I mean, obviously it's about to be broken soon, right?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
But when it comes to that fact, it's still, as of right now, before Iceman, it's the highest charting first week sales for a hip hop album, right? So for that to be completely off of the top 50 for albums is very interesting for me. But when it comes to Drake, I think the longevity is the bigger question, especially when you're suing your label. That means they're not going to go above and beyond. They probably don't want you to flop, but maybe instead of 10 different platforms you can go on to showcase your album, or 10 different looks from, you know, highly established conglomerates, maybe you only get 3. You know what I'm saying? You are still Drake, but at the end of the day, you're suing them. So they could care less, right? They don't want you to flop, but they don't want you to have a views type of resurgence where it looks like, oh, you could beef with your label and put up your highest numbers. I don't think that's going to be the case at all. But, you know, I'm open to being wrong. You know, he is my favorite artist, so we'll see when that time comes. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the GOAT?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Announced in Iceman episode 4, set to come out May 14th. And of course, when it comes to the album Iceman, that's set to come out May 15th, what are you expecting from one of the most impactful hip hop albums that's set to be released May 15th of this year?
Shepherd, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to tell you who basically proposed for the Game Pass to be cheaper, but let's just say it's here. You know what I'm saying? No need to take credit, because obviously a lot of people wanted the Game Pass price to be lowered, as when it initially came out in 2017, there was a $9.99 price tag, and of course that was for the console. And then the Ultimate Edition launched with it being $14.99. I believe that included the PC as well. So when they started to look at the price point and say to themselves, they're getting all this value for $14.99, they said to themselves,
You guys.
They said to the boardroom,
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And they raised the price expeditiously.
I just don't like it, man.
Sad day in history.
I just don't like that shit, man.
Neither did the player base, as they suffered through August 2023, the price being raised to $16.99. July 24th, the price being raised to $19.99, and then the straw that broke the camel's back was October 2025, when it went to a whopping $29.99.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming.
Hey, we're looking at it.
What is going on?
And as far as what's going on currently, ladies and gentlemen, they have went down and reduced the price. As of right now, the Ultimate Edition went from $29.99 to $22.99. I know what you're probably thinking to yourself. They should have went back to $19.99. But my brother, I don't think that's ever going to happen. If you want Xbox to actually go back to what they usually had as far as in 2019, as far as $14.99.
Whoop-de-doo.
If you want them to go back to $16.99.
Whoop-de-doo.
If you want them to go back to
Shepard.
Okay. So basically, Xbox Game Pass, I think, is very hurt over having to lower their prices. So they basically said, you know what? Because we were forced to lower our prices, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Call of Duty is no longer day one on the Xbox Game Pass.
Shepard.
I know.
Just look at the state.
Hey, we looking at it.
Like, what is going on?
So Call of Duty is no longer on Xbox Game Pass day one, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. But to be fair, it will be added to Game Pass 1 year after release. Now I know what you're saying to yourself. Man, what type of deal is that? I have no idea. Hey, they lowered the price. They had to take some away, and that's what they took away. So this applies even to the Ultimate and PC Game Pass. So with that being said, the main reason why they're even doing this is because if you don't know, Xbox is currently notoriously losing the race. You know, when it comes to notoriously affecting the masses, because over here we do cover the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses, safe to say, while Xbox is technically, objectively speaking, notoriously affecting the masses, compared to its competition, not so much. As Xbox, when you look at the overall revenue, they for the Xbox division, of course, not Microsoft, because you know Microsoft has way more money than Sony. But when you look at Xbox division, it's $23.5 billion, but it is up prior from $21.5 billion. But now we got to compare it to the rest of the competition. PlayStation leads at $31.7 billion. Nintendo is at $11.2 billion, and of course, PC. Was that console? Let me see. Yeah, okay. Then we have PC at 37 to 43 billion. So as far as the leaders in console, of course it's PlayStation, but PC, technically it's not a console. You know, a lot of people, they buy like set rigs. So technically you could kind of say they're buying, well, no, not really, because it has desktop. Anyways, so PC has 37 to 43 billion, which is the most, but of course you can use that for a lot of other things. So you don't know how many people are actually using the PC just for gaming. So the juxtaposition of, I messed that whole word up, the juxtaposition of what I'm trying to say is basically Xbox is trailing behind PlayStation. Do we know how they could lead the pack going forward? I think lowering the Game Pass is a step in the right direction. But of course, now that you have Usher Shawarma, hopefully I'm saying her name right, you know, not trying to be disrespectful, taking over from Phil Spencer, even though Phil Spencer is still there, but he's on like in a transition period. You know, like when you go to a job and you get to a higher up position and now they want to replace you, so they have you teach your replacement. The corporate world is crazy, ain't it? Anyways, so basically that's what they're doing right now. So as far as the Game Pass strategy, as far as lowering the prices, I think obviously it's to boost engagement. Taking away the Call of Duty day one, for most avid gamers that just wanted multiple games on the Game Pass, I don't think it's the biggest of deals, but then you realize there's so many ball and gun gamers out there that this may be a humongous deal to them. They're like, hold up, now I know you're not taking my ball and gun game off of the Game Pass day one. That's the whole reason I got an Xbox. Well, first, that's the only reason you got an Xbox. Then my brother, we have a whole nother discussion to have. But I think, because when I first proposed it, I think they needed, I said they needed to lower the Game Pass price because, of course, I think that's what made Xbox so unique. You could pay that subscription and get all of the AAA games day one. Because when you look at it in totality, how many games are you really going back to play out of your catalog? Now, that may be anti-consumer because a lot of people are like, what do you mean? I love to own my games. Well, for people who like to play a plethora of games and they want to do it at a cost that suffices to, that fits their lifestyle, I think the Game Pass is very fitting for that. So for me, the Game Pass was always one of the greatest things in the gaming industry until it wasn't, until they raised the price, of course. So that's why I brought that up, because last year, y'all see it on stream, I was playing multiple games. I didn't beat too many of them. I beat like 3 or 4. But I played multiple games on Game Pass because AAA, very popular games coming out day one on the Game Pass for a price of $19.99 when a game usually is $60 to $70. I mean, at some point in time, you start to realize the value of the Game Pass. So for them to raise their price to $29.99, that is why we have the recent price cut, because that was just egregious. Now you're basically playing a game, a full game price in 2 months, when you could, if you're playing the same game in those 2 months, you could just buy the game outright instead of paying for the $19.99 subscription, because you 20, 40, that's 2 months. That's still under a full game price as far as $60 or $70. So them going back to $22.99 is their version of meeting us in the middle. I think it should have went back to $19.99. I think that's the sweet spot. But $22.99 is basically a step in the right direction. So, and also for my podcast listeners, if you don't know, I'm currently live streaming on Irium. So shout out to the gorgeous crab for joining the stream. I appreciate you. Right now, we're just getting into the state of Xbox. So overall, I don't have too much to say about them lowering the prices of Xbox Game Pass. I will say this will help them infiltrate the market, but not to be that guy, but when I was thinking of a price decrease, I was thinking of them going back to the July 2024 price. You raised it from 19 to 29. If you went back from 29 to 19, I think that would have been a step in the right direction. Instead of going from 29 to 19, you went from 29 to 22. Now, not gonna lie to you, that is very it is almost like you trying to play in our faces. Like, oh, the headline is Xbox Game Pass lowest price, until you realize they lowered the price by $7. Ladies and gentlemen, the Game Pass used to be $19.99 for the same offering just not too long ago, July 24th, right? So I don't understand that. I think when it comes to Xbox, this is the best way for them to get into the ecosystem, is to make the Game Pass affordable. But like the report came out, when I think Call of Duty lost Xbox a lot of money from being on the Game Pass. Let me see. Call of Duty Xbox Game Pass. Maybe I should put loss. I don't know if loss is going to bring it up. So when they talk about the Call of Duty game on the Game Pass, I think, actually, let me see. Maybe I gotta do some Mickey research for this. Okay, so after doing a little Mickey research, safe to say the Xbox Game Pass, when it came to Call of Duty specifically, I can see why. I'm not trying to sound anti-consumer, but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Call of Duty lost Xbox $300 million for being on the Game Pass.
Shepard.
Yeah.
Just look at the state of gaming.
Yeah, this is egregious.
What is going on?
I mean, that's from Bloomberg. It's not even like sources. I made it up. This is strictly from Bloomberg, basically citing that yeah, Call of Duty lost the Xbox $300 million being on the Game Pass. So I think taking it off the Game Pass, while it could help in the long run, you should have put the Game Pass price back to $19.99, because I don't want to be a stickler, but there's a reason why I said lower the price, similar to like it was in the past, not lower the price by like $7. You know, it was never 22, it was 19, and before that it was even cheaper. So that's all I have to say about Xbox. I don't have a deep dive. I think when it comes to Xbox, they know what they need to do. It's easier said than done, because their exclusives are now gone, right? Halo, Forza, what else? Is Gears on PlayStation? Anyways, they're giving away all their mascots, right? So now the only thing to do is to make new mascots. Way easier said than done. That's like going to the NBA and be like, you know what could help Cleveland? If they make another LeBron.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, come on now. Like LeBron doesn't just pop up every single year. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's easier said than done. They definitely need a new mascot. The difficulty scale It's very difficult. But guess what? It's not my job to figure that out.
Whoop-de-doo.
It's my job to be a consumer. You know what I'm saying?
Give him some praise.
Feel me?
Give him some praise. Give him some praise.
So with that being said, shout out to Gorgeous Craft for sending a star, and shout out to Mad Wires for joining. But with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Xbox Game Pass lowering their prices, and what do you think this means for the future of Xbox trying to catch up in the player and revenue gap when it comes to PlayStation and PC?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
I just don't like it, man. I just don't like that shit, man.
All I'm saying is, your boy can't get an invite?
Shepard.
I mean, I'm just letting them know. You know, over here at Notorious Mass Effect, we do get into the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses. So I just think your boy should have got an invite.
Shepard.
Okay, my fault. All jokes aside, we are going to get into a lot of analytical data, hence, not only hence my name, but of course, the actual event that went down, which is the IMS Ibiza 2025/2026 Electronic Music Business Report. Now, I know that sounds phenomenal, don't it? I know y'all probably like, this is about to be enjoyable. I can't wait. Well, honestly, this is for the real music connoisseurs because, of course, the reason why we break things like this down is because it's indicative of what's to come in the future, especially when you talk about who's leading the industry.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Especially when you talk about the different labels that's leading the industry, as right now, when you look at the music market share, UMG has a whopping 57%. Sony has 25%. Warner has 15%. Of course, others, which is smaller labels, or just independent acts in general, they have 3%. So starting off with covering the business report of 2025 to 2026, it's very important that not only you pay attention, but of course, you know, your boy's gonna make it a little enjoyable. We're gonna go over a lot of charts and data, but when it comes to the actual enjoyment factor, you know, we're gonna dive deeper into what they don't want to talk about as far as the report, because you know they gotta keep it corporate. But you know your boy over here, you know what I'm saying?
I know that ain't who I think.
You feel me? We're gonna keep it 8 more than 92. So, anyways, getting straight into it. If you don't know what this is about, as far as the Electronic Music Business Report, it is authored by Mark Mulligan of Media Research. It's the 12th annual edition, providing definitive snapshot of the global electronic music economy. And of course, first thing we have to get into, the first analytic data that we're getting into, is that it is currently, as far as the electronic music economy, it is valued at a record of $15.1 billion. So if you ever want to know how much money is in music, well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. And it's up 7% year on year, accelerating from 6% in 2024. And of course, when you look at why it's increasing, very interestingly enough, a lot of people are going back to the way of physical copies. And we're going to get to more on that in a second. But the growth comes from merch and physical copies. And of course, when you look at the ticketing revenue, the live aspect is also increasing the growth of the music industry, as it hit over 160 million despite fewer events, rising because of the rising Global South influence in the electronic music roll and catalog deals, as far as 18% of the share. So when you look at the credibility as far as this specific report, is very high. I mean, it's a respect that what we're about to get into as far as the report. They are very respected as far as independent data firm focus on digital entertainment. And what do we do over here at Notorious Mass Effect? We cover the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses. But why did I not get an invite?
Shepard.
Okay, I'm not going to harp on that point. So anyways, getting back into it. So when you look at the global music industry, right, it's a whopping amount of money that's being thrown around, because we didn't even get into the live aspect as far as everything outside of just music, right? When you look at everything that comes from the tree of music and start to evaluate it and value it, it's basically around $31.7 billion, which is up 6.4% from 2024 as far as the IFPI's global music report for 2026. So this marks the 11th consecutive year of growth. So make sure y'all got y'all reading glasses on. Make sure y'all pay attention now. Pay Pay attention. It was Professor Dreamz talking.
Give him some praise.
Stop playing.
Give him some praise.
Hey,
Give him some praise.
you know what I'm saying? I come through that screen like Blue's Clues. You know what I'm saying?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Anyways, when you look at what is driving this revenue, of course, surpassing the $30 billion milestone for the first time is really because of subscription streaming driving most of the gains up 8.8%. Now, I'm not, some people may say I'm biased because, Spotify, let's just say, we're doing great work over there. You know what I'm saying? We're doing great work over there. Spotify, Red Circle, Apple Music, Amazon, etc. These DSPs specifically are driving revenue and, of course, are biting into the overall, not biting, but they're increasing the overall pool of money in music. So physical copies, that's also making a resurgence. And I will say, as an avid cover of music, that Taylor Swift should be a big proponent, a big impact on why that is. Because I think the emphasis of vinyls, CDs, fans wanting to own a physical copy, I think that is why you're seeing such resurgence and such growth in the music industry. I think back when streaming was so new, if people just completely did away with vinyls and CDs, we would not be seeing as much of a growth as far as 7% year over year in the music industry. So shout out to Taylor Swift for that specifically. In my opinion, I believe she has a big impact on why that is going back to why fans are going to purchase physical copies, because a lot of artists follow suit via Ella Langley, Morgan Wallen. They're selling vinyl CDs, and that's overall boosting the music industry. So anyways, now let's get into their growth as far as merch, publishing, sync, and direct-to-fan models, right? Because this is essentially raising the engagement from certain regions, such as Latin America, up 17.1%, and China, which is 20.1%. So the diversification in fan ecosystems, that's another reason why the music industry is growing. Of course, we already talked about paid streaming, but if you didn't know, 837 plus million paid subscribers globally. Consistent engagement and price adjustments fuel the reliable revenue growth across 57 of 58 major markets. Now, I've already talked about UMG, Sonar, Warner, etc. But their investments, their new formats, being able to adapt, reinvent the wheel, I think that is why a lot of UMG, Warner, Sony artists do better on the charts, because they basically have the game figured out, which is why I'm not going to say it's impossible as an independent act to notoriously affect the masses. But when it comes to the top 50 on Billboard, I will say it's almost impossible, as I just read off the market share as far as others, which is small labels and independent acts. It's 3% compared to UMG's 57%, compared to Sony's 25%, compared to Warner's 15%. Not a lot of independent acts make it on the top 50 charts. You have a 3% chance is even high. I'm not trying to say it's impossible, because it's been done before. For example, Central C, I think, is the more prominent example of somebody who's independent really making almost superstar-like waves on the Billboard charts, and even he ended up signing to a major label. So anyways, when you look at the touring aspect, we have to bring up Live Nation and Ticketmaster.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
As it's not only the state of hip-hop, but it's also the state of music, as, of course, big revelations in music. April 2026, a U.S. federal jury found Live Nation and Ticketmaster liable for illegally maintaining a monopoly in live events.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Harming competition.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And harming consumers.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, of course, the remedy is possible breakup, divestitures, I think that's how you say it, damages. Live Nation obviously plans to appeal, because they're like, we don't want our monopoly to go away.
Whoop-de-doo.
That's what the jury is saying.
Whoop-de-doo.
That's what the government is saying. They're like, y'all got to break up one way or another, because we just deemed y'all a monopoly. So anyways, this is a huge W for fans, ladies and gentlemen, as this basically gives the consumers a more affordable and overall better experience, because of course this not only highlights Live Nation and Ticketmaster as a monopoly, but specifically, it will help lower ticket prices. Now, it's not going to happen immediately. So if you go to your Ticketmaster, try to go to your favorite artist show live, and you think to yourself, wasn't they just deemed a monopoly? Why is my ticket still high? It's because they still have to go through the litigation, I think that's the word, for actually figuring out the remedy, right? Because they haven't officially said what they had to do to get rid of the label as a monopoly. So with that being said, we do have to get to the biggest acts in music.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Now I know y'all may be saying that I'm biased because, you know, Drake is my favorite artist, but technically speaking, objectively speaking, he is not the biggest. I know y'all probably thinking to yourself,
You guys.
I know he ain't just say Drake's not the biggest. Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But objectively speaking, he is not. As you look at the biggest acts in the past 10 years, it's been dominated, of course, by stadium scale tours that put them over the top. But, you know, I'm not trying to hate. I'm just saying Drake is towards the top, almost number one as far as streaming. He may be number one when it comes to streaming. But anyways, obviously there's a lot more that comes into it with the music industry. So the main thing that put these people over the top, down by the name, is their stadium scale tours. So that being said, Taylor Swift with a whopping $2 billion for her Eras tour, right? Coldplay, and we're just talking about specific things, you know, obviously this is ranked, but we're talking about the things that helped them get to the actual number that they're at on this chart. So obviously Taylor Swift is worth way more than $2 billion, but you know, we got to talk about what made them the most money to even put them on this ranking. So Taylor Swift is number one. Eras tour is the main factor of this, $2 billion, the highest ever. Coldplay is number two. A main thing for Coldplay is the Music of Fears, which had 1.5 billion. Strong cumulative touring. That word messed me up, didn't it? Ed Sheeran, Elton John, U2, Bruce Springsteen, Beyonce, and of course legacy acts like the Rolling Stones / Metallica. Now, you come to realize a lot of these acts, the reason why they're higher up on this list is because they have these humongous stadium scale tours. Now, selling out arenas is not a bad thing.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
I said selling out arenas isn't a bad thing, but when it comes to Drake comparing to other artists notoriously affecting the masses, I think the live stadium tours, because the stadium is bigger than the arena for people, you know, who didn't know that. So for the people who do the large scale stadium tours, that's why they're towards the top as far as the biggest music acts in the past 10 years. So anyways, when you look at the trend towards more physical media purchases, that's why I really give Taylor Swift her credit, because I think that she ended up making vinyls have a resurgence, because I think a lot of people just followed suit, saw what Taylor Swift did, putting up mammoth amount of numbers, because what was the last album that did, like, I think it did 1 million first week, which is insane, by the way. 1 million first week is insane. I don't care how you get there. So I think it was The Life of a Showgirl. So let me see. So The Life of a Showgirl came out 2025. So October 3rd, 2025. And I believe, what was this? Search it up right quick. Let me see. You know, we got to do some Mickey research right quick. You already knew it was coming. The Life of a Showgirl. Okay, here we go. All right, so after that Mickey research, when it comes to Taylor Swift and her album, The Life of a Showgirl, let me see. Goodness gracious, that's insane. 4.002 million equivalent album units in its first week. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the biggest opening week in the modern era, surpassing Adele's 25 at 3.4 million. So whenever I talk about vinyls and the importance of vinyls and why it's driving revenue in the music industry, look no further than Taylor Swift. You know, at first, at the beginning of the segment, of course I said that for a reason, because we've dove into these numbers before, but I don't think people realize until you say it out loud the actual number that Taylor Swift is bringing in from vinyls, because most of it was driven by vinyls as far as her humongous first week sales with The Life of a Showgirl. So anyways, you look at other things that's helping out the music industry, and safe to say, we have to get into the elephant in the room.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop, like, what's going on?
As, of course, streaming fraud is here again, ladies and gentlemen.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
You look at the frauds as far as bots, AI generated tracks, stream farms. It basically is a problem in the industry, and a lot of people are trying to overcome it through other means. I think there was one thing I had on here about that. Let me see. See if I can find this. Okay, so basically, the way that they're getting around this, I believe they partnered with somebody. So fraud detection. Here we go. Okay, so Beat App. So apparently, since October 2024, Beat App is the fraud detection partner, and there was a licensing agreement with the Universal Music Group in September 2024. And the notable fraud case that basically put this in the crosshairs of the industry is when the U.S. individual generated I don't know if y'all heard of this story. I think this just happened recently. But a U.S. individual generated $8 million in royalties, and he used hundreds of thousands of AI songs and billions of bot streams.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So safe to say, that is exactly what they're talking about.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, obviously, not everybody's on the same level of whoever that individual is, but I think he's doing jail time, if I'm not mistaken. So when you look at streaming fraud, just in the totality of things, obviously in the grand scheme, it's multiple players as far as fraud, because a lot of people are using payola to get to certain places, but that's a whole nother discussion as far as the fraud aspect. Getting into bots and AI generated tracks specifically, that the industry is trying to crack down on this, but you actually don't know if they're going to be able to do away with it because of the numbers that also comes with it. Prime example, when Elon Musk purchased Twitter, there was a reason why he came out and kept saying, there's so many bots on this platform, I didn't know what I was getting myself into. There was a reason why he was saying that. Now, obviously, he probably just wanted a cheaper price. But on the other hand, you see that X is trying to crack down on bot AI accounts because of them seeing all of the numbers. Because, when you purchase, well, obviously we don't know, but when you have Elon Musk amount of money and you purchase the whole platform, and then they have to give you like the spreadsheet of what they're bringing in, because to make the acquisition make sense. So they're giving you all this in hopes that you buy it. And because of the transparency, Elon Musk found out that there's a lot of bots on the platform. So this is basically what I'm talking about in the music industry. You could sell at a higher clip for more money if your numbers are bigger. And what helps with that? A lot of bots and AI generated activity, right? So to completely do away with it will also be hurting the actual industry's pockets, but also will make it more authentic for the everyday casual listener, right? So it's not black and white. It's a very gray area as far as like for an industry, for a company. Do you want to have bigger numbers, or do you want to have much lower numbers for the sake of authenticity, when a lot of other stuff in the fraud lane has been going on for quite some time? Payola, mind you, in the radio industry, allegedly. So anyways, when it comes to music, I think the biggest consumers, especially in the past 3 years, objectively speaking, the United States remains the #1 largest share of steady growth, right? If you want the top 10, as of right now, is estimated to be #1 is the United States, #2 Japan, #3 UK, #4 China, #5 Germany, #6 France, #7 South Korea, #8 Brazil, #9 Canada, and then #10 Mexico. I was wondering if you didn't know, fun fact, my audio platform, which is my biggest platform by far as Notorious Mass Effect, my #1 audience is Mexico, because of course we cover all the genres. But I noticed, and of course once I noticed, I double down. So a lot of people who enjoy Latin music come back time and time again to listen to my coverage and breaking down the biggest tracks in Mexico specifically. So that's like my #1 market. So the reason why I say that is because overall, they rank #10. But for me, you #1 in my heart. You know what I'm saying?
You guys.
Y'all feel me? Anyways, so finishing off, the music industry talk. Like I said, we didn't get too nerdy, did we? We didn't get too nerdy. You know what I mean? Your boy got you. Your boy got you. You know what I'm saying?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Let's get back into it. So at the end of the day, physical media, touring, those are the top two reasons why I believe the music industry is still growing. Now, that doesn't mean certain other things are diminishing, whether it's streaming, specifically streaming. But when it comes to touring, when it comes to physical stuff, physical products such as merch, vinyls, CDs, that is why the music industry is still doing well. And to bring it full circle, that is why it's up 7% year over year, accelerating from 6% in 2024. So clap it up for y'all for keeping the music industry alive and well. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think about the music industry as far as my IMS Ibiza 2025 business report? Of course, I had updated data in 2026. Had to cross, you get on my Analytic Dreamz tip post. But once again, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think about this overall music industry talk? What was your biggest takeaway? And of course, what do you think will be the reason? What do you think is the future of the music industry?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, I'm just trying to figure out, why are people so upset?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
As when you look at what's going on, people are upset. People are looking at PlayStation, asking them what type of a mitigated goal do you have to give us DRM?
Shepard.
Okay, my fault. Let me explain it first for the people that have no idea what I'm talking about. As if you don't know, PlayStation just put in changes as far as DRM. Now, it's a whole controversy, but the reason why this is effective on systems PlayStation 4 and 5, right, is because they want to have, I think, a valid period as far as digital games and approximately a 30-day countdown tied to licenses. Now, this would mean games require mandatory online check every 30 days. Now, you're probably already thinking to yourself, well, what if I play my PlayStation offline? My brother, you would be in the minority. But of course, I'm not just taking the side of PlayStation, as I do want to talk about some of the valid critiques that people have over the DRM changes. Because if you don't know, a lot of people are upset over the offline access fears, because if you purchase a game and offline for 30 days, it will take away your ownership. Those are some of the people that are upset as far as those are some of the critiques. And then you have Sony mocking Microsoft's always online Xbox One DRM in 2013, and they're throwing it back up in PlayStation's face, of course, in 2026, because now they're implementing it, even though it's less strict, but they're still implementing it. So now they're calling out PlayStation for the hypocrisy, right? And then, of course, you have digital ownership erosion. That means that buyers, people who buy licenses, right? You don't own the game. That's the ownership is really the focal point of people's critiques, right? And Sony having poor communication, basically just coming out of nowhere, and having the system to where now games require mandatory online check every 30 days. That's why a lot of people are upset. So if you have a PlayStation 4, if you have a PlayStation 5, it affects you. So if you're wondering why we're covering this, just know it affects you, brother. Just know, no matter how oblivious, no matter how ignorant, it still affects you. Sort of like politics.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. We don't talk about politics over here. All right, so when it comes back into Sony, right, you have a one-time online license verification that is required. After verification, no further check-ins needed, because Sony had to come out and give an official statement. So that's basically their official statement. So now they're basically made it very blatant that there's no monthly DRM requirement, no forced recurring internet connection, and offline play remains intact after validation. So to me, it's not the biggest of deals. I mean, you verify yourself one time and then that's it. I mean, is that the hardest thing in the world? I mean, come on, guys.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at.
Now, don't make me sound like I'm, co-signing or sticking up being a Sony pony. That's what they like to say nowadays. But when you look at the revenue gap, I think that's why people are so upset over this change. Because, of course, one, it came out of the blue. Sony rolled it out quietly. They didn't even put out a statement, right? Well, actually, they delayed statements, which fueled even more aggression towards, people being upset over this change. As when you look at PlayStation, it's not even close as far as console war, right? They essentially won the console war. PS5 is leading strongly. As of right now, as far as early 2026, 80 to 90 million PS5 units is sold versus 30 to 34 million as far as the Xbox Series X and S.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Getting deeper into the state of gaming, PlayStation holds listen to this closely, ladies and gentlemen, 45% of the global console market share. That is why when I talked about the Xbox Asher Schwarma, I think that's her name. So basically when Xbox / Game Pass Ultimate price by $7, but they removed Call of Duty as a perk, which is ironic, right? The main reason I bring this up is because I gave them a lot of advice as far as when the Phil Spencer, Sarah Bond, and the Xbox Crisis Explained. That's what the title of the segment is. Literally February 27, 2026. I'm not going to say I'm a professional consultation, but I've been covering this game and music industry for quite some time. 3 years full time. Nothing too crazy. You know what I'm saying? Nothing too crazy. You feel me? Obviously only possible because of y'all. But anyways, getting back into it, the main reason why I bring that segment up is because I literally said the only way to counteract PlayStation is to make the Game Pass more affordable. Because I think that's what made Xbox so unique. For some reason, PlayStation doesn't have the strong marketing of a Game Pass, even though they do have a similar system as far as you paying the online subscription and getting like free games, but it's not the same, right? Game Pass has such a strong reputation and such a strong brand recognition as far as the world. I think they should make that cheaper to make their unique their unique stance in the gaming field, because you're not gonna, the whole console PC type hybrid they're doing for the next console, they're not gonna beat out the Steam machine, in my opinion. When you look at consoles specifically, Game Pass, I believe making it cheaper is the best way to counteract PlayStation's dominance over the player base. And guess what? It's a step in the right direction. It's April 26th, as far as me covering it. They took off $7 off of the Xbox Game Pass. So anyways, getting back into PlayStation, the reason why I read off the dominance as far as PlayStation versus Xbox is because they can do things like this, and what are people going to do?
What they do?
They're going to look at you like, what are you going to do about it?
What they do?
Are you going to leave to go to a player base that's only like, 30% of the actual console console player base? Of course not. You're going to stay on PlayStation. Now, I think if it gets too bad, people will jump ship to Xbox, but as of right now, there's really nothing that PlayStation could do to make people leave the majority consumer base as far as console and go to PlayStation, in my opinion. So anyways, getting back into DRM, it's not the biggest of deals, like I keep saying. The one-time check-in fee, as far as from the official statement from PlayStation, I think that is very much needed to let the audience know that even though it will affect you, whether you have a PS5 or a PS4, you only have to verify yourself once, and it's not what Xbox has as far as always being online. Because once again, a lot of people through Sony mocking Microsoft's always online Xbox DRM in 2013 back in their face, calling out the hypocrisy. So nowadays, they had to make it blatantly clear, very obvious, that there's only a one-time verification, and after that you'll be fine. So I think that was basically it. Literally, it's not the biggest of deals. I just wanted to cover this because, of course, as far as PlayStation versus Xbox, that's an ongoing battle. This is one of the things that made people think about the increasing gap between PlayStation and Xbox. Because guess what? What's stopping PlayStation from doing anti-consumer practices with a 45% global console market share? I'm not wishing it happens. I'm not asking for it to happen. I've said this time and time again. It's one of the clips that's pinned on the top of my TikTok. Shout out to people who follow my social medias. But basically, one of my viral clips on TikTok is me talking about if PlayStation keeps outselling Xbox. I think it was like 4-1 at the time as far as Xbox, as far as consoles. It's way more now. But what's stopping them from having anti-consumer practices as far as raising the prices and doing things like DRM when they never even thought about it in the past? Actually, they mocked it in 2013 specifically. So anyways, it's, food for thought. So Well, that being said, that's basically it. Shout out to everybody who was complaining about the DRM, letting PlayStation know that even though you do have a majority hold over the consumer player base, we're still not going to go for anything. And I think that's a W for consumers to let them know, hey, we're still making sure you're having pro-consumer practices. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Sony implementing this DRM, meaning that you do have to verify if you have a PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5 so that you can keep your online license? And what do you think? What do you think this means for the future of PlayStation?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Kinetsu Gami. Exo Primal.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
You're probably thinking to yourself, what in the world? What are you doing right now?
You guys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a PRAGMATA sales and review roundup. And safe to say, as far as the new IPs that Capcom has put out in the past 5 years, this is the first successful one. Now, of course, the two games that I said at the beginning, as far as Kinetsu Gami and Exo Primal, starting with Exo Primal, that came out in 2023. It was like a Dino versus Mecha type multiplayer shooter. Very much underperformed, right? The expectations was, I'm not going to say it was through the roof, but it wasn't successful in revenue or reception wise. So that was saying that Capcom, you know what, let's just focus on Resident Evil, Street Fighter, etc., right? And then they was like, hold up now. In 2024, they was like, let's try a new IP one more time. Kinetsu Gami. It was an action strategy hybrid and very much modest sales.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
And it was underwhelmingly as far as commercial wise. And despite positive reviews, it just did not sell that great.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, PRAGMATA in the year of 2026 entered the gaming industry. Now, of course, you may be thinking to yourself, hold up now, is this about to be a PRAGMATA Glaze-a-thon? And guess what? You're completely correct. As PRAGMATA has already surpassed 1 million copies in under 48 hours and is classified as a platinum seller immediately by Capcom as far as the pre-launch demand, as far as 1+ million wish list, which, you know, fun fact, I actually played the demo and I'm actually playing PRAGMATA in its entirety. You know, shameless plug. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify if you want to see my PRAGMATA gameplay walkthrough. But I played the PRAGMATA demo. I'm currently playing the entire full game. I believe what PRAGMATA is what it is currently for Capcom is a brand new IP that has a crazy amount of potential as far as additional installments. And the reason why I say that is because not only is the Steam user rating 97% as far as positive, not only is the Steam DB rating 93%, but of course, when you look at the overall sales, which you know is what we get into over here at Notorious Mass Effect, getting into the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses, PRAGMATA specifically, they are on multiple platforms. If you don't know, when it comes to Nintendo, Capcom has actually been releasing a lot of games on Nintendo. As if you don't know, multiple Capcom titles on Nintendo were ported to Nintendo, such as Street Fighter 6, Resident Evil Village, Requiem Gold Editions, PRAGMATA, of course, Monster Hunter Stories, etc. Well, Monster Hunters 3. So as far as Nintendo getting Capcom games, safe to say they've definitely been getting a plethora in the past year or two. So now when you look at PRAGMATA specifically, as far as how in the world it has such a notorious mass effect to gamers, I think it had a lot to do with the demo. Why in the world? Game developers. What happened to the art of demos?
Shepard.
You know what I'm saying?
Just look at the state of gaming.
I'm looking at it.
What is going on?
You know, I think to myself, hold up now. If I had a magnificent game, why not put out a vertical slice of 10 to 20 minutes and capture the attention span of gamers who have a plethora of high quality options, mind you. A vertical slice of 10 to 15 minutes of magnificent gameplay through a free demo. I think that is what Capcom has just showcased works as far as it being effective in the overall sales strategy. Because you look at the demo specifically, not only did it build awareness for the new IP, right? but it was a free demo. And Capcom described it as a strong start and a momentum driver, meaning that the demo essentially had a cause and effect of free demo, figure out the game is complete fire, and now guess what? Now the sales are over 1 million copies in under 48 hours, which makes me believe that you too, talking to you, game developer, you too could make a 15 to 20 minute vertical slice of your game if it's magnificent, and it may drive the sales through the roof. So anyways, with that being said, I get getting into the overall sales as far as on each platform. Now, when you look at Steam specifically, it's not in the top 15, which isn't the end all be all, but I will say Crimson Desert is still up there as far as it being the 13th most played game on Steam with 54,000 concurrent players with a 24-hour peak of 100,000, so 101,000. So for a single player game, that's definitely a W. But now getting back into Pragmata on Steam, of course, I believe the estimates as far as the sales, they came out and said that PC has 50% of the actual consumer base. I'm trying to figure out why I found that. So hopefully I find that later on. But I think when it comes to the PC port, a lot of people are playing the game on PC, at least 50%. Hopefully I'll be able to find that stat at some point. But as of right now, let's just get into the actual stats of the PC. So when you look at PC specifically, it currently has a concurrent player count of 24,000, a 24-hour peak of 49,000, and then an all-time peak as far as 2 days ago of 68,000, which, you know, at first glance is probably not blowing you out of the water until you realize this game is also on every single platform. And when you look at it, let me see if it's on here. Okay, so it's not on Nintendo charts, but when you look at it on Xbox, it's not a top 10 on Xbox. So, you know, inherently, you know, by a process of elimination, seems like PlayStation is the driving factor along with PC, as Pragmata is the 7th most played game on PlayStation currently. So those are the sales currently as far as where it is, as far as performing against other IPs on each and every platform. Now, I think when it comes to a new IP, the way that it's looking as far as the 10% increase post-launch, a lot of word of mouth is helping this game out, because not only is it magnificent, to give my own personal opinion, I compared it to FPS shooters going from checkers to chess. I think Pragmata is very much an acquired taste, but the way that they have the puzzles laid out throughout the shooting mechanics, it makes it to where it's not too complex and it's so thought-provoking. I don't know if that's the right word. Basically, there's a certain mental stimulation you get from playing this particular game that I don't think any other game really gives you, as far as scratching or just giving you that very suffice feeling of feeling like you're very much engaged and you're actively coordinating a lot of different attacks. I'm hesitant to compare it to a turn-based game, but it kind of scratches the same itch for me as far as the thought-provoking aspect of the gameplay loop. Hopefully that makes sense. And the first-person shooter perspective, that's why I keep comparing it to going from checkers to chess, because there's a lot more moving pieces, and if you don't optimize your moves accordingly, you can end up getting let's just get, depending on the difficulty, of course, because you know they do have casual difficulty, you can end up getting flatline pretty quick. But you know, Diana makes all type of jokes, which we're gonna get to her in a second. When it comes to Pragmata, I believe not only is the character arc very present as far as what they're trying to get you to understand, as far as, you know, Diana and Hugh's overall relationship or dynamic, because this is basically, you know, let me just cut to the chase. This is basically a stepdad simulator. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know, as far as Pragmata being the stepdad simulator, just know if somebody calls you a stepdad on Pragmata, don't get mad. Just tell them, I'm not a stepdad. I'm the dad that stepped up.
Give him some praise.
You know what I'm saying?
Give him some praise.
That's all I gotta say.
Give him some praise.
So anyways, getting back into the Notorious stepdad simulator, it's safe to say when it comes to the overall arc, if you don't know, this is a single player game. No live service elements, you know, you gotta say that nowadays. Third person shooter plus real-time hacking mini game, which I've already talked about that. Now, let's get to the main story, because a lot of people are wondering, why is this game so short? Well, if you play the game, you'll come to realize why it's so short. It's very much mentally stimulating, but also you are on the fly thinking a lot about a lot of different moves, especially while hacking and shooting. I'm making it hopefully I'm not making it sound too complex because it's not the hardest thing in the world, but it is harder than a Call of Duty or another game where you're just shooting without, any type of hacking elements, which is why it's a single player. Imagine this in a multiplayer game. I mean, the game may blow up, honestly, as far as all those moving parts. So getting back into the runtime for people out there with 9 to 5, you know what I'm saying? The main story should run you about 10 to 12 hours, but as far as completion is, it should take you about 18 to 20 hours. Basically, this is a pretty short game, and I believe as far as the price point, it's not at the usual $70. I believe it's $60 because when I paid for it, it was like $59.99, I believe. And so I think it's like $10 less than the usual as far as AAA games out there. So because if you don't know, this is put out by Capcom, and if you don't know Capcom, they're rolling in dough right now. If you look at the market of Capcom, essentially speaking, they are having an MVP like season in the gaming industry for the year of 2026. You would think this is the 95, 90, or not 96, 97 Bulls, the way that Capcom is moving. Because not only do you have Resident Evil Requiem going insane, right? 5 to 6 million copies in under 14 days. Not only do you have Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak going crazy as far as 10 plus million copies lifetime, but also when you look at PRAGMATA, already having 1 million players in, 1 million copies sold in under 48 hours as a new IP. I mean, it's just a magnificent W. It showcases that not only is Capcom resilient, because I started off talking about the new IPs from Capcom that didn't perform as well, but it also shows you that they are on a hot streak that I don't think we've seen from a development and publishing studio in quite some time. So shout out to Capcom for completely carrying the gaming industry, and not to say like it needs to be carried, but as far as continuing the quality level from Resident Evil to Monster Hunter to PRAGMATA, Capcom is putting on a phenomenal display, a masterclass, I might add, on how to magnificently develop and publish a game to the masses. So getting more into PRAGMATA, if you don't know, as far as the overall story, it's like a near future lunar station controlled by rogue AI. That's the overall plot. When you look at why this is so much of a success for Capcom, well, one, it's a new IP. That is, I'm going to keep saying and referring to the start. That is why I brought up the earlier new IPs as far as Kunitsugami and Exoprimal, because just because a new IP is on the horizon does not mean a lot of people are going to play. Most people, honestly,
Whoop-dee-doo.
It's a new IP.
Whoop-dee-doo.
It has puzzles, and you got to...
Whoop-dee-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-dee-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
Not gonna lie to you, that's a lot of people's thought process. So for PRAGMATA to pull off these very impressive sales out the gate, just showcases that a lot of gamers' mind and palette is expanding, in my humble opinion. So anyways, this is a strong market indication for Capcom in general, especially when you look at the overall landscape of, interestingly enough, Marvel putting out a tag team fighting game, and no Capcom characters are present. I'm like, hold up now.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, I'm a superhero fan, and some people call me a Marvel stan. And even I gotta say, hold up now, did Marvel switch up on Capcom too soon?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at...
One could argue, if Capcom and Marvel put out a collab game in this year specifically, it could have went crazy. And guess what else? What tag team Marvel fighting game is coming out? Marvel Token. Now, I'm not saying that game's not going to be magnificent. I'm just saying maybe Marvel gave up on Capcom too soon. Anyways, getting back into the overall steps of PRAGMATA, you would think that the DLC is on the horizon because of how successful this game is currently, but I believe Resident Evil is getting DLC. Yeah, so Resident Evil Requiem has confirmed DLC. Story expansion and development. We don't know exactly what it entails, but that is confirmed. Monster Hunter Stories 3 launched with Day 1 layered armor DLC. And of course, Monster Hunter Wilds got a large expansion. PRAGMATA details as far as DLC is pending. And I assume they're going to get DLC, especially how short the game is. I think with the success, they could bring that team back and have them make DLC, which, expounds upon the story. Obviously, I don't know how it ends. I'm playing the game, no spoilers in the comments for the other people playing the game, because obviously, I'm a grown person. I could take it, you know what I mean? But, some people may get very irate if you spoil a 10-hour game, right? So, anyways, looking at Capcom in totality, it's just not. There's so much I could say about them as far as their success. Looking at 2026 from Capcom's perspective, it's almost as if they can't miss. I mean, somebody gotta say it, man. It's almost as if Capcom can't miss. They're literally the MVP of the gaming industry right now, because Resident Evil Requiem would have been more than enough as far as them showcasing that they're still one of the greatest publishers on the market, right? And then you come to realize not only do they have Monster Hunter Stories 3, but they also have PRAGMATA, which is an entirely new IP, which, to be fair, does have Resident Evil elements as far as the way you the way that the enemies react to you shooting them. Let me just put it like that. I'm not trying to spoil anything, but you could definitely tell a lot of Resident Evil influence was taken for this specific game. I'm not even just talking about the structure of the levels. I'm talking about a lot of the movements, the shooting. It's very much reminiscent of Resident Evil Requiem. If you haven't played both games, then you probably want to get that reference, because, you know, the whole horror compared to sci-fi, you're probably like, oh, it's totally different. But when you really look at the gameplay mechanics, it's a lot of similarities between the two. So I think it was basically as far as what I was wanting to get into. I think there was something else I was wanting, because of course we're going to get into the review roundup. I wanted to make sure we covered all the sales, as there was a 50% stat for the PC. I totally forgot where it was at. Was it on here? Let me see. I think it was maybe on here. I don't know, because I literally... Okay, here we go. I finally found it. Shout out to me. You know, 26 going on 80, man. Y'all got to bear with me. So anyways, getting back into the sales. So you look at Capcom in the year of 2026, and you look at the net sales. It's 29% up. It's up 29% as far as year over year, operating at a profit, of course, 75%. 75.1% as far as operating profit year over year. And of course, when you look at the digital content, you have a 25.4% as far as increase, and 34.6 million units sold, which is a record for 9-month period for Capcom. Ladies and gentlemen, objectively speaking, Capcom may actually be the best publishers in the market, because you know, looking at, well, I keep saying now, you know, you just gotta keep saying I'm glazing Capcom, so I'm not gonna keep beating a dead horse. Y'all get the point by now. So obviously Resident Evil Requiem has a lot to do with that, because they came out February 27, 2026 to be exact, because it sold 5 million units out the gate, right? Fastest for the franchise. PRAGMATA, brand new IP, 1 million in just 2 days. Now Monster Hunter Stories 3 is a whole different story, but it's still performing strongly on the Switch 2. I believe, if I look it up, let me see. Okay, if I spell monster right. I don't see it at all. Let's see, Monster Hunter. Okay, I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Okay, so when you look at Monster Hunter specifically, it's the 12th most played game on Nintendo. So when you're talking about different platforms, this is why I cover all different platforms, because you don't see Monster Hunters 3 anywhere else, but it's the 12th most played game on Nintendo Switch 2. So, yeah. I think it was basically, yeah, so Capcom's doing phenomenal. We're going to stop the Glazathon and get into the review roundup, the review section of PRAGMATA. So as far as the major conglomerates that are giving reviews to PRAGMATA, GameSpot gave it a 9 out of 10, saying, quote, this all led to a thrilling conclusion that tested my skills, stirred my heart, and left me wanting more. PRAGMATA offers a robust post-game with plenty to do, but I hope that's not the last I see of Hugh and Diana. This combination.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Sorry, I had to throw that hip-hop joke in there. Of sharp combat mechanics, rich strategic depth, and lovely storytelling doesn't come along often. PRAGMATA shouldn't be missed. And obviously, we're going to pause there right quick, because guess what? I haven't even talked about my impressions of the game. So basically, I put, I think, 2 to 3 hours at this point. So obviously, I'm not deep into the game, but I already recognize the different complex gameplay mechanics that they have layered out that they're going to build upon, and I'm very much intrigued. I think it's a W out the gate as far as grabbing your attention and letting you know the plot, and it being pretty straightforward, but also giving you enough to work with to where you want to keep seeing what's going on with the dynamic of Diana and Hugh. Because for me personally, like I keep saying, it's like a stepdad simulator. I don't know if it's some type of propaganda to have children, but you come to realize that Diana helping you out as far as taking out certain enemies, she's very helpful. I mean, I'm at the beginning of the game. She's straight up carrying. Now, I don't know if that changes towards the end, but right now she's straight up carrying. Like, if you don't use her to hack, I mean, good luck.
Whoop-de-doo.
You know what I'm saying? If you think you're going to do damage without Diana,
Whoop-de-doo.
hey, good luck.
We beat these folks, whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
So the overall dynamic between Diana and Hugh, I just think is a huge W, pun intended. So as far as Diana being a robot, I think it's more propaganda to have children because she definitely acts like a little girl. Hopefully they explain why she's built like a little girl future, like further into the game, because, you know, all the other robots look like straight up androids, right? So I wonder why they made her specifically like that. My working theory, and I haven't made it further into the game, so if I spoil it, just know I'm just completely guessing. My working theory is that there's an older version of Diana, and that's why, like, of the company. I think the corporation's evil. I think it's one of those type of stories. I think I can already tell it's one of those type of stories. Like, oh, corporation's bad, they're messing with AI. I think one of the stakeholders or whatever, one of the higher ups of that company, there'll probably be an older version of Diana, and they just wanted to make them a doll for their daughter or whatever, like a doll that looks like them, right? So I think there's somebody that's older, an older version of Diana that's like making a younger version of her, which that's I don't know if that's a crazy theory, but I think it's something like that. Like, I just don't see why that type of like, you can have any android and you make it look like a little girl. So I think that's what it is. I think it's part of a family dynamic going forward. So if I'm right, hey. But if I'm wrong, hey, it's my best guess as of 3 hours into the game. So getting back into the reviews, PC Gamer gave it an 87 out of 100, saying quote, PRAGMATA's confidence in his punchy shootouts and old school cool pays off, and the two leads roved their way into my heart despite a predictable plot. Now, I have heard that the plot is pretty predictable. I think I already predicted it as far as the corporation being bad using AI. You can kind of see where it's going, but maybe there's a plot twist. But based off that review, seeming like there's not. IGN gave it an 8 out of 10, saying quote, punchy shooting action and a creative hacking puzzle gameplay mechanic makes the combat the true highlight of PRAGMATA. The story may seem like an afterthought, but it's a sci-fi drama, gives enough to see it all the way through and experience the satisfying third-person shooter. Eurogamer gave it a 4 out of 5, saying, quote, emboldened by years of success, Capcom's risky 360-era shooter dares to tackle sci-fi shooter convention and a proudly experimental gamble. And last but definitely not least, Nintendo Life gave it a 9 out of 10, saying, quote, with a strong relationship at its core, a striking sci-fi aesthetic, and an addictive puzzle combat loop, PRAGMATA is full package. It's the full package, boy.
You guys.
Pause.
See, that's the
Goodness
problem.
gracious. The Adventures of Hugh and Diana stands as another excellent Switch 2 port for Capcom, and hopefully marks the beginning of a new blockbuster franchise. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you can tell, but the major conglomerates are loving it. I'm loving it. All the other consumers are loving it. Like, I just read off the Steam user ratings as far as 97% positive on Steam. SteamDB being 93%, Metacritic being around 85 to 87. Everybody's enjoying this game, right? So now, only question is, will you be willing to expand your palette and play a stepdad simulator? And of course, shameless plug, my full PRAGMATA gameplay will be uploaded on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about PRAGMATA in totality if you've played it? And obviously, if you've played it, let me know what you like most of PRAGMATA, the new successful IP from Capcom. Now, before we go any further, I have a confession to make. I have never played an Assassin's Creed game besides Shadows.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And I'm not proud of it, man. I'm not proud of it.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
So when it comes to the Assassin's Creed connoisseur, it's safe to say when we get into this actual Black Flag resynced trailer, which is like a game overview, which is 8 minutes, by the way. It's a ground up remake of the 2013 classic Assassin's Creed 4, which is, of course, Black Flag, rebuilt on the latest Anvil engine. And it launches on July 9th, 2026. So it's coming up pretty soon. and it's going to release on platforms PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. Now, the reason why I say that Assassin's Creed Shadows is the only Assassin's Creed game that I played is because I may be interested in picking this game up, because, you know, from what I've heard, people love Black Flag as far as the uniqueness of, you know, going from boat to land and the different gameplay mechanics and, you know, etc. So I wouldn't mind trying it out. I do have a hesitancy because of how Ubisoft puts a lot of enemy camps, and it seemingly is the same pattern every single time you go to a different camp. But yeah, without that's my only main critique as far as not wanting to put hours into a game that seemingly is not respecting my time. So anyways, with that being said, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because we're about to get into Black Flag, the official game overview trailer right now.
Hello, pirates.
They started off with killing, didn't they?
And this is Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. 13 years after the original, this remake brings the classic game back to life, rebuilt from the ground up with the latest Anvil engine to deliver the most thrilling pirate adventure.
Yeah, that game came out in 2013. I'm not gonna lie, that doesn't look too bad for a 2013 game. Maybe I just don't realize 2013 and the graphic settings, but this doesn't look too bad. Obviously, the resync looks a lot better.
All right, let's set sail.
Dash my buttons. Your life seems a grand one, if I may say. So full of adventure.
You play as Captain Edward Kenway, a rebellious scoundrel eager to make a name for himself in the pursuit of glory, freedom, and a search for a better life.
I never understood the love for pirates. Like, when do they shower?
Shepherd.
No, I just want to know. Like, obviously, there's water and stuff. You can maybe splash yourself with a little something. But back in that day, that's why, as far as going into past games, I mean, not for the obvious reasons, but, other reasons as far as not wanting to go back into the past. I just think the hygiene was just at an abysmal level. Like, COVID was probably running rampant, and they had no idea in the world. They had no clue. They were just out there having fun, boy. You know what I'm saying? Diseases and all. Anyways.
Seen your face before. Yous mates with them pirates down in Nassau.
That looks solid.
Shut your bloody gob, or I'll fill it with shot. You
Oh!
Edward, is it?
Boy, that's crazy. I won't let him talk to me like that. That's wild.
After crossing paths with the Assassins and Templars, Edward is drawn into their centuries-old conflict with secret locations and legendary treasures at stake. Along the way, he joins forces with infamous pirates such as Anne Bonny, Charles Vane, and Blackbeard. With them, he helps establish a short-lived, lawless republic following the pirate.
Oh, I forgot, because doesn't Assassin's Creed, isn't their main thing trying to, like, be respectful of the history? So they always throw, like, historical icons into their, like, specific timepieces?
And defying empires.
I think I know that part.
Cruelty,
I think.
greed. Together, in their search for freedom, power, and riches, they'll fight across a treacherous tropical paradise. From dangerous waters,
I heard the boat combat is the main thing that sets it apart.
And bustling historical cities. From the grandeur of Havana, the thriving and wealthy jewel of the Caribbean ruled by Templars, to Kingston's bustling trade hub, and Nassau, the beating heart of the pirate republic. Each city offers a distinct atmosphere shaped by opportunities and conflicts. The Caribbean world reaches a new level of immersion and realism, powered by...
Yo, I just realized. Crimson Desert, Black Flag, GTA 6. If you're a gamer, where are you gonna get the time from?
Shepherd.
I'm just saying, bro. It's only 24 hours in a day. Only 365 days in a year. Where you gonna get the time from?
Shepherd.
All right, whatever. Let's keep going.
High-resolution textures, enhanced lighting, strikingly detailed environments, and a new dynamic weather system. Even underwater exploration is more expansive, more beautiful, and more perilous than ever before. With seamless access to cities and locations, the world feels truly alive.
Ships docked!
You guys.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
That boy ain't slick. That boy ain't slick at all. It's all right, though. Let's keep going.
Feels truly alive.
Ships docked!
I was like, hold up. Did they say that was a new character and you already have her by your side? Oh, that's
You guys.
that's interesting right there.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at.
Yeah, that boy ain't slick at all.
Creating the perfect backdrop for a life on the edge, where freedom is earned and danger is never far
That
away.
man trying to pull a Kratos.
Time to draw swords, lads. The combat
gameplay
has been entirely reworked into an action-oriented experience. While wielding dual swords, pistols, and hidden blades.
Now he doing something to him.
Every move now plays a specific role with faster, more fluid attacks in combat.
I don't know. Is that Scorpion?
Every move now plays a specific role with faster, more fluid.
Get over here. Yo, what the world? When the Mortal Kombat, that's pretty solid. I like that.
Up your target for an instant kill.
That's how you know I've never played that Assassin's Creed game. That's pretty fire.
Takedowns. Use walls, ledges, and breakables to your advantage.
I will say Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay was also like pretty engaging.
And use all your tools to level the playing field.
All of this looks very familiar.
But fight recklessly, and you will be punished.
Hold on now.
Or on the run.
I know he ain't running.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know they ain't the main character running.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
You'll experience
I can't respect it.
Improved iconic parkour moves.
From Sasuke would never.
To back ejects and side ejects. These options
That looks like straight out of Shadows. Or maybe I'm tripping.
giving you tighter control, resulting in greater speed and deadlier assassinations. Being a pirate assassin often calls for a...
Because I know, like, obviously somebody gonna be like, well, every Assassin's Creed has that type of maneuverability. Well, to be well, actually. In Shadows, they upgraded the maneuver to make it to where it's like a 360. You can go anywhere and it will still stay fluid. I wonder if they transfer that into this game.
Approach. With Resynced and its enriched stealth system, you can now crouch freely as part of your toolkit to approach targets.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's where we're going to stop it.
Shepard.
Nah, because, you know, of course, at the end of the day, when it comes to Assassin's Creed Black Flag, I'm already sold. I'm not like the biggest Assassin's Creed connoisseur, so I may dive into this game. So shout out to this gameplay overview, but guess what? I'm already sold, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, if you just want to watch the full thing, just go to Assassin's Creed, the YouTube channel. They have it right here. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced official game overview trailer. I think there's only like 4 more minutes left, so we ain't miss a lot. But just want to get an overview of the gameplay, the scenery, and I'm sold, so I'm not mad at it. You know, I like it. And it's coming out July 9th. I may have to be on the lookout for it, and I may cop it. So with that being said, click my link here in my bio. Let me know on one of our social medias. What do you think about Assassin's Creed, the IP, as far as in the gaming industry? And if you're a huge Assassin's Creed lover, what is your favorite Assassin's Creed?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now just imagine being a publisher, being a developer, and then putting out a game in early access. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? In the first 6 days, you sell over 1 million copies. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, what game could you possibly be referring to? Well, obviously, Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. That's not, I don't even know why I said that. Anyways, we're getting into a pirate game, ladies and gentlemen, that is set in the age of piracy. And the video game is called WINDROSE. Now, it's currently the 8th most played game on the Steam platform and is only on PC. Once again, it's in early access. Just came out April 14th of this year. Of course, when you look at the early access time, basically the roadmap of early access for this specific game, I think it's going to be 1 to 3 years before the actual game comes out. Now, the main reason for this is because they want 50 to 70 hours of main storyline. But to be fair, a lot of people are playing this game for a specific reason, and that's because of it being more of a PvE survival adventure. So you still could get a lot of hours out of this specific game because as far as the settings, you have 3 biomes, 30 procedural islands, 90 plus handcrafted points of interest. So it's not like, oh, they're just giving you, I guess it's technically is a vertical slice, but it's not like they're giving you little for your engagement, right? It's not like this game is not respecting your time. They're definitely respecting it. It's just as far as the full offering, just don't expect it until like 1 to 3 years out. Now, of course, selling 1 million plus copies in early access. I mean, at this point, somebody needs to tell the gaming publishers and developers that, hold up now, your game might as well already be out, because of course, right now, people are really gravitating towards it. As you look at the Steam numbers, and you have 106,000 people playing right now, 24-hour peak of 196,000, and a 24-hour peak of 222,000. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I basically just brought it up for you to see for yourself, so you know this is numbers speak for itself, and that's why I brought this up, because this is an early access game, ladies and gentlemen.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming.
We're looking at
what is going on?
So that is the state of WINDROSE right now, being the 8th most played game on PC in early access is a huge accomplishment. But of course, over here on Notorious Mass Effect, getting into the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses, you know we have to talk about the sales. So for this specific game, the price is $29. Now, of course, it depends on the listing. You know, Steam has a lot of sales and things of that nature, but as of the original price is $29.99. It's only on the PC platform. When you look at it, as far as the gameplay, you have 3 playable ships, an arcade-style naval combat, aim and fire cannons, boarding transitions to melee combat, and a lot of people enjoyed the seamless ship-to-land gameplay. Of course, a lot of comparisons are made about Black Flag. That is a Assassin's Creed game from the Assassin's Creed franchise, but when you look at the game in totality, it's basically a full base building system, multiple architectural styles, NPC systems as far as workers, basic implementation, so it's nothing too complex. And of course, you have factions plus reputation mechanics. Now, a lot of people say that it's Souls-like mechanics, meaning stamina management, dodging, lock-on targeting, parrying, no stamina cost, and can stun enemies. So the enemies in this specific game, the early access, mind you, because I want to keep saying it's early access and they're giving you a boatload of content. Pun intended. All right, my fault. I can't help myself. Enemies is wildlife, undead, rival pirates, and bosses. So I think the main thing when it comes to this specific game is the multiplayer aspect, as you can have up to 8 players on this specific game. And as far as the recommendations, people recommend to have 4 players for performance reasons. Now, you could have dedicated servers, self-hosted, but you could also play this fully solo offline. So I think that's a W, because there's too many multiplayer games that come out, notoriously affect the masses, and then as soon as the player base gets minimal to none, right? It's close to none as far as people playing the game, they just shut down the whole game and there's no way to access it. But I think the offline ability to play solo, I think that leads you to be able to actually enjoy it without the indication that's going to be taken away. Now, of course, it is early access, so they could take it away whenever, I guess. But when it comes to the success of the game, I don't think they want to stop this hype train too abruptly, right? So it's out indefinitely, because of course they're gonna work towards the main version of the game. But once again, like I said earlier, it's gonna take 1 to 3 hours. It's gonna take 1 to 3 years. So as far as right now, when you look at the player estimates as far as the early access, it probably would take you 12 to 90 hours. I know what you're saying. You're like, hold on now.
Shepard.
I know that's a lot. But guess what? It depends on how much fun you're having in a particular game. Once again, it's multiplayer. There's a lot of things you could do in a specific game. It's not the full scope of the game, but of course you could do a lot of things in it to where you can either spend as little or as much hours you want to in this specific game, because once again, it does respect your time. So when it comes to the actual day one peak, of course, I talked about 69,000 concurrent players. I already broke that 7 days ago, having 222,000 concurrent players. Excuse me. All-time peak 7 days ago of 222,000 players. And when it comes to the concurrent, it has 106,000 as of right now. Now, obviously, that's a big deal. And of course, the million plus copies sold in under 6 days. I mean, that's also a monumental accomplishment. It was #1 on Steam at one point, #2 globally. And of course, when it comes to the pre-launch, a lot of people were looking forward to the specific game as it already had 1 million plus wish lists. Now, of course, that brings me into the publishing and development of this game, because the marketing strategy has been beyond immaculate. So if you don't know, the developers of this game is Kraken Express, formerly WINDROSE Crew / Crosswind Crew, a small team of 15 to 60 people. I cannot say this location at all, so I'm just gonna let this. I'm gonna let Jarvis read it out, and we're gonna go from there. Cause what in the world?
Uzbekistan based.
Uzbekistan. So Uzbekistan is where this development studio is based, and of course, this is their major debut title. Primarily known for this project, and a lot of people have been looking forward to it because it's previously explored free-to-play MMO concepts before shifting to pay co-op survival. And then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, can't forget about the publishing studio, as Kraken Express is a self-publishing publisher, of course, with Pocket Pair Publishing. Now, when you look at Pocket Pair, safe to say Pocket Pair is known for a very interesting Nintendo kerfuffle. What is that kerfuffle, you might ask? Ladies and gentlemen, they're known for Power World.
Shepard. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And of course, that's not a bad thing, right? Over here, we love Power World. But does Nintendo?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
You already know Nintendo's trying to find some type of pirate excuse to have a ripoff of this specific game. Because you're like, hold on now. We already tried to end y'all as far as all the lawsuits in the world towards Power World. So you already know that Kraken Express is probably not in the greatest, no, Pocket Pair Publishing is probably not in the greatest standings with Nintendo. Let's just put it like that. But anyways, they're known for Power World, which of course was a huge survival hit, another survival hit. And with this specific game going crazy as far as the million plus under 6 days, it's estimated that it's already made $30 million as far as gross. Now, of course, with this game being in early access, we don't want to be too harsh on it. So those are the sales, the objective sales of an early access game. But of course, like you see on the screen right now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, we do have review roundups for the early access. So IGN gave this a 7 out of 10, basically saying, quote, with its snappy ground combat and excellent sound design, WINDROSE has made a strong impression on me at its early access release. Particularly when it comes to polish, this feels more like a finished game than a beta. And while the story and progression cut off a bit abruptly, there's still more than 80 hours of stuff to do if you want to see everything that's currently available.
You guys.
So safe to say, he enjoyed the game. Now let's get into other reviews. That's just not too many. It's early access. Game Heroes gave this an 85 out of 100, saying, quote, don't be fooled by WINDROSE's early access banner currently adorning its Steam page. This is as good as any full indie release on any platform today. While it will earn an official final score once fully released, WINDROSE comes out of the early access gate strong with an easy 85 out of 100. And of course, last but definitely not least, Bullet Haven gave it an 8.4 out of 10, saying, quote, a thrilling, content-rich demo that makes this one of 2026's most anticipated early access launches. And of course, with that being said, That was it. That was the review. They basically said the open world was polished. So and Souls-like combat. Now I know a lot of studios hate that. Every time you say Souls-like, they look at their PR team and they say to themselves, "You guys." I know they ain't just say we just literally put that in the PR statement for them not to call it a Souls-like. Like they do that a lot. If you didn't know, in the gaming industry, they do not like their games to be compared to Souls-like. Why? I have no idea. I don't know if they're hating on Souls games. I don't know if they just don't compare us to them. We got our own thing going, and it play exactly like a Souls-like. So if you don't know, in the gaming industry, they do not like when it's compared to a Souls-like or a Souls-like. So those are the review round. That is the review roundup of WINDROSE. I believe when it comes to the 1 million sales in under 6 days, that's the biggest takeaway from my observing my notes and just the different reviews and sales that I've been seeing, especially in the gaming industry. This is not no small feat. This is a monumental feat, especially for an early access game that you don't even know when it's actually going to come out. Like, it could come out a year from now, it could come out 3 years from now. But guess what? We have no idea. But as of right now, with WINDROSE being in early access, it's still the 8th most played game on Steam, and of course, is one of let me get their names again. It's one of Kraken Express and Pocket Pairs. Is one of their biggest accomplishments, especially in the survival multiplayer field. And that's saying a lot because they also are known for Power World. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my click my link tree in my bio. Totally messed that outro up. Anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about WINDROSE as far as the co-op open world pirate survival adventure game? And if you've played it on PC, what is your favorite aspect of it? And even though it's in early access, do you believe it could be a contender for Game of the Year?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get into Disney's favorite character.
Shepard.
Oh, my fault. I mean, it's time to get into Mouse PI for Hire. Yep, that's the right one. And no, ladies and gentlemen, in case you was wondering, this is not Mickey Mouse. You know, I just had to let y'all know. You guys. Just had to let you know. See, that's the problem. As a lot of people are probably thinking to themselves, why is Disney not sending their lawyers towards Fumi Games and PlaySide Studios? Well, to be exact, when it comes to the actual main character, it is not Mickey Mouse. It's an original character, Jack Pepper, played by Troy Baker, and we're going to get to more of him in a second. So when it comes to Disney copyright actions or lawsuits, you don't have to worry about that for this particular game, because I know somebody out there was wondering if this is some type of Disney spin-off of Steamboat Willie. And even though I do believe Steamboat Willie style aesthetics post-2024 is in public domain, I think with this having such original characters, and of course we're going to get into the actual makings of this game. As if you don't know, actually I want to get into it right now. So there was a lot of artwork that went into this particular game to the point where a lot of people putting respect on art will really enjoy this because of the 3D environments plus 2D characters. One, is very unique. And then of course the 54,000 plus hand-drawn sprites. So getting into the actual game, you already know over here talking about the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses. Safe to say, on the Xbox platform specifically, Mouse for PI is notoriously affecting the masses, as is the fourth most played game on the Xbox platform currently. Now, of course, when you look at PlayStation, Steam, it's not in the top 10, but when it comes to Mouse for PI, Mouse PI for Hire on PC, it currently has 4,000 people playing the game right now, and the all-time peak was 13,000. So, of course, those numbers are not like blowing you out of the water, but when it comes to Xbox specifically, I think that is the platform that is the most impactful on, just going off of the objective analytical data. So, when getting into the actual game, if you don't know, yeah, you know, art set to the side, a lot of people are highly, are giving this game high praise. You know, is receiving a lot of high critical praise, and of course Troy Baker being a part of it, you know, that doesn't hurt, right? So This game is out on PC, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and Nintendo Switch 2. It came out April 16, 2026, developed by Fumi Games, published by PlaySide Studios. Now, if you don't know, when it comes to Fumi Games and PlaySide Studios, they specifically are known. Well, let's start with Fumi Games. So they was founded by, I don't even know how to pronounce this, Michalak, former animation background. And when it comes to starting a viral short film, MVP, hundreds of millions of views, Mouse for PI for Hire is their debut major game. I'm not gonna lie, for this to be your first ever video game, I mean, I think that's a W, man. I ain't gonna cap to you. It looks unique. A lot of people, as far as the review roundup, they're enjoying it from the gameplay mechanic standpoint, which a lot of people was thinking it was gonna be a one-trick pony as far as it being visually unique. But it seems like the gameplay aspect is unique well, not unique, but it's intriguing and engaging as well. So Fumi Games, they are known for that as far as the passion project turning into a lot of hand-drawn. They're known for unique hand-drawn visuals that you can see right now. And of course, that is why the game looks like it does. Now let's get to PlaySide Studios, the publisher of this specific game, as it's the largest games developer in Australia with 360 as their staff. Wow, it's a lot. Founded in 2011. And of course, when it comes to work for hire, it was outsourced devs for others. And then, they outsourced devs for others. But for this specific game, PlaySide Studios was primarily involved. So now, I think having or known for his like Dumb Ways to Die expansions, partnerships with Disney, once again, / Warner Bros. Licensed content, I think you could kind of surmise that they had the buddy-buddy relationship to be like, hey, we're going to make this unique hand-drawn, sprite-heavy type game. And just know, we're not copying you, so don't sue us.
Shepard.
Don't sue us, that's it.
Look at the state of gaming.
Hey, we're looking at it.
What is going on?
So the state of gaming is that they made a very unique game visually. And of course, when it comes to the gameplay aspect, it is 24 main missions. It's a hub-based progression, PI Office and Mouseburg. And you have side jobs unlocked via NPCs. What is this, GTA?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. All jokes aside, let's get back into it. So the hybrid gameplay, you have investigation plus puzzle solving, arena-style combat, consistent movement to avoid damage. I'm not going to spoil the game, but I'm just giving you a synopsis of what the game is like for those who are completely oblivious of what this game is about. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the actual game that we're talking about. So when it comes to environmental interactions, you have shooting anvils, throwing barrels. Of course, there's 12 weapons. There's a Tommy, well, for example, some of them that stand out is the Tommy gun, the boomstick shotgun, the freeze gun, and the experimental psychic brain in a jar gun. What in the actual?
You guys.
What in that one world?
See, that's the problem.
I ain't never seen that. Anyways, very unique weapons as well. So you have a RPG light system, weapon upgrades, power-ups, collectibles, combat style as any, the enemy variety is tank type, aggressive units, and of course, once again, is known for the 3D environments plus 2D characters, 54,000 plus, once again, hand-drawn sprites, which is something to repeat because that's a phenomenal feat to showcase how much passion you put into this specific project. Now, let's get to how it runs, because as of right now, it runs 120 frames per second on PS5 Pro. On Switch 2, it drops below 40 frames per second, with some people coming out saying it has occasional stuttering. And then, of course, PC side, I don't think there's any issues as far as major issues. Now, there's people who have like early problems, but for the most part, I think is no major bugs for this specific game on PC. Now, when it comes to the land of quality short games, I am pleased to say that this is going to be added to the high quality short games list of 2026. Because of course you have Resident Evil Requiem, you have PRAGMATA, you have this specific game. There was another game that's coming out. I think what was that called? Is it Reanimal? I think it's called Reanimal. Let me see. Reanimal. I don't think hold on. Let me make sure. Did I break that game down? Let me see. Yeah, I covered so much, I'll be forgetting. I did. I broke that game down. March 5th, 2026. You know, shout out to me for consistency. You know what I'm saying? My fault. You know, not, enough of the applause. Basically, broke down Reanimal March 5th, 2026. So when it comes to that, you can just type in Reanimal Analytic Dreamz with a Z to hear my deep dive for that. But that's also a high quality short game. So in the year of GTA 6's Crimson Deserts, what else is probably going to take up a lot of your time? Actually, let me look at the charts right now. I mean, Arc Raiders would definitely take up a lot of your time. I mean, it's a live service, so no need to say that. Then Pokemon Pokopia, technically that would take up a lot of your time, and I don't think that's technically a live service. And then what else? What other new games would take up a lot of your time? I think it's basically it. I was looking at Nintendo as well. As far as PC, Slay the Spire 2, I don't know if that's a long game or not. I don't think it's a live service, because I think I covered that as well, but I believe that's actually a roguelike. It's like a card deck roguelike. Yeah, because I covered that March 19th, 2026. So with that being said, it seems like a lot of people enjoyed that coverage. You know, a lot of people enjoy the gaming. Some people enjoy the music. Some people enjoy both. So hopefully you're one of those. But anyways, I'm basically just laying down all of the games that are very much high quality and how there's an offering for people who want an expansive runtime, right? And then there's games, multiple games, for people that want a finite amount of time, but still high quality. So this specific game falls into the category of high quality and short, as the main story is 7 to 9 hours. Main plus side content is 10 to 20 hours. And then, of course, if you want to be a completionist, it's 15 to 25 hours. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I usually don't do this, but we do have to single out IGN.
Shepard.
Yeah.
Just look at the state of gaming.
Talk to me.
Like, what is going on?
Now, when it comes to what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, IGN gave this game a 6 out of 10.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, you'll probably be thinking to yourself, well, you know, maybe the person didn't enjoy it, or maybe they was on the nose or ahead of the time as far as the review. As you can see right now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But, you know, interestingly enough, when you look at IGN's score as far as 6 out of 10, the rest of the scores are through the roof. I kid you not. It's not even like hot and cold. It's not, oh, some people love it, some people hate it. All of the scores are 8 and above. I mean, 8 and above. So PC Gamer gave it an 86 out of 100. Game Informer gave it an 8 out of 10. GameSpot gave it an 8 out of 10. A lot of publications gave it an 8 or a 9. Like Dual Shockers gave it a 9.5 out of 10. So basically, we're gonna get into the more specifics of those review roundups in a second. But the reason why I touched on the IGN 6 out of 10, because you already know every time IGN reviews a game and it's bad, a lot of people just dunk on them for no reason, right? And I'm not gonna say not for no reason, but you know, they go kind of hard because of the old gamer joke of them reviewing Pokemon and saying there was too much water. I believe it was Pokemon. So they always have there in the back of their minds whenever they're the unique reviewer and is not so fond of the actual game. So I just wanted to bring that up, because if you do see a 6 out of 10, just know that it was very much in the minority. They may have been the only one that gave this game a bad score. So with that being said, let's get into Troy Baker, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know, Jack Pepper, the main character in this game, is voiced by none other than Troy Baker. Now, of course, why are you thinking, you know, why so much emphasis on this particular gentleman? Well, first, pause.
You guys.
But second, we do have to give him his praise, as Troy Baker is one of the most notorious voice actors in general. Joel Miller, The Last of Us Part 1 and 2, Batman, various Batman games, of course, Sam Drake, Uncharted 4, Indiana Jones, Booker DeWitt, am I saying his name wrong? DeWitt, for BioShock Infinite. For my podcast listeners, just know I am live on Irium, so shout out to Victoria and Seal Milo. Was that the right name? I don't know. The name hasn't popped up yet, but thank you. I see your icon pop up. Thank you for joining the stream. So when it comes to that, I think Troy Baker's highly acclaimed, very legendary status as far as his resume leads you to believe that he very much believed in this specific game to lend his voice, because he's at that particular point where he doesn't need to work anymore in the voice acting field to cement his legacy. He's basically like a LeBron in the game, just increasing his resume as far as longevity, but nobody's like, oh, you got to prove yourself for this specific game, because he's already done it a plethora of times. So that is why when you see Troy Baker's name, it's so important to notice how highly acclaimed voice actors lend a voice to projects they believe in. Because I would like to hear the story behind Troy Baker even jumping into this specific game, as he holds the record for the BAFTA Games Award as far as performance nominations. He has 7+. Multiple wins, of course, at the Game Awards. And when it comes to his range, like the characters I just listed out, it's safe to say it speaks for itself. So anyways, just wanted to highlight Troy Baker and talk about how not only does he have a legendary resume, but he lended his voice to this game and he believed in it. And safe to say it worked out. As now, it's time to get into the sales. As ladies and gentlemen, as of 10 days ago, the pre-launch hype, of course, was huge. 1.2 to 1.6 million Steam wish lists, right? But now let's get into the actual sales when the game came out. So when the game came out, it was top 2 globally at launch. Like I just said, is the biggest impact is on the Xbox platform. We already went over the specific console numbers. But then, of course, you look at the units sold as 360,000. Now, of course, you're probably comparing it to other games like PRAGMATA, Crimson Desert, etc. But for this specific game to have this unique art style and, of course, the gameplay mechanic loop, I think is a W, especially, and I mean especially, for this being the debut video game for Fumi Games. To debut with this specific game, I think you can only imagine how much the sequel could make. Now, of course, I don't know too much about the story, and I wouldn't spoil it if I did. But basically, if they were to make a sequel, I think they built up enough cachet to where the next game will probably exceed this in sales. So I don't think it's as bad as some people may say as far as 360,000 compared to the bigger games that came out around the same time, such as PRAGMATA, right? So the main thing I was wanting to get into is that not only is that a significant accomplishment as far as 360,000 units sold, but the gross revenue for this particular game is $10.4 million. And of course, when it comes to the console share, it's 44%. Like I keep saying, when it comes to consoles and single player games, I think it's a match made in heaven, because you already know when it comes to PC and single player games, let's just say, for some reason, CJ from San Andreas has never gotten a San Andreas 2. But every single time PC players get their hands on a single player game, they put CJ into it.
Shepard.
You know what I'm saying?
Just look at the state of gaming.
I was looking at it.
What is going on?
So you look at CJ from San Andreas being put in all type of random games. I literally saw him in PRAGMATA with Diana on his back, and they were shooting it out with the opposition. I was thinking to myself,
you guys, see, that's the problem.
So everybody wants to use CJ from San Andreas in regular and just random single player games as a PC gamer. Now, obviously, that's the modding community, but just putting it in perspective. So, back to the sales. So, of course, the pre-launch growth and demand was out of this world. The sales are respectable. It's not like blowing you out of the water, but it's definitely respectable. I think the sequel could perform a lot better. But as of right now, the original, I think, is performing at a solid pace, honestly. I was thinking, what else was I wanting? Okay, so now I was wanting to get into the review. Now that we got into the sales roundup, I was wanting to get into the review roundup. So if you don't know, we already talked about the IGN 6 out of 10, right? Too much water. You feel me?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. That wasn't the review. IGN said, quote, Mouse PI for hire. Nails the aesthetics of both the 1930s cartoons and the detective stories that inspired it. And it's also an amusing boomer shooter. What in the world? That largely feels good as you're playing it. But it's haphazard marriage of noir storytelling tropes and shooter gameplay are often at odds with each other in uncomfortable ways that weaken both aspects. And the writing is so busy making references to other things that is actually painful to sit through at times.
You guys.
Sad day in history.
See, that's the problem.
So I'm not going to say IGN was hating, but the rest of these are just glowing reviews of this specific game. As when it comes to Game Informer, gave it an 8 out of 10, saying with its black and white rubber hose animation, which is technically what it's called, lively jazz soundtrack, and gripping detective noir setting, Mouse P.I. for Hire serves up a refreshing 1930s inspired experience in the seedy city of Mouseburg. GameSpot gave this game an 8 out of 10, saying, quote, originally released as a tech demo that quickly went viral in 2023. Mouse P.I. for Hire is now a fully fledged game, one that oozes style, the good, a compelling story that mixes lightheartedness with the familiar trappings of film noir. Combat is fast and fluid, making for some kinetic shootouts. Varied weapons excel at slapstick violence. The hand-drawn art style is a consistent treat with a reverence for classic cartoons. And then last but definitely not least, we have to get into the highest score on this entire list, as DualShockers gave it a 9.5 out of 10. And basically they praised it for contributing to the, they basically had high praise, and the overall consensus was the stunning hand-drawn rubber hose art style. So that's basically the sales and review roundup of Mouse P.I. for Hire. When you look at the hand-drawn animation, when you look at the 50,000 plus, what was the number again? I think it was 50,000. When you look at the 50,000 plus sprite-drawn animations, I think it was on here somewhere. You know, I'm 26 going on 80. You know, I gotta get, you gotta give me some time to find it. You feel me? Okay, so the 54,000 plus hand-drawn sprites, 3D environments plus 2D characters. Safe to say, not only did Fumi Games come out the gates blazing, pun intended, but also Mouse P.I. for Hire being their debut game, looking the way it is, and also having the gameplay mechanics to match the unique art style, I think is a W for a first-time development studio. So that being said, click my link, share my bio, let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Mouse P.I. for Hire? Do you believe it's one of the better games of the year? And of course, if you've played it, what is your favorite aspect of Mouse P.I. for Hire?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Pokemon? Even PRAGMATA?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now, if you were thinking that those were topping the charts as far as Nintendo, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You were ultimately incorrect.
Shepard.
Oh, my fault. You know, I forgot to tell you the title of the game that is topping the Nintendo charts, which is Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream. The Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because currently I have up the actual chart as far as Tomodachi. As you can see right here, they are number one, ladies and gentlemen. And I know what you're probably thinking to yourself, 743,000 total copies. Well, technically, you know, not to be a well actually, when you look at the Tomodachi collection, it has a lot of other games, right? It has the entire Tomodachi collection. I mean, hence the name. So that's why I said 743,000 as far as the cumulative copies. But as you can see right here, they are still number one, selling 170,000 with Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream. Now, if you're not familiar with this particular game, that is what this show is for, because you know we get into the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses, and Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream is no different. As when you look at them specifically, it released April 16th, 2026. Now, of course, this is the third main entry. They have Tomodachi Collection, which is why you saw that in the overall collection chart on Nintendo. And then, of course, you have Tomodachi Life. Now, Tomodachi Collection came out in 2009 for Japan only, so 3.7 million. Then you had Tomodachi Life that came out in 2013/14 on the 3DS, and it sold 6.7 million worldwide. Now, you look at Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, that made its way back a decade later in 2026 on the Switch 1 and the Switch 2, and specifically, when you look at the sales, that is why it's topping the charts, because not only is it captivating what Tomodachi fans love so much, but it showcases that Nintendo can still have chart-topping original IPs that doesn't lend itself to a Mario, Pokemon, Zelda, etc. As when you look at the game specifically, you would think that they would use this IP similar to how PlayStation uses Astrobot by throwing the most popular or licensed IPs into that specific game, whether it's Kratos, Spider-Man, the girl from Horizon, Ratchet and Clank, etc. Right? Nintendo, obviously, they have a plethora of characters to choose from, whether it's Mario, Zelda, Pokemon, etc. But when you look at the actual IPs that's in the game, technically they're not having cameos, but you can, I think players implement some of these IPs via Mii's. So Mii's of, if you don't know what Mii is, we'll get to it in a second, but let's just say you missed out because you never played Wii Sports.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
But basically, these players do import these characters via a Mii. So sometimes people make Mii's of Mario, Luigi, Peach, Link, etc., and they put it into the game. So they import it themselves. So anyways, the main thing that's intriguing about this game is the lifestyle aspect. Now, no, I'm not putting it on the same level as an Animal Crossing. As if you don't know, I think Animal Crossing is still on the charts. Let me see. So Animal Crossing is currently the 7th most played game on Switch. The Nintendo Switch 2 edition is the 7th most played game on the Switch platform. And then, of course, you have Animal Crossing, the Switch 1 edition is the 11th most played game on the Nintendo platform. So Animal Crossing is still popular in its own right. Animal Crossing, the original, has 8.4 million. And, of course, the Switch 2 version overall has 108,000 copies. Now, the only reason why I bring that up is because if you're looking for a lifestyle simulator, not to be that guy, but I think Animal Crossing is the better offering. And before you say, why are you hating on Tomodachi? I'm not. I've just got to let you know if I'm judging quality from an eye test and research aspect, I would say Animal Crossing is the better offering. Anyways, if you're wondering what people love about Tomodachi, it's basically the quirky humor and the chaos that you're dealing with. You're dealing with a lot of random events in this specific games. And when it comes to the Mii's that's in this game that you create, right, there's hilarious, unpredictable scenarios via rap battles, literally.
It's time for a rap battle!
Literally, a rap battle. Then you have breakups, absurd events, and that feels more personal and shareable. So all of the Mii's that you create is in this game. That's why it has a deep personalization / creativity element, as the design of the Mii's of yourself, friends, celebs, sort of like Wii Sports, right? They're all in the game. So now you see people that maybe created their own character and left it on your console, or maybe you created it for them, and now they're all in this unique island having procedurally generated type scenarios for those characters. So that's why it's so interesting for people who have an expanse pool of friends or family members, etc. It's comparable to Wii Sports, like having a bunch of your family members, friends, etc. in their different characters on your console, and now you see them throughout the games that you play, whether it's bowling, tennis, boxing, etc. So that is the whole appeal of Tomodachi. So if you never knew why people enjoyed it so much, well, now you have it. When it comes to Wii Sports, I'm not going to put it on that level of quality, but of course, the recognition of your family and friends into the specific game, I think that's why a lot of people enjoy Tomodachi. Now, of course, when we get into sales, you already know, like I just said at the beginning of the segment, that it's topping the charts, right? So with the entire collection doing pretty well, I mean, it's nothing like out of this world, but Tomodachi the collection still being #1 on the Nintendo platform specifically, I think that's a huge accomplishment. So diving into how much time this will take you, because you're probably thinking to yourself, well, if it's procedurally generated, if they're coming up with all these random scenarios with my family and friends that's on my console, what type of runtime am I looking at? Now, when it comes to people with 9-to-5s, that's a phenomenal question, as the main progression is 30 to 35 hours on average. And then you have main plus extras, which is 40 to 45 plus hours. And then, of course, when it comes to the lifestyle aspect, similar to an Animal Crossing, similar to a Wii Sports, there's no true end game, as it's a whole sandbox, so it continues indefinitely. So it's as fun, it's as long or as short as you make it, right? So the main thing I wanted to say, especially when it came to this specific game, when it comes to objective facts, that it does run well, is very optimized. So shout out to Nintendo for that. You know, having flagship IP being on your platform and running well, I think that's a big deal, especially on Switch 1 and Switch 2. So when you look at the out the gate sales, Japan has sold 565,000 as far as physical copies, and then it outsold the entire top 10 combined. So when you think about will Nintendo consumers enjoy this game, it seems like the numbers speak for itself.
Shepard.
You know what I'm saying?
Just look at the state of gaming.
Yeah, we're looking at it.
Like, what is going on?
And as far as what else is going on, safe to say, when it comes to other regions, is number one on the UK charts. Is sold 70,000 plus physical units at launch in France, and is having an expectation of multi-millions as far as lifetime units. Now, overall, I don't know how much money they have generated as far as a franchise. I don't think this is like public. Yeah, I don't think Nintendo like publicly puts out, oh, it made this amount of money, right? So we can convert it into USD. Estimated, you know, as far as estimates, seems like it's made a lot, but going off of the charts, it's definitely making money currently, but we don't know as far as all time how much it's made. I don't even have estimates right here, so that's that should tell you something. I don't know if they're hiding it or what, but you know, it seems like it's their baby, so they don't want any type of propaganda to say it's flopping, right? So those are the sales for Tomodachi. When you get into the review roundups of this specific game, of course, when it comes to let's see which one. So when it comes to Shack News, it gave it a 9 out of 10, and a lot of people were saying it has a it doesn't have a specific quote. What in the world?
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Okay, well, let's go to Screen Rant. Screen Rant gave it an 8 out of 10, saying, quote, wealth of minigames and interactions, plus very few repeat dialogue situations, which is probably a concern for people who was wondering, well, am I going to get repeat missions? Am I going to get repeat dialogue? Apparently, it's not a lot of it, according to Screen Rant. Quote, it's been a lot of fun getting invested in their little lives, and I can see myself coming back to the game for a long time. Absolutely worth the wait. Because if you don't know, the last Tomodachi came out in 2013. So more than a decade later, ladies and gentlemen, Nintendo connoisseurs are still loving the lifestyle gameplay loop of this. So getting into Games Radar, they gave it a 4 out of 5, saying, quote, Tomodachi Life Living the Dream gives you tools to let your imagination run wild. I finally found the perfect reality TV simulator, and my unhinged me's all the stars. And then, of course, last but definitely not least, Quinn Collins from Pocket Tactics. And the reason why I say his name specifically is because guess what? He gave this game a perfect score. So to quote him verbatim, he said, quote, this game is a masterpiece of relaxing, cozy gaming. Any minor complaint I have has been made up with the endless fun. With near infinite customization, cutscenes I'm still seeing for the first time 10 hours after the rolling credits, and a healthy dose of quirky charm. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you can tell, but the reviews are through the roof for this specific game, and it seemed like everybody is loving it, from the average consumers to the conglomerates, definitely giving their overall reviews as far as, you know, out of 10 or out of 5, because now when you look at the sales at top in the charts, it makes a lot more sense why it's number one so dominantly, because second up is Pokopia, right? That sold 17,000 units this week. PRAGMATA is third. The Switch 2 version, of course. So 14,000. But of course, Tomodachi is running away with 178,000. And of course, it just came out not too long ago. It came out, I think, 10 days ago. Let me see. So, no, it didn't come out 10 days ago. So it came out April 16, 2026. And when you think about it being the third main entry, I think with the director being, hopefully I can see his name right, Ryutaro Takahashi Yoshio Sakamoto. I think, hopefully I said that right. Hopefully it was W pronunciation. But anyways, it seems as if they had a humongous vision for the next Tomodachi, which why it took them a decade plus to make it. But guess what? I think it all worked out. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Tomodachi Life, living the dream? And ultimately, if you're a Nintendo connoisseur and you played the game, what is your favorite aspect about Tomodachi in general?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
First off, as ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to putting immense respect on the mobile gaming community, we are back again. Oh, hold on now. You ain't gotta do all that. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta do all that, but I appreciate it. Anyways, for this specific segment, we are getting into Candy Crush, because you already know. No, we're not getting into the overall brand, the IP of Candy Crush that ranks as amongst the top as far as all-time gaming revenue. We're getting into a specific game titled Candy Crush Saga. If you don't know, Candy Crush Saga was developed by King, developed and published by King, a subsidiary of Activision Blizzard, now under Microsoft. It came out April 12th, 2012, and guess what? It is still notoriously affecting the masses, as when you look at the sales specifically, because you know over here we get into the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses. So getting into Candy Crush Saga, it currently is making $70 to $90 million a month, and that's just one game, ladies and gentlemen. Now, of course, when you look at Candy Crush specifically, it's one of the biggest IPs of all time in gaming, and of course, specifically in mobile. I think it ranks number 2 as far as various sources from 2025 to 2026. It is a little bit behind Honor of Kings as far as overall revenue from the Candy Crush brand. Now, the main thing I want to say is, when you look at the flagship of Candy Crush, there's a plethora of Candy Crushes out there, right? Candy Crush Saga currently is the most profitable with 12 billion plus, which is ongoing as their flagship. Then you have Candy Crush Soda Saga, that's making 3 billion. Then you have Candy Crush Friends Saga, that's making 200 million. And then you have Candy Crush Jelly Saga, that's making 158 million as far as all-time revenue for those specific games. Now, of course, the Saga brand is around 20 plus billion, ladies and gentlemen, with the B. So it's no surprise that we're getting into Candy Crush once again, as with this game specifically. I'm not gonna lie to you, because you know I give it 8 more than 92, and I always want you to have the facts with you. So anyways, technically, Candy Crush Saga is not like one of the most downloaded games out there. It trails, I think it's out of the top 20 to 30 for new downloads, but it relies heavily on its existing player base. And you're probably thinking to yourself, well, how in the world are they bringing in $70 to $90 million a month if they aren't top 20 to not even top 10 as far as new downloads? Well, I'm about to tell you. So Candy Crush Saga specifically, their revenue comes from in-app purchases. Of course, you know, it's a mobile game, so you knew microtransactions was definitely going to be there. But the reason why people purchase these microtransactions in Candy Crush Saga is because you start off with 5 lives, right? You lose one, and then on failure, if you run out, you could wait 30 minutes, or you could refill for 99 cents. And let me just tell you something. The grandmas, the grandpas out there.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. The gamers out there, don't want to disrespect, because we are not ages in the gaming community. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? We're not ages at all. You want to play games when you're 97? You want to play games when you're 82?
Shepard.
All right, let's get back into it. So basically, people spend money on that, right? Then you have the boosters and power-ups, where you have extra moves, lollipop hammers, color combs, etc., right? You have the gold bars, which is in-game currency, and you get it from packs. So it ranges from $2 to $99, goodness gracious, for lives, boosters, and bundles. And then, of course, like every successful mobile game, you already know Candy Crush Saga has events and offers limited time bundles, passes, and level specific deals. So this is a very peculiar stat to keep track of. Only 3 to 5% of players pay, but this specific term is what makes the gaming industry go around, right? whales. Now, no, not the actual animal, right? You probably think of a different whale. Let me see. Try to get the actual definition. So financially, when you look at whales, they essentially drive most of the income. They are heavy spenders, and the average paying user is not even close to what a whale spends, right? So whales is something that drives most of the income. It's somebody that heavily supports your game financially, whether it's buying an exorbitant amount of microtransactions. Actually, that's exactly what it is. Just think of a whale. If there was just think of a whale versus the average consumer like this. If there's 10 packs to be bought, a whale will probably buy 8 of them. An average consumer will maybe buy 2 or 3. That's how you should compare whales to average consumers. Anyways, so when you look at only 3 to 5% of players actually paying on the game, because I think it's crazy to pay for lives, but hey, guess what? You know, get it like you love it. You know, hey, you know, it's it's definitely an acquired taste, but hey, you know, it's the taste that they enjoy. So, anyways, when you look at the rest of the revenue, as far as them having extra lives, I think I already talked about that. So yeah, that's where all the revenue comes from. Okay, so now let's get into the core gameplay loop. I know you're probably wondering to yourself, well, what does Candy Crush play like?
Shepard.
Okay, obviously you're probably not asking that. For the little Timmies that's watching, maybe you're not familiar with how this game plays. So if you don't know, this is a match 3 puzzle, little Timmy. When it comes to the free-to-play aspect, that's one of the main things that draws people to play in this game, because you can boot it up on any system whatsoever and play Candy Crush or some sort of it, right? This one specifically that we're watching, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, that is specifically Candy Crush Saga, but there's a plethora of Candy Crush games out there. So anyways, it's a free-to-play match 3 puzzle type mobile game, right? The core gameplay is to match 3 of the same color. That's it, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoop-de-doo.
If you want it deeper than that, it does not get deeper than that. Pause.
Whoop-de-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
And I just guess, technically it's not pause. Anyways, let's keep going. So when you come to the overall primary objective, you have clearing the jelly tiles, collect/drop ingredients, reach the target score, and remove blockers, which is chocolate bombs, licorice locks. My fault. I had to spell it out. You know, Kaisenet taught me how to do that. Anyways, when you look at the power-ups and systems, okay, I'm not going to get through all that. Those are for the heavy, the hardcore connoisseurs of this game. So for the 9 to 5 workers out there, just know that this game, as far as the amount of time, is what you put into it. So it's what you want to get out of it. It basically does have a deep progression, hundreds of hours you could put into this mobile game, because guess what? It's one of those games where maybe you're waiting for something and you just get a quick match of Candy Crush in. Each match, it probably only takes like 5 to 10 minutes, honestly. Each and every match is very quick, which is why it's gotten its claim to fame, because it's so easily accessible, and every single session is what goes by quick, not only because of the runtime of the session, but because of the enjoyment factor. So outside of that, I did want to get into the review roundup. So if you don't know, when it comes to Candy Crush Saga specifically, as far as the mobile game, we have a plethora of reviews. So Pocket Gamer, type of beef y'all have with Candy Crush?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
As I'm not going to lie to you, this is probably the lowest score on here. I'm trying to see if there's any. Yeah, this is the lowest score on here. So definitely take this with a grain of salt, as this is the only score I have that's this bad. So Pocket Gamer, hence the name, they gave it a 6 out of 10. Saying, quote, a challenging, surprisingly imaginative match 3 puzzler, but there's little reason to tolerate its free-to-play fussiness with so much stellar competition in the field. Candy Crush Saga's a sweet treat in some ways then, but one with a disappointingly bitter aftertaste. Now, I'm not gonna lie. It seems like that person don't like, you're not a fan of Candy Crush. I'm just saying.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of...
So anyways, with that being said, let's get into some of the more positive reviews. As you have CNET, which is CNET, gave it an 8.2 out of 10. Quote, voted best social game at the International Mobile Gaming Awards, Candy Crush Saga takes the popular match 3 style of game to another level by adding a variety of special game pieces, candles, boosters, and objectives that go beyond simply scoring a lot of points. With its addictive gameplay, simple controls, and whimsical circus-themed animation, it is very difficult not to grow a sweet tooth for this game. Well, he glazing, ain't he?
You guys.
Anyway, so that's a positive review. Let's get into another one. So, the tech hacker. Well, hopefully he ain't a hacker. I had to snitch.
Whoop-de-doo.
That's why I had to snitch. You know what I'm saying?
Whoop-de-doo.
That's supposed to be my snitching drop. I don't know why I keep playing Young Thug. Anyways, the tech hacker. 8.4 out of 10. Quote, the game is not only the simplest, but also a great way to spend some time. I know that's right. It has a 4.3 rating out of 16 plus million ratings, pulling back many other popular games on the Play Store. That's what's up right there. Last but definitely not least, I wasn't getting the Apple Store, but those are like random reviews. So let me get into another one. All right, Slide to Play gave it 100 out of 100. What in the world? You already know they finna be glazing. You know what I'm saying?
Shepard.
My fault. Let me just read off the review. So they said, quote, Candy Crush Saga has become a massive hit, not only because it's free and fun, but because it provides a great value with well-balanced gameplay mechanics, boy. Yeah, I ain't never heard a review like that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Slide to Play for giving it a perfect score. Now, Candy Crush is one of the more notorious games of all time. I mean, I remember this as a wee little lad. Everybody was playing Candy. It was Candy Crush, Tetris, and what was it like? No, all the matching games just went crazy back in the day, right? Your grandma and grandpa probably love Candy Crush to this day. And with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Candy Crush Saga being one of the more notorious games when it comes to microtransactions, not downloads, but still making 70 to 90 million monthly? What do you think about that? And what is your favorite mobile game currently?
Shepard, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Now I know what you're probably thinking to yourself. This is not gaming or music. And my brothers, technically, it is.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
As if you don't know, even though this particular content creator isn't in this group anymore, we have covered Plague Max twice on this particular podcast, because, we do cover the gaming and music IPs that notoriously affect the masses. So when it comes to Plague Max, of course, we covered him with the In the Booth with Central C. And then we covered him with Jello as well, and also covered his nomination. If you don't know, Plague Max is Grammy nominated, just in case y'all was wanting to know, if you need to put respect on content creators making music. But anyways, with that being said, the real reason for this segment is getting into a new content creator group titled Core. Now, if you don't know, the meaning of Core is create, own, run, everything. Now, the reason why it's named that, in my opinion, is because of what they went through with their ex, that is FaZe.
You guys.
So, of course, when it comes to FaZe, they have a lot of ex-members. Now, I'm not trying to throw any aspersions on FaZe, but when it was first coming up in 2010, they were untouchable. I mean, the Call of Duty trick shotting, all of the YouTube engagement, of course, they grew in the esports field. When you look at the evaluation, because, we are Hall of Fame pocket watchers over here. So when it comes to FaZe specifically, they went public at a $725 million valuation. But that's not it, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, this is a whole story. So, of course, I'm going to condense it and make it concise in layman's terms. So when it comes to FaZe, starting in 2010, having a mammoth amount of success, revenue, engagement-wise, they eventually struggled with mismanagement, high costs, stock drops, and shifting creator economy. And no, you're probably thinking to yourself, didn't that just happen in 2025? Well, guess what? It happened twice. That time that I just said happened in 2021.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
As when you look at them breaking up, of course, it was acquired cheaply after that by GameSquare in 2024 for $14 million. And then, of course, when they restructure, that's when the Plague Maxes of the world, the Your Rages of the world, and I believe they have other members who's going to get into in a second. Jason, I believe, Silky, Adapt. I think they were all a part of the 2024 resurgence, right? So when that happened, one of the first people to kick it off was Plagueboy Max, as far as, once again, contract disputes, revenue splits. And even though it's not the same as them going public back in 2021, it was still a money issue, and it ended up being the demise of FaZe once again.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
And so now, come full circle, when it comes to Plagueboy Max leaving the group first, and then the whole group just basically disbanded. I think all of the key members left, and I think they do have like some FaZe members, but the key content creators, I think all of them left. So now, all of these ex-FaZe clan members from the 2024 debacle, they are back with this new content creator group titled Core. Now, of course, I already told you the meaning. The members is 6 total. You have Adapt, Silky, Jason, Lacey, Marlon, and Stable, Ronaldo, and also Kahan. I don't know if he's actually a part of it or if he was just with the group for the reveal, but it seems like he's a part of that group as well. But you probably thinking to yourself, there's 2 names in particular that's missing from that list. And ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it right now. So Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Because, of course, Plagueboy Max was one of the first to leave Core. But as you see right here, they are still on good terms as far as their relationship.
My boys, they businessmen now, nigga.
Businessmen.
They businessmen now.
Now, if you don't know, there was a whole beef between, I'm not going to keep pausing it, but there was a whole beef between Plagueboy Max and FaZe Banks. I believe when it came to the back and forth, it was business oriented. And of course, Plagueboy Max came out and was basically upset over poor contracts and lack of creator equity. So when it comes to the other members that formed another group, he didn't have beef with them specifically. He had beef with FaZe Banks, just so you know who that is. FaZe Banks is the overall CEO / owner of FaZe. And, you know, to be fair, he did take accountability, and he basically said he sold the boys a dream. But of course, you're still going to have the people who are not on the best of terms with you, which is, you know, Plagueboy Max. But he's still cool with the other members. So let's get back to what he has to say about the Core group announcement.
Nigga, no cap, my boys owning a shit. Oh, yeah.
So that's why he's pinpointing the ownership.
Yeah. I'm an honorary member.
See? You know, no bad blood. You know what I'm saying?
Let me know if we should pull up to the crib.
And he trying to pull up.
I mean, I don't know if they're having a house party and shit. I was supposed to pull up on them the other day, but apparently they still setting their shit up. And Ron told me that he's in Florida. Like, he went to Florida. So
basically, they're on great terms. That's his reaction to the announcement of Core. And then, of course, I do have another one because he has something else to say. I think it was a part of the group. Here we go. Yeah, right here.
Everything. Nobody outside of us touches. Okay, and even splits. Okay.
Sorry about the quality is on Twitter, so you know, complain about the quality. I'm saying,
if these niggas made this group this year and they win Org of the Year, I'm not gonna lie, bro. That would be crazy. I mean, who they comp?
Oh, and he said who they comp. Nah, I ain't gonna lie to you. Now, as a person that don't like to hop into beef or whatever, or just, you know, cover things that are salacious, hey, RDC. AMP?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Let me stop trying to, you know, promote violence. You know, not violence, but beef. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and Clover.
And you just say Clover, ain't no way.
Crazy. I mean, who they comp? OSCS and Clover.
Not gonna lie, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I don't know any of those content groups. I think I know Clover. That's the one with Ray and them, right? And Talil, I believe.
OSCS and Clover. That's it. AMP not low-key, not even comp.
Oh, he's sending shots. Hold on now. Nah. Not sending shots.
AMP, where y'all at? You know what? I'm on that. AMP, where y'all at, bro?
Now, to be fair to Max, I don't know when this video was made, but let's just say if you're a content creator group and just did a whole collab with Amazon for your like fashion or lifestyle brand that is Tone, and you just had a cross collaborative effort with Amazon, I'm not gonna lie to you. Y'all may call it glazing. I'm just laying out the facts the way it is. Keep it at 8 more than 92. I don't know how more present you can be than that. Now, I don't know if he's talking about like releases as far as videos. I think they drop sporadically on YouTube, but individually, like they're all creating content on their own. Like, cause I follow Agent. He's probably my favorite out of AMP Pulse. You know what I'm saying?
You guys.
But anyways, as far as watching Agent consistently, he's definitely very consistent. Now, as far as AMP, they're a huge group for a reason. It's because individually they bring up a lot of engagement. But, you know, that's not we're not trying to have a whole Plague Max versus AMP. I'm just saying it's kind of crazy he left out RDC. You know what I'm saying? What y'all gonna do about it?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's...
Y'all ain't even in hip hop. Well, technically, y'all were when y'all made them Drake skits. But hey, you know, hey, what y'all gonna do about it?
We miss y'all, bro. Come back, gang.
Dang.
Where y'all at, bro? Bro, the streaming world been fucked up, bro. Everyone just missing in a way, bro. Let's link.
That's crazy.
Let's have a good ass summer, though.
This got to be AI. This has to be AI. There's no way. There's no way. That has to be AI. Anyways, you know, obviously, I wanted to show you a lot of clips from the people who was a part of the original FaZe resurgence in 2024, because that was a big deal when they broke up. I don't know if I covered it. I don't think so. But when it comes to the breakup, it was such a big deal that this is ultimately another event as far as everybody who left FaZe coming to make their own group titled Core. And that's why Plague Boy was like, I'm still an honorary member. I'm still cool with them, because it was really an ownership issue from the very beginning. So anyways, the other member that you may have been, that you may have noticed that is out of the loop as far as being in the group, and no pun intended, you know what I'm saying? Goodness gracious, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I mean? Hold on now. You feel me? All right, let me chill. All right, so when it comes to that, Your Rage obviously was not in the Core group announcement, but here's what he had to say.
Join Core, look.
Hold on now. Is that a ski mask? Is he trying to be Pooh Shiesty?
Shepard.
Anyways, let's let him talk.
Listen, I want nothing but the best for my boys, for my lovers.
Okay. Hey, hold up now. Gotta pause that, my boy.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Or not, I guess.
Succeed.
Teach his own.
And if they knew I wanted to be in a group right now, of course, they would have welcomed us with open arms, chat. That's our brothers for life. But
another brothers for life type comment. One from Your Rage and now from Plague Boy Max. Which shows you there was no bad blood between the members, which is usually the case, right? It's really just bad blood with the overall membership, aka FaZe Bank. So let's get back into it.
They know that's not where my heart's at right now, gang. I don't want to be half-assed. I don't want to be there once every month and shit. Are you even in Core? Gang, let's leave it to the niggas that's gonna be there full time. It's gonna really put their heart and everything into it, gang.
I feel that it kind of sounds like he's gonna do his own thing, and he has too many plans individually to join the group. But there's no bad blood between them, just like Plague Boy Max said. And of course, you already know.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
That we have to bring up the overall owner / CEO, because this is the announcement that he made. And I believe this was maybe on the same day as the Core announcement, or maybe it was a day before. Anyways, these two specific announcements were back to back. So here is everybody's favorite FaZe member, FaZe Banks, right here.
Welcome to Market.
I don't know why it's so low.
About investing in yourself.
This is like super low. Look, the volume's all the way up.
The overwhelming majority of young men today are in a losing position. How are we positioned? Find out today and every Thursday at 1 p.m. PST.
Yo, is that a market?
Live on twitch.tv/FaZe Banks, baby. Yes. Welcome to Market Bubble, a show about investing in yourself, where we feel an overwhelming majority of young men today are in a losing position. How are we positioned? Find out today and every Thursday at 1 p.m. PST live on twitch.tv/FaZe Banks, baby. Yes.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Let me turn this down because that was super low. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I'm gonna leave this image up while I talk about this.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Now, obviously, I'm gonna start with allegedly, right? But when it came to FaZe Banks, of course, I've always been well researched, especially if I'm about to dive deep into a topic. And I thought to myself, he's doing this financial show, this little shtick or whatever for a show, right? And ultimately, wasn't he just involved in one of the biggest scandals?
Shepard.
Now, of course, I already said allegedly. I'm not trying to beef for FaZe Banks. I'm just letting y'all know. When it comes to the MLG coin, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I looked it up. In July 2025, Banks and the FaZe members promoted this Solana meme coin, Solana, market cap surged from 3 million to 150 to 200 million after heavy shilling, allegedly, with Aiden Ross. And then it crashed 93%.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Now, of course, y'all could just be saying, well, you know, not every meme coin is successful, right? But then you realize FaZe Banks primarily made all the profits while fans lost millions.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Now, I don't want to, you know, whatever y'all call that. We may not have to call it a scam, misleading the audience. Y'all get the point. Basically, if FaZe Banks made all the profits from a $150 to $200 million heavy shilling as far as the meme coin, and then he came out and his response, I kid you not, was, quote, I lost 106,000 personally.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
See, that's the problem. Let me read this back to you. So basically 150 to 200 million evaluation for meme coin. It crashed 93%. And FaZe Banks said to y'all, he said to you, I lost personally 106,000.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I mean, the math just ain't mathing. You know what I'm saying?
I just don't like it.
It's just not mathing.
I just don't like that shit, man.
Now, y'all may think I'm hating, but at the end of the day, when it comes to FaZe Banks and the meme coin, let somebody else have $150 million valuation. It drops by 93%. They keep all the profits, and they say to your face, hey, I personally lost 106,000. I was like, hold on now, that don't sound like a loss to me, my brother. Anyways, let's get back into it. So that's what FaZe Banks had to say. So let's get him off the screen. So if you don't know, I'm currently streaming. So shout out to the I don't know why your name didn't pop up. Shout out to Engineer Ed for joining. Currently, we're talking about the core members joining forces. So the reason why we went over all that, as far as Plague Max, as far as Your Rage, as far as FaZe Banks, is because this is technically a huge deal. And you know who else thought this was a huge deal? YouTube.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
As YouTube, I kid you not, I went to their page and apparently it's still up, but it's an alternative account. So if you don't know, this account right here was taken down. So if you go to this specifically, it's taken down. Why? I mean, there's reasons why they could have taken it down. Do I believe that they're big enough to have 100,000 subscribers? Of course. I mean, you look at them individually, especially Stable Ronaldo. I think he's the highest as far as Twitch peaks. You have Adapt, Lacey. I don't watch any of these individuals. No disrespect. I just don't watch them. But when it comes to the rankings, I think that's how it ranks. I think it's like Stable Ronaldo, Adapt, Lacey, and then Jason, Soki, and Marlon, right? I think in that order. When it comes to Plague Max and when it comes to Your Rage, obviously they will be towards the top of that list, but they're not officially core members. So I think YouTube automatically flagging, which is the team. Let me see. I think the team YouTube account came out. Let me make sure it's not a parody account. Okay. So it's actually a real account. So anyways, team YouTube saying, let me put this up to you. I don't think I'm making this up. Make sure. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. All right. So team YouTube said, the core boys are back. Automated security flags took down the Google account due to multiple logins, resulting in the YouTube channel termination. All is fixed now. So I'm assuming that they're back up, because when I went to literally this is from the YouTube channel, if you don't know, because you know I'm not no hater. So this is actually their YouTube account right here. So I guess they forgot the passwords or whatever, because YouTube let them have it back. Because as you can see right here, basically the reason why I was playing the screenshot at the beginning is to let you know how big of a deal it actually was as far as them being banned, right? A lot of people were saying they was using certain methods to get on top. And of course, you haven't heard me say that once. I do believe they're big enough to have this amount of subscribers. It's compared to them as a group, I don't think this amount of subscribers is anything crazy. I think they're going to consistently rise. So anyways, when it comes to the biggest groups, you already know you have the Mr. Beasts of the world. You have, who else? You have, okay, I guess you have FaZe, technically. Well, not anymore, but you know, in the past 5 years. There's Sidemen, AMP. Now, Mr. Beast is hard to quantify as a group because he's one person, in my opinion. Now, he may have a team, but when I look at AMP, I'm a little biased. Actually, I'm a lot biased. But when I look at RDC, those are groups that grew up together. So I think they're more of a content creator group than like people who you're just picking popular influencers and putting them in a group. I think that's easier than growing up and grinding all collectively, which is what RDC did. Now, of course, I'm heavily biased, right? I'm going to DreamCon for the second time, right? So I'm majorly biased, but that's just my thought process as far as who's the biggest, as far as a group that grew up together. Anyways, but as of objective numbers as far as revenue, engagement, etc., you have Mr. Beast for the past 5 years garnering around $85 million. Goodness gracious, yeah, per Forbes. And then you have Sidemen. I think that's what what's his name? Why am I blanking on his name? Is that what KSI? I think that's his name. KSI. Yeah. Fun fact, whenever I'm streaming, sometimes I get compared to him. I think it's just because of the large forehead and the headband. Because if y'all don't know, forehead is large, and I use it as a billboard. If you didn't know, well, now you know. Y'all thought Agent had a big forehead?
Shepherd.
All right, basically, let me get back to it. So anyways, when it comes to the other groups, right, I believe there's the AMPs of the worlds, and then, of course, you have the RDCs and things of that nature. But those are like the top. Mr. Beast, Sidemen, AMP, and that's it as far as the top. I think with this core group, I didn't want to spend too much time on it. I really just wanted to talk about the revenue and really just the state of content creating, because I don't dive into it too often. Technically, Blackboy Max is in the music field, well, sometimes, and then you have other people in core that I believe game, so we're still keeping it gaming and music. You know what I'm saying? So the reason why I wanted to dive into this, because people love beef. So I wanted to talk about the ex-FaZe members, currently coming into their own as far as core. The whole back and forth as far as them breaking up. It was very entertaining to watch as far as them getting their just due, as far as their creator rights. That's what I mean by just due. Obviously, I wasn't applying on their downfall. I mean, individually, them regaining power and leaving the system that seemingly was taking advantage of them. So shout out to them for that. And hopefully this content creator group, blows up individually. Well, it blows up as a collective, because of course they have currently a $20 million content creator house. So if you don't know, that means you're getting bread, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that means you're getting bread. And of course, 100,000 subs, as you've seen, as far as the update, I think it was around 280. 66,000 peak viewers as far as Banks. Oh no, that's FaZe Banks. Maybe they was watching his reaction. But anyways, hopefully Core does well. That's all I have as far as a analytical breakdown. So with that being said, click my link here in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Core, aka the ex-FaZe members, getting together as far as Adapt, Silky, Jason, Lacey, Marlon, and Stable Ronaldo? And do you think Core will end up being one of the biggest content creator groups of all time?
Shepherd, promise me you'll tell them to subscribe for ad-free content.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've said once, I've said twice, and I will say it for the third time. There's certain individuals with less resources and less money that gets away with certain activity that makes it very obvious why in the past certain people in such high status were so feared but never indicted on certain charges.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, obviously, that was heavily layered in code talk, because I don't want any problem with these individuals, because you've seen what they did to other people, allegedly. Now, that being said, getting into a report, an actual objective fact that David D4VD, that's how he spells it, has officially been arrested on suspicion of murder, but he has not, I repeat, he has not been formally charged yet. Imagine all of this elapsed time and he's still not formally charged yet. So anyways, I covered this particular case September 17th, 2025, right? Ladies and gentlemen, it is April 17th, 2026, and he still has not been formally charged. No indictment, no criminal complaint filed as of April 17th, 2026, which is today. He's being held without bail, which that's very interesting, and his arrest date was yesterday. So the reason why certain footage of this came out is because when he was arrested, somehow, Double XL gets everything, right? Was it Double XL? No, I'm tripping. TMZ gets everything, right? TMZ was actually able to get their hands on the video, showed it to the world so everybody sees David being arrested. Now, if you don't know what he's arrested for, allegedly, he's involved with the incident with the person named Celeste Rivas Hernandez. So trigger warning if people don't want to hear about these specific true crime incidents. She was 13 when she was reported missing, April 2024. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, 2024. 14 at the time of death, per court documents. And she would have, well, okay, and then they talk about her birthday, when she would have been 15. And she was last seen alive April 5th, 2024. So that is why this amount of time being passed and still nobody knowing what actually happened is very spooky to a lot of individuals, not just the people who are primarily in true crime. Because if you don't know, what I do over here as far as Notorious, Mass Effect, being very much in the podcasting space, true crime is like one of the big, no, not one of, that's disrespectful, the number one when it comes to categories in podcasting, right? So this is not something that's my type of bag, because I prefer to stray away from horrific type of things like this. I would put this in the horror genre because true crime is really horror just in real life, which makes it even scarier to me. You can throw all the goblins and goons, but when you start to get into these type of incidents, these are real life things that could happen to anyone. Not to spook y'all, but I'm just keeping it 8 more than 92. So anyways, 2024, she was reported missing, right? 2025 investigators believe death likely occurred September 8th, 2025. Her remains were discovered in Tesla trunk at tow yard. Now, I'm not going to keep saying, trigger warning because we're already in the case. So she was found one day. Oh, she was founded one day after her birthday. Crazy. November 2025, she was identified internally. Burke was identified internally as suspect. Now, reading off the court documents, that's why I'm not saying allegedly on some of these things. February 2026, the grand jury activity revealed via Texas court filings. April 16, 2026, the arrest was made, which is, of course, leading up into my coverage today. As when you look at April 20th, 2026 in the near future, the case is to be presented to the DA for charging decision. And ladies and gentlemen,
but then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Because technically, David is not a hip hop act. I think he's like a R&B act, I believe. I never really listened to his music like that. Even when I was going through my coverage of David, the only time I ever covered him was May 26, 2023 for a track called The Bridge, which I don't even know what that track is about. But I covered it so long ago. It was like 3 years ago. So when it comes to my coverage now of David, obviously we're in much more horrific. It's a much more horrific scenario. And the things that he did is beyond egregious, allegedly, if he actually was a part of this. Because I don't want to get into the details of it, because that would be too much for a lot of people. But when you get into the actual legal status, his arrest being made on probable cause warrant and the prosecutor still evaluating makes it so that, well, maybe they don't have actual evidence still. And that's just very scary, because you look at the key legal gaps noted by the experts in the field. Obviously, I'm not acting like an expert. I'm giving the information in a concise fashion to y'all, obviously. So the experts came out. Basically, we're talking about how there was no indictment, unusual, after a long investigation. There was no formal charges filed. Grand jury proceedings remain secret. Why is it remaining secret? The world may never know, but it's not looking good as far as taking all this time and still not having an indictment or formal charges filed, right? But him being in jail without bail, I think that's a step up, or a step in the right direction, in my opinion. So when you're looking at the investigation, Burke was target of grand jury investigation. I think Burke is David. So if you don't know, that's David, because his full name, I didn't say his full name. So his full name is David Anthony Burke. So now I'm just going to swap that out for David. So basically, David was the target of the grand jury investigation known to the victim per family statements. Reports suggest possible relationship between Burke and the victim. Well, David and the victim. Victim allegedly had a boyfriend named David. I mean, that's his artist name. That's why I wanted to list out his actual government. Additional investigative points were the authorities believing more than one person may be involved, investigators examining possible body disposal efforts, reported trip to remote Santa Barbara area in spring 2025. Now, initially, David was fully cooperating, and then later, November 2025, reportedly not cooperative, law enforcement was saying. So now, if you look at the subpoenas for Burke's mother, which is David, David's mother, father, and brother, the family response attempted to block subpoenas in Texas. The outcome was the judge refused to intervene. Interesting. And the family likely compelled to testify February through March of this specific year. So when you look at the Tesla being tied to David, when you look at the vehicle location near a rental property where he lived, when you look at the additional outcomes that could happen, I think that is why a lot of people are saying this case is shaky, because if you look at the authorities saying certain things like, oh, we don't have a formal indictment yet. Like, what do you mean? Hold up now. This happened 2 years ago. Not to be insensitive, but what is that saying to the public? That this very, I'm not going to say it's open and shut, but we see a lot of puzzle pieces seemingly connecting, and the actual authorities are saying, hey, we still don't have any evidence, which the thing that gives me pause is how long it's been and the lack of evidence that they brought forth. Because, of course, I mean, technically we still don't know, because the last thing as far as the legal gaps was the grand jury proceedings remaining secret. So we don't know exactly what's going on in those. But as of right now, it does seem like David has a pretty good case going into this, right? And I'm never advocating for somebody that put David to the side. I'm never advocating for somebody who would cause something like this. So I think all this time that has passed, right? This is not a case where you should arrest somebody and then say, oh, there's no formal indictment, or be like, oh, there's no formal charges filed. And at the end of the day, we're still where we were when she passed away, or when she was murdered 2 years ago. And that is just a sad day in history. So if he was coming with if he was coming for a solution from me, because usually I don't like talk about problems without a solution. Only thing I can say is, I mean, step one is definitely people not breaking the law. I mean, that's already a given. But then you look at the police, and I don't know if Celeste's circle was involved when it comes to her relationship with David, because I don't know the whole back and forth, right? When I talked about it back in the day, I basically covered the same details that I just went over, right? And this was September 17, 2025. So in the year of 2026, covering the same details with no type of continuation, or no type of update. The only update we have is David being arrested without bail. What does that actually mean when there's no actual formal charges? So I think the police is playing a dangerous game, especially if the right lawyer attaches themselves to David. And that's where I'm gonna leave it at, because I'm speaking in a way that you can understand where I'm coming from, because Young Thug, certain individuals who we just know they were cooked, right? They started to get certain loopholes in the legal system, and then a certain lawyer attached their name, and then the rest was history, right? I don't want to see justice go unserved, so I'm just going to leave it at that and not accuse anyone. But this is very much looking like a specific individual caused this horrific event, and the police taking 2 years to have no actual formal charges. I think that's the main thing I'm sticking to, because why in the world is this specifically taking so long with all the cameras in the world in the modern day and age? Which is why, to bring this full circle, I started off the segment saying a lot of hip-hop figures with much more revenue, way more resources as far as connections, were respected but also feared, and nothing really came out about those individuals until the recent, until the recent happenings, as far as people trying to expose certain individuals. That's why I think certain individuals are able to run for so long in power, because of their connections and money. So to see David pull this off with definitely not even half of the resources that the person I'm talking about, it's very it's very horrific. That's why I keep saying this is the real horror in society. All the goblins, goons, zombies, that's cool and all as far as fictional video games and stuff, but this is the real horror, and hopefully justice is served, because of course it's looking very peculiar on why the police is not making any continuations as far as actual evidence. So with that being said, I don't want to stick on this too long, because it's a very sad topic. So with that being said, well, once again, I said that in the last segment, but I don't think I said this in this one. Rest in peace to Celeste. Hopefully justice is served. And that's why I want to leave it at. So click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think about David finally being arrested without bail and held without bail. And what do you think of the no indictment, the no formal charges being filed in the case, and why do you think that is? Getting into the overview of episode 160, I have to start off with, this is the last episode before my favorite artist drops his album.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
I said, what the It's just great times, man. I just
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I just need a second, man. We're just so close, man. 10 days away. If you don't know, as of me recording this, is May 5th, man. And when you think about just the GOAT, just the iconic legacy of
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Enough glaze, you know what I'm saying? Pulse. Hey, with that being said, getting into the overview of episode 160, that of course is titled, Is Capcom the Undisputed MVP of 2026 Gaming?
Shepard. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And of course, when it comes to the episode, we already start with music talk as we dove into Noah Kahan, which if you don't know, he is putting up a Notorious Mass Effect as, ladies and gentlemen, he currently has the most play album in the world. As if you don't know, he currently sold, objectively speaking, as far as his first week sales, I think it was 300 something. So it was 370,000 in first week sales. I think that's definitely one of the biggest first week sales as far as 2026. If I had to go off memory, BTS is definitely number one with RB Ring. I think they sold around like 650 to 680, something like that first week. Something crazy, right? They hold the record as far as this specific year. Do I think Drake's gonna beat that? No, I don't. I don't think he's gonna beat that, man.
You guys.
It's sad day.
See, that's the problem.
I think he may get close if all the cards play in the best way possible. But I think he's gonna hit. Honestly, I already gave my opinion, right? As far as the first week sales, I think it's going to be between 400 and 480. Now, even though I am wearing the Iceman shirt that you may or may not be able to get at the top of my link tree, you know what I mean? You may be able to get this Big Stepper t-shirt. You know what I'm saying?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
Just make sure. Just make sure you a Big Stepper.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. I'm tripping. So anyways, all jokes aside, BTS is definitely I think they're going to have the biggest outing for an album for majority of 2026, unless like Taylor Swift or Adele drops, or maybe Billie Eilish or Ariana Grande. It's certain names, but BTS is gonna have it for a while. I don't think Drake's gonna do more than what BTS did with Ari Ring. So, anyways, when it comes to that, and then we dove into. Did I lose my whole list? What in the world? That's how you know I'm 26 going on 80. Oh, there we go. Okay. Then we get into Usher and Chris Brown, the R&B tour, which if you don't know is Raymond and Brown. That's the full name, but the abbreviated, of course, is R&B based off the genre. I mean, if you didn't know that, now you know. So they're going on tour. It's going to be a huge stadium tour. I mean, Chris Brown, Usher. I mean, I don't think I can even pair two artists that could give you a better performance than Usher and Chris Brown. So for them to go on a stadium tour, I mean, they're really going to showcase what real live performers look like as far as them tag teaming. I don't know if they're going to split the time, if one's going to come out and the other's going to come out. I don't know how they're going to do it. I just know it's going to be immaculate. So anyways, with that being said, then we got into the cover of the music portion of the episode. As Ella Langley has not one, not two, but 3 tracks in the top 10, which is humongous accomplishment, right? And then she still 3 weeks later, still has the second most played album in the world. So shout out to Ella Langley. I mean, country's dominating the charts right now. I'm like, obviously, there's somewhere that could change that.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
As far as hip hop, Don Toliver's trying his best. Octane's hanging on as the 12th most played track in the world. If you want to ask where Jermaine's at,
whoop-de-doo.
You want to know where Jermaine's at?
Whoop-de-doo.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is not on the charts at all. I don't know. I actually don't know how that's possible. The Fall Off did so immaculate as far as first week sales, and it's nowhere to be found. I mean, even Ye's Bully is still the 48th most played album in the world. And when you come to Drake, I think his album's on the charts. Let me see. Yeah, so Take Care is 25th most played album in the world. And then Views is the 36th most played album in the world. I mean, people really getting ready for the Iceman drop. You know what I'm saying?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And then, of course, let me see. I have a lot of tabs open, so let me close some of these. Okay, so, and then, of course, when it comes into Drake, you already know.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
That is not a episode, a Notorious Mass Effect, if we don't get into Drake. So we had to talk about the upcoming Drake album, that is Iceman. The last episode of Notorious Mass Effect before Iceman drops, and ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be an event. I mean, I'm wearing it, literally, the whole reason I'm wearing this shirt, by the way, Big Stepper, you can get this at the top of my link tree, by the way. Shameless plug. Analytic Dreamz link tree. It's at the top, nothing too crazy. But anyways, when it comes to that, I'm very much anticipating this album. Reason why I'm wearing this, it's going to be an event for me. Y'all know it's my favorite artist. I'm about to show out. That's all you need to know. It's about to be crazy.
You guys.
It's about to be crazy, man.
See, that's the problem.
Y'all gonna be like, this man wildin'. Yes, I am. So anyways, then we transition from music talk into industry news. As if you don't know, Xbox, they actually lowered the prices of Game Pass. So they basically said, y'all want us to give you a better offering, we're gonna lower the Game Pass by $7. And guess what? We're still gonna take Call of Duty away. So yeah, they took Call of Duty away, but of course, I think slashing the Game Pass Ultimate price by $7, I think that's a big deal, and it's definitely a step in the right direction. So shout out to Xbox for that, for trying to compete in PlayStation for the console race. So anyways, then we got to the music industry talk, very nerd talk, but you know with me, I'm gonna keep it entertaining. So when it comes to IMS Electronic Music Business Report, the industry hits 15.1 billion as growth accelerates to 7%, faster than in 2024. Of course, when it comes to that, we broke it down. I told my jokes, I told a very entertaining depiction of nerdy music industry talk. So hopefully y'all enjoyed that. And then of course, for some reason, this was a huge deal. So Sony's PlayStation 30-day DRM, a lot of people didn't know what that meant. I basically explained in that specific segment, so that's what we got into. But it was a huge deal. Like, with me just saying that, you probably like, what was the big deal? It was a huge deal, especially on the internet. So a lot of people was upset, thinking that offline gaming was just going to be a thing in the past because of this new system. But then PlayStation came out, I was like, no, you just got signed in once and then that's it. So anyways, then we got to the gaming portion of the episode. Of course, we dove into PRAGMATA. I said we dove into PRAGMATA. That may or may not have given Capcom the ultimate crown for the gaming industry in the year of 2026. Now, of course, GTA 6 is still on the horizon, ladies and gentlemen, but have you seen any gameplay?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Have you seen any gameplay? My point exactly. So anyways, when it comes to that, if GTA 6 actually comes out, I think, Rockstar's probably going to take the MVP, because when it comes to GTA 6, it's kind of hard to compete with that. I'm not even going to lie to you. So when it comes to that specifically, I think as of right now, Capcom is the ultimate MVP of the gaming industry. But when it comes to Rockstar, if they release GTA 6, I mean, it's just going to take it by a landslide, because GTA 6, from an entertainment depiction, from an entertainment standpoint, I think Avengers, Doomsday, and GTA 6 is probably going to be the biggest entertainment events. Now, I know what you're saying.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
I thought you said you was a Drake fan. Should the Iceman be one of the biggest entertaining events? I think it is. But the music industry is not really liking Drake's antics. I don't know how else to put it. If you're suing your label, you're not going to get the same push than if you wasn't suing them. I mean, that's just, just ABC. So I think it's going to be a big deal. But is the industry behind it? Of course not. I'm not saying they want this man to flop, but they probably want him to be humbled. I mean, he's literally going at the most powerful industry. He's going at the most powerful figure in the music industry, which is Lucian Grange. Literally has his step granddaughter, something like that. That sounds crazy. Oh, hold on. I gotta get that right. I think it's his daughter, or his Lucian Grange is super old, so I think it's his. How does it go? So you have a daughter, and then your grandkids, right? So his granddaughter. I think Drake may or may not be exploiting the fact that they may have had some.
Shepard.
It's a PG podcast, but basically Drake is going at the most powerful figure in music in the most egregious way possible. So when I talk about the biggest entertainment events, one of them already happened with BTS Army Ring. They put up the biggest first week sales in music. 680,000, I think, first week sales is the biggest by far in the music industry. The second biggest, I think, was just Noah Kahan. Actually, let's look that up right quick. Let me see. Top 5 in music. All right, so after doing some Mickey research, safe to say we do have Ari Rain from BTS at number 1, right? With 641,000 first week. Insane, right? Then you have Harry Styles, Kiss All the Time, Disco Occasionally, that sold 430,000 units first week. Noah Kahan sold with the Great Divide, sold 389,000 first week. J. Cole sold 280,000 first week. A Tease? I don't even know who that is. That's crazy. That's a K-pop group. Golden Hour Part 4 that came out February 6th. That sold 200,000. So basically, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically, this is a top 5 music first week sales releases right now. As far as staying power, BTS, I think BTS is up there. Noah Kahan, the jury is still out on that. Harry, I don't know where Harry's at. Let me see. So as far as his singles, I think he may still have some. So American Girls is the only track that's still charting in the top 100 for Harry Styles, but is the 49th most played track. Now, first week sales is a big thing. When it comes to the longevity, that is why Ella Langley is the cover, because she currently has like 3 tracks in the top 10 of singles like in the world, right? But the reason why I say that is because why did I just say that? Let me see. So the reason why I said that is because when it comes to entertainment drops, I believe BTS just had the biggest with Ari Ring, and you see how much that sold. And the second closest was 400,000 by Harry Styles. Now you look at the next biggest entertainment releases that will have longevity. It is ultimately GTA 6, and I think it's probably going to be Avengers Doomsday. Now, I'm open to being wrong, but I think from an entertainment aspect, those are the biggest entertainment spectacles left in 2026. We don't even know if GTA 6 coming out yet, but we do know Avengers Doomsday is coming out. I know what y'all saying. Oh, what about Spider-Man? What about Spider-Man? What about him?
Shepard.
All right, let me stop playing. Like he ain't my favorite, superhero. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all think I be glazing Drake? Pause. I think Spider-Man the greatest fictional creation of all time. And even me, that's how you know I'm keeping it objective, trying to keep it 8 more than 92. Because when you look at the standings of Spider-Man, I don't think it's going to match up to the standings of Avengers Doomsday. I don't think that's a crazy take, right? I mean, Spider-Man's huge. He may do $1 billion with his movie, just like he did with the last one. But Avengers Doomsday reportedly is looking for like $3 billion. So I don't know how much they pay Robert Downey. So that's the thing about these live action movies, boy. An actor starts to blow up a character and they start asking for the bag. So now you got to pay him an exorbitant amount. And so I think for Avengers Doomsday, they're looking for like $3 billion. So just off of the estimates alone, I think Avengers Doomsday is going to be one of the biggest entertainment spectacles. Spider-Man's up there, probably top 5. But, you get the point. Mario's up there as well. And Mario, BTS has already happened. I keep saying BTS because people really don't. I think when Bad Bunny got the Super Bowl performance, people start to realize how big the world is outside of just country, hip-hop, and R&B, or just pop, right? People don't really realize the aspect or how big BTS is until they have like a whole U.S. stadium tour and people show up in droves, right? And then they'll start to realize like, oh, they have a humongous fan base. So anyways, the reason why I said all that is because PRAGMATA, I think, as of right now, is the MVP of gaming, but GTA 6 could overtake that crown if it comes out. So anyways, then we go from PRAGMATA into WINDROSE, obviously talking about a game that's still technically in early access, but sold 1 million units in 6 days. So guess what?
Whoop-de-doo.
Guess what, ladies and gentlemen?
Whoop-de-doo.
The developers keep the game out because it's selling phenomenal. But technically, WINDROSE is in early access. I believe it may be I think it's only on PC. So I don't think you have to get invited. I think you can download WINDROSE. Don't quote me on that, but I did see something to where they were saying WINDROSE is like a very specific type of release where only limited access or whatever, but I don't know how they're breaking numbers doing that. So anyways, I think it should be out on Steam. So that being said, then we transition into Mouse PI for Hire, which if you don't know that game, currently just came out. Like I said earlier, as far as for the intro, its best platform currently right now, I think it's Xbox. So yeah, it's Xbox. So Xbox is the Mouse PI for Hire is the third most played game on Xbox. A magnificent accomplishment, especially for a game that looks the way it does. It's sold at a cheaper price point, so I think that helped it out a lot. But when you look at it in totality, you don't know how long this game's gonna stay, but for the people who played it, they enjoyed it, and that's really all that matters. Like I say all the time, as somebody who covers charts, analytical data, things of that nature, I have to make sure I say all the time that just because you sell a lot does not mean you make the highest quality product. And just because you don't sell does not mean you make just straight up trash. The two do not correlate. Sometimes people have managers, marketing machines behind them. It's so many different moving parts. And that's not an excuse to not be consistent and not to try hard. I'm just letting you know in layman's terms what you're working up against. But if you don't be consistent, then you're already, it's basically impossible. Anyways, with that being said, then we went from Mouse PI for Hire into Tomodachi. And before you say, what is that? Well, your boy got you. So as far as covering Tomodachi, if you don't know, that game is currently doing well, as it's the most played game on the Nintendo platform. It's technically the third entry, and the second entry came out, I think, in 2013. It was a while ago. So people was really anticipating this. The comparison I keep giving for this specific game, it's like if you have Wii Sports and then you have The Sims, and then you combine it. So basically Sims with all your created characters throughout in that world. And that's why people enjoy it so much. So that's the main appeal of that specific game. And of course, we dove into Candy Crush as one of the most notorious grandma games.
Shepard.
I mean, one of the most notorious mobile games on the market is Candy Crush Saga. So I wanted to get into that and give, another respective coverage to the mobile gaming community. Because I did say that I was going to give y'all more respect and, put more respect on y'all name, as y'all do have majority of the gaming revenue. So hopefully y'all feel like I did that as far as putting respect on y'all name. And then, of course, you already know that we have to end off the segment with some drama. As ladies and gentlemen, FaZe is back again. And no, not the FaZe you think, because it's not the actual FaZe name, but the ex-FaZe clan members, which I still don't know how I feel about that name. I don't know how I feel about that name. But anyways, the ex-FaZe clan members, they have a new group titled Core, and they showed off their $20 million content creator house. So I basically broke it down from the perspective of all of the different members, why Blackboy Max and Your Rage decided not to join them. I talked about the current relationships and things of that nature. So, of course, FaZe versus Core is really just FaZe Banks. FaZe Banks versus ex-FaZe clan members. As you know, it's a pretty interesting beef if you really get into it. And then, of course, sadly, we have to end off with David news. As, like I keep saying, true crime and entertainment is one of the most horrific genres, because I think the depictions and it being actually realistic is even scarier than a depiction of a horror character like a Freddy Krueger, a Jason Voorhees, Annabelle, etc. Because those are fiction, right? True crime, hence the name, is reality. So that's why I believe it's so horrific. And but we had to touch on it a little bit, because the case with David, it was a huge deal, and it needed a light shined on it, because I don't know why it took so long for them to get David the way they did. But the evidence they have now seems like them waiting was the best option, because they have a mountain of evidence. And that man, he's going to be, yeah. I don't know what they're going to do to him. I don't know if the death penalty is on the line, but he's at least going away forever. But, yeah, man, it's just sad, man. It's just sad.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So, sorry to end the episode off on a sad note, but people like true crime, so hey.
What they do?
Hey, take it up to the #1 category on podcasts, man.
What they do?
You know what I'm saying? Technically, your boy Dreams did hop into true crime. I was unwilling, I was hesitantly, but I had to hop into it because, it's definitely in the music lane. So, with that being said, that's about it for episode 160, that, of course, is titled, Is Capcom the Undisputed MVP of 2026 Gaming?
Shepard. Just look at the state of gaming.
And we looked at it.
What is going on?
So when it comes to that, thanks for tuning into the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. And don't be afraid to send me email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio and to access my social medias and to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this podcast and rate this 5 stars on whatever platform. I'm tripping. Whatever platform you are currently on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect.